flying. 6 feet.
Great start, second turn.
Driving into that first turn, nice.
He's going to go to the air on this one.
Welcome back to the Arecibo, Puerto Rico region of the world here for day 5 of competition for the ISA World Surfing Games. This is going to be an incredible day of surfing. We're going to have main event heats as well as the Repêchage heats. Surfers getting ready to paddle out early this morning, including those like Leon Glatzer, Gabriel Medina. A few big names in the lineup getting in their warm-ups like Hugh Butler out of New Zealand. And a couple of really fun-looking waves. As we can see, Zixi Yang out of China, hopeful for qualification on the women's side of the draw. Other great surfers getting a piece of the lineup this morning. Shannon and Barton here to call the action.
Yes, Levi Young there and Federico Marias here, and there's a pro there and a pro here, and it's a stacked lineup this morning. As you can see, the waves are still good. All sorts of conditions, lefts, rights, on both of our banks. We're going to run double podiums again today. Day 5, over the halfway mark at day 5 of 9. So this always represents a midway mark, and you're sort of on the downward but upward slide to deciding the champions. So it's going to be a great day. The waves are there, an incredible lineup, and excited to call the action.
That's right. Shannon Hughes here alongside the 88 world champ Barton Lynch. And Barton, I mean, like you said, the lineup today is crazy. I had to hold it in my hand to just get a look at some of the names coming up early on. Joan Duru, Leon Glatzer, Cowley Vast, and Ramsey Bokiam in just the opening heat. Coming up throughout this men's round, we are going to be running through on the broadcast the men's main round 3. We can see a few of the guys trying to get themselves out of the lineup this morning as it's being cleared.
It's peak hour traffic there trying to get in. Everybody cleared the area. There were a lot of surfers out there this morning, all warming up on both of the banks, El Pico and Rastrial. Well, not banks, but reefs. And you can see the peaky nature of the swell there. A little bit overcast today again, a little bit of drizzle, but it's still warm, 2 to 4 feet, similar size to yesterday. That swell direction from the east-northeast, light east-northeast winds. You can see low tide, high tide there, 10:47. Today is the high this morning, so we'll see that tide moving in. And as we said, look, the water temp's warmer than the land temp, so you know you're in a good place when the water temp's warmer than the land temp. And surfers, going to be an incredible day. We're going to see a lot of big names go down to the repechage round because the main round heats, as we see Manuel Selman there conversing on fins with the great Jack Robinson as well. So exciting times, Shannon.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun day of competition. Every single day has been fun. It's the World Surfing Games. We get to see surfers from, at this event, so many different nations around the world, 55 in total, 266 surfers in the competition. It's been outstanding to be able to see, once again, just so many nations represented, so many surfers to see how much they've developed maybe from previous games to those that have been already performing and winning gold medals in past events. Coming up in the first heat of the morning, like we said, France, Germany, France, and Morocco out in the lineup. Joan Duru hoping to secure himself a position alongside Cowley Vast for the Paris Olympic Games, as Cowley is already qualified. Ramsey Bokiam of Morocco and Leon Glatzer of Germany in the mix as well for this opening heat of the day.
And France, the only nation in this event and from the world that have all of their 6 surfers still in the main round. So a fantastic opening effort from the Frenchmen, consistent across the board, and we've seen some amazing performances. We are live and the action is on.
And coming up within this round, we've got Brazilians like Iago Dora, Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, as well as Australians like Ethan Ewing. We've got John Florence in the conversation, Rio Waida, Jack Robinson, of course, we just saw him on screen. We've got Luca Messinas of Peru, Carlos Munoz of Costa Rica. We got some huge names coming up in this round today. And like you said, we're going to see a lot of these surfers relegated to the repechage round. Half of this round will be heading there as the top 2 surfers advance through. Bottom 2 go into repechage. So this is a non-elimination round. As we take a look now at the opening exchange, Ramsey's going to have a look here. He's on that inside position, so he had right away taking off on the left, and just a quick duck in and out.
There was some serious cat and mouse going on in the lineup there. Before anyone has ridden a wave, there is no priority, so the surfer on the inside, closest to the breaking part of the wave, has the priority in that particular situation. So there's always some jockeying. See, red has the deepest position right now, and so from that moment on, once waves are ridden, priority becomes allocated, and surfers essentially take turns and use that priority in strategic offensive and defensive manners depending on the moment. Ramsey deciding to get a second wave. We've seen the value of a quick start cannot be underestimated here. 4 people heats, 20 minutes long. A lot of the CT surfers used to 2-person heats, 30 minutes, so there's some adaptations they need to make to this format, and sometimes that's why we see casualties early from the big names, because they're just not used to competing in this way, but they adapt pretty quickly.
So true. Connor O'Leary was saying yesterday that, the 4-person heats is an adjustment, surfing with more people in the lineup, but he said that actually the bigger adjustment he feels for every surfer coming from CT competition into the ISAs is going down to those 20-minute heats, structuring things quickly. As we take a look at the replay for a couple 2 turns, out of Ramsey on his second wave. Score came through as a 3-point ride, but it's actually that, that decrease in the time that they have to restructure how to do something a bit quicker than the amount of time they'd typically be allotted.
Yeah, the opening 5 minutes is such a critical period, and if you can create momentum and pressure from that opening exchange, it's, to only need 1 wave and have 15 minutes left compared to needing your 2 still is a big advantage. So we can see surfers jockeying for the inside, trying to be in the right place at the right time. Ramsey now, because he's ridden a wave, he's down in the 4th priority, and you can see him keeping distance between he and the other 3 surfers. Smart strategy to do that.
Now, having a look at the schedule as we wait for that next set to roll through, we're going to have the main event women's round 3 paddling out right here at Rostrial after the finish of this main event round 3 on the men's side of the draw. There's 9 heats within this, 8 heats within the women's main event round 3, and we'll be calling it quits. Usually, we'll probably be finished by about 1:30 this afternoon. On El Pico, our second podium, we are running through repechage. The women's repechage is in the water right now for round number 3, and the men's repechage round 3 will be up after that. Same amount of heats to get through on that side today, so we'll be finishing off both podiums at the same time, and you can follow along with what's happening at El Pico at that second podium at isasurf.org. Same place you're watching currently. Just click over to the second podium for scores and that live feed. As we take a look now at Jean Duru, goes big on his opening wave. Well, he's already got that 1-point ride on the board, but now really starting to get things going and realizing he wants to go big from the beginning.
And there was nothing more he could do right there. That was incredible surfing. The speed he built early into that air, fantastic surfing. I feel like that's the best wave. Obviously, Ramsey got a 3 for a 2-turn backhand combination where he fell on the second one. So really points and rewarded for the first turn. We do see that, 1 good turn will get you ordinarily around 3. You get 2 of those in, you're heading to 5 and 6. And Leon Glatzer.
Leon, just a little bounce off the top to start off with. Pumping, driving down the line, hits the section with a bit of style.
Beautiful turn. It's going to be interesting. There's the defending champ, Alan Cleland Jr., winning his Olympic spot and the event in El Salvador last May. Discussing strategy, positioning. When you surf heats in the ocean, it's a big open area, and the reef will determine where the waves break, and the understanding of the shallow and deep parts of the reef and the competition area. Breaking that down, understanding that, putting yourself in the right place at the right time is what the best surfers do, and what competition is all about. You can see Jean Duru having some distance, surfing that deeper peak, and strategically staying away from those 2 surfers with the priority. You can see White doing the same thing. And the surface well spread out across this break, because you can get good ones from kind of anywhere. Ordinarily when it's lined up and it's more of a straight groundswell, it's a predominant left primarily, but in these conditions, lefts and rights.
Kali Vast into his first wave, 6 minutes down, 14 to go on the clock. Finds that lip line to pierce through for the second maneuver and holds on to the third, tries to grab that finish. Got a 4.6 that's landed in for the opener of Leon Glatzer and a 4.17 for that second wave of Jean Duru.
And where I'd like to go there is to talk, as we see Geordie Smith, the South African brew, on the waves of lacquer today out there. Hey, Shannon.
They are, they're great.
Yeah, they are good.
So lacquer.
Lacquer meaning good over there for the South Africans. He's a great surfer. But the interesting point out of those opening scores for me, 3.4 drops for Kali Vast, re-entries. The 4.67 for the German was a pump along the face into a layback snap. The 4.17 Jean Duru was a pump along the face, build speed into an air. So a layback snap earning more than an air. So that's an interesting sign early. Beautiful first turn for Jean.
Yeah, ditches those fins off that opening turn, a little roundhouse back into the foam and punches through on the final turn. So he's now going back to that sort of bread and butter surfing, into the rail game, into those re-entries.
And so perhaps it was the bigger face for Leon Glatzer. He got the first turn, a little float down to build speed into the layback, and perhaps that combination, I suppose the more difficult was the air, I think it's fair to say, but perhaps the face of that wave for Jean Duru was not as steep and tall as it was for Leon Glatzer. We know Glatzer's a big, powerful surfer. It was a lovely layback, but that was interesting to see on the face manoeuvres scoring less than an air at that point in time early in the day. Interesting trend.
Geordie checking out the conditions on the replay.
Wide-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning, as they say.
He'll be coming up in the second heat of the morning against Levi Young from Canada, Jack Robinson of Australia, and Baron Mamiya of the USA. That's going to be an exciting heat. This is such, getting into this kind of stage of the competition, knowing that there's just a lot that really matters on the line for this event. It's a really special one. It's, of course, the 60th anniversary of the International Surfing Association, of the ISA, so we're celebrating that, but also qualifying more surfers towards the Paris Olympic Games. We've already got quite a few in the draw that are qualified. Kali Vast being one of those after his European allocation at the 2023 World Surfing Games. Into that first big wrap now, pumping, driving down the line, looking for speed, looking for that air section, and he takes to it. Makes it look easy as he finds himself on his feet for the finish. Ramsey on his forehand, not sure if he was able to get anything squeezed in before that finishing maneuver. He's sitting on a 2.18 requirement. And just reminding ourselves that this is not an elimination round, as we've been calling elimination rounds the last couple of days, but it will be the top two advancing into main round 4, while the bottom two surfers head into the repechage rounds.
And all 4 are goofy, so this is an all goofy heat right now, so the judges get that opportunity to really compare lemons to lemons, in that sense.
Score to come through now for Morocco's Ramsey Bokiam. Leon Glatzer with both scores in, and a 5.93 drops in for Jean Duru, who's taken away that leading position. Leon now up and riding, setting himself up down the line, and throws it up into the air, trying to go a bit bigger than what we've seen from the other two so far.
And I don't know if you saw Kali Vast there looking over his shoulder, but he was desperately waiting to see the result of that air attempt from Leon Glatzer. He saw the board go into the air, and you could just see him watching and looking back going, did he make it? Did he make it? And then when he saw the board, there was a sense of relief, and he paddled off.
Taking a look here at the replay from Ramsey. So all we caught at the live action was just that final turn. We're now seeing that he was able to find an opening one. Taking a look at this one from Kali.
Judges still considering it. Nice cutty to start. Builds speed beautifully through some flat sections. Gets a little air there. Nice to be able to do that. Both the Frenchmen looking fast and sharp this morning. Here's Jean on the replay. Let's have a look at this one. First turn, big, beautiful, out of the top, 5.93 into a cutty, and the beautiful little tail slide to finish there. It was the highest score of this heat so far, that particular ride.
Callie up and going again, chasing just a 1.78, but we've got scores to drop for other surfers. And adding in the variety with his types of turns as he just finishes off on the inside. We're down to 9 minutes on the clock, and the activity is high in the lineup. First heat of the day. Leon now setting himself up, going for the air again, making the rotation on this one, landing with those fins forward, whips it around in the foam to face the beach, the crowds, the team, the judging panel as well.
Yeah. And I suppose that particular air, it didn't have too much speed in the lead up, so it was more like he just popped out of the top of the wave in that particular section. It didn't feel quite as dramatic and fast and engaged as some of the other surfing that we've seen this morning. Interesting. He's got the 4.67, looking for a 5.44. I don't feel like it goes that high given some of the other stuff that we've seen this morning, but definitely going to improve on what he's counting with a 1 point ride, so there's no question there.
So Joan Giroux has both scores locked in. He's sitting in the lead with the 4.17 and the 5.93 as the two highest scores of his heat, but actually the 5.93 being that of the heat. Callie Voss drops a 4.33 to back up the 3.4 that he opened up with. He's got another score to drop. We're still waiting for last of Leon and last of Ramsey. Now out in the lineup, as the world is well aware, Callie Voss from France has qualified himself for Paris out of his result at the 2023 World Surfing Games. He's hopeful to be joined by Joan Giroux, his teammate from France this week, should Joan end up in the top 6 conversation of eligible men on the men's side of the draw. And for Ramsey Bokiem and for Leon Glatzer, both of them were present at Tokyo for the Olympics. Ramsey walked away with a 9th place finish, Leon with that kind of earlier loss, the 17th place finish, but they're both looking for the qualification to Paris and hopeful to make themselves 2-time Olympians. As we take another look here.
Really short little wave, short section, but he built speed, got some incredible height, which speaks to his ability in the air. He is an expert at that. Cowley, nice snap out of the top, comes around, beautiful section right there, vertical forehand re-entry, wave goes flat, gets the wraparound cutty, calls it a day. Judges considering, got a 4.33 in his account.
Ramsey now with a 5.83 in his account. He's just fallen back down into 3rd. Putting a lot of power into his surfing. Speed, precision on a smaller size wave, but nice and bowly. He's chasing a 3.31 to get himself back into 2nd. Leon up and riding, looking to improve on the 4.67 and the 4.77 he now has on the board. Wrap for that opening maneuver, sets it up, pops into the air, and he'll add something a little more explosive, different to the finishing section. Although maybe not even different within this heat, because now we're seeing how many air reverses being thrown down.
Yeah,
every surfer, I think, has done one aside from Ramsey.
Yep, exactly. But Ramsey looking super sharp and fast on the rail, so much power.
He's just dropped a 5.2. So his last 2 scores out of the 5 waves, his final 2 have been the highest scoring waves for him within this heat, the 5.83 and a 5.2. We still have that 5.93 for Joan Giroux sitting as the highest single score of the heat. But Joan down into 2nd now as Ramsey's taking away the lead.
And Ramsey hasn't gone to the air, so that lead has been established without doing an air. That's an interesting thing in itself, you know, when you're comparing airs to turns.
The Tahitian now up and riding. Sets himself up down the line. Into that open face a little more. Can you talk to us about the dynamics with those? Well, we'll get back to that in a moment. Ramsey, again, just sticking to that rail work. Hunger within his surfing today.
And speed and flair in everything that he's doing. The judges are connecting and appreciating that extra little bit of speed that we're seeing in his equipment under his feet. Just looks to respond that little bit quicker than say Cowley's board does look. And the judges are appreciating that speed that he's able to generate in this high performance small wave surf. Looking outside, Joan Giroux being quiet for a while, had the first priority, choosing to use it.
Yeah, holding on to that for a while. Just slices through the face of the wave on that opening turn, lays it back on the 2nd.
felt a little conservative, perhaps a little held back compared to the airs and the other stuff that we've been seeing, looking to improve on the 4.17. The chance that he has of that is the size of the wave and the size of the wall that presented for the turns. I did feel like there was a little bit of something holding back in that second turn when you think of the power and sort of flair that we've seen in really all three of the other surface performances. But the size of that wave might be, to his advantage.
So much action going down. Ramsey now waving his arm because he wants to know what that situation is, what the scores of the other surfers, those requirements are.
Well, all the requirements are the same. Look, a 5.1, a 5.44, a 5.54. Leon.
Oh, into that first opening bit of rail work, sets himself up down the line and just decides to tag the section on the finish. He's chasing that 5.44. Now, what's it going to take at this stage? Like you said, it's very even across the board. I mean, those scores, even from fourth up to first, not a lot, about 2 points dividing the heat totals of those two surfers. Joan Duru just takes away the lead with another 5.93 that's dropped in.
And there's some really good information there for coaches and surfers coming up later. That to me was a wave that really had no risk in it. There wasn't anything that was like difficult, but it was the size of the wall and the wave selection, the fact that it didn't fade out. It just gave him two big turns. And again, there's a recipe there that is so consistent from our judges, pumping through the inside. That in itself is a more difficult thing than anything that Joan do, but because of the size of the wave, it came in at a 4.57. It was incredible high-performance surfing on a tiny little wave, but again, the tiny little wave part more important than the surfing, most probably.
Leon, a bit of rail work.
Yeah, beautiful wrap. Opened the body up. And the power in that little foam climb was amazing. That came in as a 4.7. So the momentum building in this heat as the surfers are building their performance, getting down to the 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Anyone can still get through this one. Let's look at the priority first with Carly Vast sitting outside, knowing that he needs to put that same performance on something better, on a wave that's better, because this heat really, when you get to the end of it, I feel like there was advantage in the performance to Ramsey and the power and the speed rail to rail and how quickly that board was responding underneath him. Everybody else has been impressive in the air and able to create incredible high performance surfing out of sections that really you're amazed that they can do what they can do on those smaller sections. Those surfers go, okay, I need to put what I'm doing on a better wave because it's not getting me the score. I'm being restricted by the quality of the wave that I'm catching. Joan Duru and Leon Glatzer.
Leon under fourth priority, finding himself on a right. We've seen him go left on every wave so far within this heat. Just a couple tags. He's not going to be improving his scoreline with that one. Requirements still on third and fourth in that mid-6 range. A slightly smaller 6 for Ramsey to be able to take away that leading position. But with the score dropping in of Joan Duru, that double, 5.93, it has increased the requirements on those third and fourth place surfers. As you said, though, it's still wide open. There's only a minute left, so that's the only thing really working against everyone. And we haven't seen a 6 thrown down, but each of these surfers is capable of 9 to 10 point rides any heat that they're in. So now it's just a matter of, will the right wave be there? Will one of them have that opportunity to get something a little bit bigger? Or will it be the Frenchman in Joan Duru, who's been on a roll throughout this heat, has maintained the lead for a significant amount of the heat as well, wrapping it around and putting on some power. Wow. The 2021 ISA gold medalist wanting to showcase his surfing here to try and win a spot in the Olympics. Carly Vast, his teammate, up and riding on 2 very sharp turns to start. He hits the finish. And now Ramsey Bokiam with a great jam in the section, but he gets taken out by the lip line, and he'll go down, staring back to the beach, not knowing, how the other surfers did on their waves. Will Cowley possibly be able to take it? Will Joan Duru put himself out of question for taking away the lead? Leon sitting there as the buzzer sounds, holding on to first priority, but without an extra opportunity to get himself an advancing, a top 2 position in the main round. Bottom 2 will be heading to the repechage round. We've got a score to drop now for Cowley Vast, chasing that 6.46 Spartan on that final opportunity.
I feel like Jean Deroux's got the best of it, and where he sat was different to where everybody sat, and he was sitting that little bit deeper, so I wouldn't be surprised to see more people take a leaf out of Jean's book. Great surfing from all four, regardless of the result. That was an incredible high-performance small wave surfing heat. Well done to all those guys.
And welcome to Day 5 of the World Surfing Games. More like that to come.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the 2024 World Surfing Games. The ISA's pleasure to qualify some surfers toward the Olympics this week as we see Cowley Bass getting out of the water. We're actually still waiting for the official results from that last heat. Jean Deroux did drop in a 6.6 for his last wave, so he kind of secures himself in that winning position. And we are waiting for scores to come through across the field aside from that. So we'll have those official results in just a moment. Like there's some whales out there, Barton.
Wow. The drones have just added such amazing things to our broadcast, the perspectives we get, and the fact we would never have known they were out there. So big props to the drone crew, all the cameramen capturing all the angles, all our production team in the booth and out in the field, bringing you this incredible event. Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Fantastic place. And the judges still considering that. A 6.5 came through on the last for Cowley Bass. A 5.2 for Ramsey Bukai. He fell on that last one. So...
Wow, so full situation change with Jean Deroux holding on to the lead, but Cowley Bass jumping himself into second on the finish with a 6.5. Ramsey falls down into third, drops a 5.2 for his last wave, but it's just shy of his requirement to take away the second place position. And Leon Glatzer with his last wave, a 4.70 followed by a 2.0. He ends up in that fourth place position. So it's the two Frenchmen advancing through into main round 4. And our bottom two surfers, Morocco and Germany for Ramsey and Leon, into the repêchage round to be surfed tomorrow. Wow. What a way to finish that off.
Yeah, there's Ramsey there looking disappointed. He started that heat in such good form. All four of those guys, that was like splitting hairs. That was a really difficult heat for the judges to start the day on. The thing that I see, though, is that if the wave doesn't have a big closing manoeuvre and it doesn't stay tall the whole time, if it tapers off too quickly and you end up doing wraps and cutties at the end, they're never the biggest scores. The biggest scores are always when the closeout turn is of consequence, and it's almost more important than what happens before it. Here we go, up and riding. Jack Robertson, this is a crazy heat.
The Australian now on his opening ride. Timer has started, and Jack's just working his way through to the inside, making it look easy, but performing some pretty difficult turns there in the mix for your average surfer paddling out any day of the week. To make it look like that is probably never going to happen.
Just he looked, after the frenetic energy of that first heat and how hard everyone was pushing on the rail and pushing themselves. Here's the lineup.
Jordy Smith from South Africa, Levi Young from Canada, Jack Robinson of Australia, and Baron Mamiya from the USA. Now out of that mix, we've got Jordy Smith and Jack Robinson, who have found themselves qualified for Paris 2024 Olympics out of their results off of the 2023 Men's WSL Championship Tour, finding themselves within the top 10 eligible men from that tour. Now at this week's event, Levi Young has a great opportunity to find himself qualified for Canada, should he end up in the top 6 of the eligible men in the draw this week. As we see the heat results, the official results with both surfers out of France, Joan Duru and Kali Bass, holding on to the leading positions, and the other two surfers will be heading into the repechage round. And then Baron Mamiya from the USA, he's going to be surfing his way through with the hopes that Team USA on the men's side can finish off as the highest ranked men's team of this event and win themselves an extra spot towards Tahiti.
That is a powerful opportunity. The leading women's team and the leading men's team receive one extra spot for that Olympics, the Paris 2024 Olympics. We know from Huntington Beach in 2022 that was taken by Japan in the men and the USA in the women, so they already have this opportunity, already have their third, USA in the women, Japan in the men, so that's a powerful advantage, and all of these, most developed nations will be fighting for that extra third spot in both genders.
Well, 17 minutes on the clock. Jack Robinson has dropped a 6-point ride for his opening wave. Let's go down to the beach, though, to catch up with Joan Duru, holding down the win in that last heat.
That is absolutely right, Joan. You're a former gold medalist here at this event, but being the first heat of the day is never easy. I did it myself. What was it like out there for you in a real close heat at the end?
Yeah, it's really hard, and they like the 3 best surfers of the contest. It was for sure one of the hardest heats of the day for sure. So, and they are like really good friends, and they are ripping on this wave, so it was a really hard hit. I'm really stoked. I just went on my strategy and didn't change, and it paid off at the end.
Growing up in beach break, you're such a complete surfer. You can do it in barrels, you can do airs, and obviously you can compete well. But coming off of the win at the Kamau Classic a few months ago in Lanzarote, talk to me about the development that you've had over your competitive career, but also staying just as motivated to compete in conditions like this.
Yeah, now I want to make big barrels, but it's in Olympics in Tupou, so I'm gonna motivate again. Last year, I give everything to be here, and now I'm gonna give everything to try to qualify.
Félicitations, Joan. Anything you want to say back home?
Ouais, merci à tout le monde d'avoir regardé, et au Chilo.
Merci.
Well, quick, short words from Joan Duru, doing all that he can to find himself in the top 6 eligible men with 6 spots available at this year's World Surfing Games.
As he said himself, that was an incredible heat. All 4 goofy footers, all going the lefts and just surfing so fast, so powerfully. It was just high performance small wave surfing. We saw some great airs on smaller sections, but then really in the end it was the turns on the wave face that won the heat, not the airs. So that's always interesting to observe. Leon Glatzer there, obviously disappointed to go down to the elimination round. I mean, I think you and I are both happy that there is an elimination round. Would have been terrible to see any of those guys go down and out of the event, because that was, and we're going to see it as time goes by, but because that elimination round is packed already, and now 2 more great surfers move down into there. Here's another heat that is just stacked. Jack Robinson with the first ride, a 6. The energy of Jack on the 6 felt a little notch down from that first heat. It was a little more cruisy, and like here, see, there's this kind of slower, cruisier kind of approach to what Jack's doing, still looking loose and flaring out of the top and creating points, but it just wasn't as deeply driven as all 4 surfers in that first heat. So congrats to all of those guys. And again, this is going to be a cracker as well. A little slower, less action to start this one for sure.
Yeah, maybe being a little more selective as we take a look here at Baron Mamiya for Team USA into that first opening maneuver, just setting himself up really for that finish. Each of them just looking for some decent wave selection. Jordy Smith now up and riding fluid on his backhand, and he'll duck out of that second turn, kind of looking down the line and not liking what he's seeing. Jack earning that 6-point ride from maybe not so much like urgency or aggression within his surfing, but the flow within his surfing is just so perfect.
Yeah, it's nice when you can take the foot off the accelerator and just use the momentum you've got from winning in Hawaii and having a great Hawaiian season, and that positivity and confidence was on display for Jack Robbo there. Really driven young man, but very aware, very smart.
Taking a look at Jack's 6-point ride.
Turns into the lip, nice foam climb there. Little power adjustments with the board, tweaks the tail out of the top, easy as she goes. Pumping, driving, boom, boom. So it had a lot of time, didn't it? And here's where the fact that wave didn't taper and stayed tall and gave him that last turn, it's kind of the recipe.
Barron on his opening ride, scores come through as a 3.87.
Yeah, and that seems, quite well scored.
Jack with a 3.5 that he backed up the 6, now up and riding again, just kind of rooster tailing that opening turn. Setting himself up now as he connects with the finish. Having some fun out in the lineup this morning.
First surfer to get 2 scores on the board, a 2.6 for Geordie Smith. Geordie didn't look quite, it was almost like he felt like that wave wasn't going to be that good.
Be sure to check out ISA Surf this week, wherever you are tuning in from. You may be watching this event right now on ISAsurf.org. If you are, you can watch the event. You can also click around on the bios under the Teams tab. Get to read about more of your favorite surfers like Sarah Baum there in the crazy sunglasses, who's found herself qualified for the Africa region. She's heading to Paris later this year and is going to be an official Olympian in just a few months' time. You can read about all these different surfers. You may already be so familiar with some of them that are out in the lineup, like a Geordie Smith, but there might be names that you're not so familiar with. You get to know more about them at ISAsurf.org. Baron Mamiya now having a look at this one, chasing down a 5.64 requirement, 2-turn combination, but he is unable to finish off that in section. Down to 11 minutes on the clock.
Slow start for most surfers besides this guy.
Jack up and riding, whips it on that first section, and he'll kick out as that wave continues to taper. Levi Young, this is, a really, really important heat for Levi specifically. He's that surfer with the most potential to actually earn Olympic qualification at this event. As we take a look at the men's qualification, there's 24 Olympic spots available. Now, within the top 10 surfers out of the 2023 Men's Championship Tour that already qualified, Jack Robinson and Geordie Smith are already on this list. So you can see Jack at number 5, Geordie at number 9, based off of their rankings last year. So they're already going through, and that's very exciting to see. The Japanese team took out the highest ranking finish at the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games, so they have won the opportunity to select a surfer towards the Olympics. Luca Messinas took away that first place position at the 2023 Pan Am Games and secured himself a spot for the Americas region. 2023 ISA World Surfing Games, just last year in El Salvador, we saw Cowley Vast, Rio Inaba, Billy Stearman, and Al Cleland Jr. gain themselves positions on the continental allocations, and that leaves us with 6 spots open this week, Barton.
And that's a lot of spots. That's a lot of people where this will be one of the greatest weeks of their life and they qualify for the Olympics.
That's right. And of course, same as 2022, this year we have the highest ranking men's and women's teams will earn a spot to be chosen by their National Olympic Committee. Now that spot can go to literally anybody. It's up to that surfing nation to decide. And the universality spot is available to eligible nations to apply. It does require it's a spot for developing nations. So any country that's had 8 or less athletes in the previous Olympic Games, that being Tokyo for this Paris summer cycle, they have the option to be able to put a name forward if they have an athlete, no matter the sport, but for us, for surfing, that is a talented enough, a skilled enough surfer to be able to compete at a wave like Tehupo.
And there's Brazil, Gabriel Medina, a 3-time world champ, warming up. You can see the 2-time world champ behind him, Felipe Toledo, and Gabriel Medina, one of the greatest of all time. The potential of this guy to his redefined competitiveness and what it means to be competitive. He will fight to the very death to win, you know, and he gives everything he's got, and he plays by the rules, but he uses the rules, and there's a little bit of a ruffle of wind that we can see hitting here. Can't wait to see Medina out in these lefts. He's you know, he can surf the great Chopu Reef and the Olympic venue as good as anyone. We've seen him win there before, so he's great in big waves, but beach breaky style conditions really are his forte, and he's going to go crazy out there, I imagine. Jordy Smith
now up and riding for Team South Africa. Digs a rail in on the opening turn, and he'll fall out. We've got 8 minutes remaining on the clock with Jack Robinson sitting in that leading position. Found himself a 6 to start. He's now got a 6.67 on the board. Barron sitting with a 3.87 and a 2.77. He's chasing down an 8.8. Levi Young has yet to get himself an opening ride. He's been sitting with priority for ages. Barron now taking off. He's caught behind the section as well, and he'll go down.
I mean, Levi, if he gets away better than 6.67 or better, you know, around that 6, because no one else has had a ride either. So what that indicates to me is that besides Jack's couple of good waves that he's found, the first one he positioned himself well, the next one he was able to find it in amongst his opponents without the priority. That was very cool. Geordie
having a paddle under priority, putting himself up for this wave, driving around the section, and that wave also just fizzles out underneath him, chasing a 4.04 requirement to get himself out of the elimination round conversation. Top 2 will be advancing through the main round. Bottom 2 will be heading into the Repêchage, which will be surfed tomorrow. And Levi now chasing a 6.46 to get himself that advancing position.
So what I was going to say is that it would seem fair to assume that besides those 2 6s of Jack's, there hasn't been another wave of consequence, and that's why Levi's still sitting there, because he knows what he wants. So he's just been waiting for what he wants. He could have had any other wave in this heat besides those 2 6s, and it's most probably a mistake with priority. So at this point in time, you can understand why he's still sitting there. But at 6 minutes, you need 2 waves. You need that wave that you're looking for to come to you pretty soon, or else you might get stuck for time.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight, Barton. You were mentioning that yesterday as well with some of those heats where it did seem like that, you know, surfer maybe holding on to priority for ages wasn't catching waves and being super active because there weren't big scores being dropped. And they have that opportunity, that ability to be listening in, as we see Leo Fioravanti for Team Italy. He'll be paddling out next against Gabriel Medina, Billy Stearman, and Sebastian Williams. But every surfer out there can hear what that beach announcer is saying, and they're listening to the scores being dropped for their fellow competitors.
Yes.
So Levi knows there hasn't been anything.
And he knows second place is up for grabs. He only needs a 6.64 as a single wave. And he's only, you know, so there's this opportunity still for Levi to have played this heat right. Jack Robinson.
Jack finding some rhythm, making things look fluid on every wave that he stood up on in this morning's heat. Barron Mamiya goes for a big throw of the tail and just trying to maybe push that into a bigger score than what the wave was looking like.
Yeah, and now the door's still open because neither of those rides are changing anything. So for Levi, we can see him actually paddling back out now.
All right, so
there's a score being considered from our judges.
So we've missed a wave from Levi, but we know that he's caught one. He's now putting himself back in position, and we'll have a look at that score to figure out
whether the wait was worth it.
That's exactly it. Whether the wait was worth it. He's now got less than 5 minutes on the clock, so he's going to surf a 5-minute heat right now.
Yeah, and if this score comes as a 4 or better, played it right. If it comes in under a 4, you go, well, that maybe wasn't worth the wait, and you could have found something else. Judges having a good, long, hard think of it. Still, you know, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in this heat really haven't got started. Geordie, I mean, he looks a little less than amped, and has not really shown us his best yet. I'm sure that now he's got that first priority. This is his opportunity. 3.7 comes in for Levi, so not the worst case scenario, but not the best.
Good way to phrase it.
Yeah, and looking now for a 2.95 to get through.
Yeah, so now he just needs, that single turn will get him the 2.95. If he finds himself a combination, he could be sitting in that same, equation where Jack's dropped in those sixes.
Yeah. And he's in fourth priority. But the good news for Levi is no one looks too interested in blocking him from anything. I suppose being in fourth place, only having ridden one wave, sort of disarms your opponents. They're almost like, well, Levi's not here. He isn't in this one yet, but he is from a score point of view, and he's very, he can get that score easily. So for Levi, he's kind of skulked away quietly and got himself over to the side. Great strategy. Hasn't alarmed anyone, got anyone sitting on him trying to steal his opportunities.
Got a paddle now from Jordy, holding on to that first priority, goes in for that single turn, but he'll take a fall, so won't be replacing the scores on his line. Biggest question mark really sitting on Levi Young for Team Canada, a 2.95 requirement. Canada has one woman that has won a spot for them at the Olympics. We'll be seeing Sanoa Olin competing in Paris, in Tahiti for the Paris Olympics. Alongside of her, we could see her sister Matea. We could see Aaron Brooks, who's a Canadian team member as well for this year's event. And then the two young brothers are in the conversation, as well as Wheeler Hasberg, who had a great event, a great heat, yesterday afternoon in the repechage rounds.
Yeah, he sure did.
So they still have all 6 of their surfers in the draw.
Levi looking, I don't think this is enough. It's 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go, off the right into that first maneuver. And he takes a slip. That's like foot straight off the wax.
Might have been a good thing. Sure, he could have got 2.95 with a big closeout, most probably. So that was a missed opportunity.
My heart's pounding so hard.
I know, he's still got 1 minute 50 on the clock. The 2.95s, it's not a big ask. He can do that if he can get the wave. He's fortunate because no one else is paying much attention to him. I was thinking that he needed to go to that Jean Deroux deep peak and get away from the opponents to that side of the lineup rather than he's looking at a right-hander, he's inside. These guys are looking at him. You can see them looking over their shoulder to see if what he's doing, what he's looking at. Geordie at third priority.
Levi getting far away. Man, he's got a 2-point ride for that opening turn.
Oh, he was getting the score with the closeout. That's
literally just
crucial.
Even won the smallest next maneuver had it for him.
Oh wow, you're right. I didn't really see that coming at the time. I was like, well, but you're right. We see 3 points for one turn. There's the first snaps. Watch the front foot. Oh, and it literally just slipped off.
That is so unfortunate. Gotta wonder as well with the water. I mean, I'd be curious to hear from any of the surfers. With the storms that we've been having, is there any of that kind of silt, that sliminess?
Look at this inside.
In the ocean?
Does he get
Jordy
a chance?
having a paddle, and it's going to go to Levi under fourth priority. Tags that section. He's chasing a 2.95. He needs actual maneuvers. First turn, second turn. Will it be enough to get him a 3-point ride, which is what he's looking for? He puts on that finishing section as well.
I could give it a 3. A lot of work.
Now Barron, though, up and riding, and Barron's looking to secure himself. He's eager to help USA men's team finish as the highest ranked and earn an extra spot. Wow. Now Jack just flaring, having, a relaxed but great heat out in the lineup.
I feel like Levi gets the score. 1 second. This is done. I feel like Levi gets the score that he needed, but Barron ups his 2.77 on his last ride and maintains his second position. So Levi might go there temporarily when this score drops, but I feel like Barron's score is going to eclipse that. 2.97.
So Levi gets the score. He's now up into second, but Barron also has a score to drop and only needs a 2.80.
He gets that for sure. So Barron's going to re-overtake Levi and hold on to that second place. Geordie Smith didn't see him do much at all.
Now, thankfully for the Olympic hopeful conversation of Levi Young, should he fall out in that third place position right now, he still has the repechage rounds to fight back through. Jack Robinson's also going to drop a score for that single maneuver, but doesn't matter where that goes because he's already going to be taking away that leading position. Barron with a little smile on his face as he paddles in here. We're just waiting for that final score, and there it is. It's a 5.27, so it's his highest score of the heat. And Baron Mamiya of the USA will walk away with second, throwing Levi Young of Canada, who surfed a 5-minute heat, into third.
Yeah, disappointing. There was the opportunity, but even still on that right-hander that he fell, Baron still would have overtaken him with that right-hander, so needed a better wave, needed to get something earlier and take that pressure off his shoulders.
Well, a lot is on the line this week. Olympic qualification with 6 slots available on the men's side. Quite a few surfers still going for them. We've got more action to come after this. Jack Robinson of Australia and Baron Mamiya of USA keeping it down in the main round. Canada and South Africa heading to the repechage round.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and Dreamer. La Jefe and Dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, I'm going to ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Welcome back to day 5 of competition for the ISA World Surfing Games here in Puerto Rico. We are in men's round 3, heat number 3. We're finishing out our men's round 3, and then we're heading into women's round 3 after this. Gabriel Medina for Brazil, Leo Fioravanti of Italy, Billy Stearman for New Zealand, and Sebastian Williams of Mexico in the water right now. And it's been an exciting morning of surfing. We've seen some big scores being dropped, some real consistency within that first heat. Performances really tight among all 4 surfers. We'll see how this one unfolds as Leo is now up and riding the Italian on his backhand into that first little hook under the section, and he'll go down. Billy Stearman opened up his account early within this heat. We haven't seen that wave yet, but he scored a 6.33 and is sitting in that leading position as Jordy Smith comes out of the water, now being relegated to the repechage round.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that was a tough heat. Jack Robinson clearly stole the show in that one right from the start, was always in the lead. Great fight back from Levi Young after kind of 15 minutes of sitting with the priority. He was nearly there, had an opportunity, but in the end, I think it was the surfing ability of Baron Mamiya that really came to the fore. Baron didn't have the best waves, but the surfing looked sharp, fast, great equipment under his feet. And here's the replay. Billy's first nice turn. First right we've seen this morning. 2-turn combination, beautiful lip line floater with power and speed at the end. There's the 1 turn from Leo. That's a little 2.5 or whatever that would come in at. 3.17 from the judges.
And a paddle here from Gabriel Medina, digging deep to get into this wave. The 3-time world champion, now up and riding. Finding a big section, throws it into the air, nearly lands it. Some exciting surfing I think we're about to see. Board tombstoning for a moment, just showing the power of those waves.
Yeah.
That's a bigger size set as well.
And the surfers never put their feet down because it's urchin ridden. So that you see they've got to float on the water and stay above it. Try not to make any contact with that reef just to be on the safe side. Gabriel on that one kind of fought it a little bit. It was hard for him to get to the right place at the right time. And even still he was able to throw it into the air and potentially get a really good score. Billy Stearman, 6.33. Nice first turn into a beautiful closeout turn. Again, the recipe of the big tall face, 2 turns on a big tall face coming to fruition there in that 6.33.
Now, Billy Stearman and Leo Ferivanti have already qualified themselves for Paris 2024. Both of them will now be 2-time Olympians come July when they get to paddle out and surf at Teahupo, the scariest, deadliest wave in the world in Tahiti. And that will be very exciting for them. Sebastian Williams is hopeful to gain himself a position so he can compete alongside his good buddy and Al Cleland Jr., who's already qualified for Team Mexico. And Gabriel Medina, the Brazilian crew, this is an interesting one because they already have 2 surfers that have qualified for Paris through the Men's Championship Tour, being Joao Chianca and Felipe Toledo. Out of this event, though, there is that extra spot available to the highest ranking men's and women's teams individually. Brazil has fielded arguably the strongest team coming into that, with Felipe Toledo, Gabriel Medina, and Iago Dora in the conversation. Now, should they take the highest ranking position at the end of this week and finish out on top for their men, they'll win an extra spot for Team Brazil to have a 3rd surfer on the men's side specifically. And CB Surf, the Brazilian Surfing Association, has decided that that spot will go to either Gabriel Medina or Iago Dora based off of their results at this event. So there's already a battle going down for the team to win together. But there's also this internal drive for both Iago and Gabriel to be the highest ranked amongst each other, to have a chance to be selected by their national committee.
Perfect. You know what I mean? That's the way it goes.
It adds the most exciting element to what's going down within that conversation.
And Brazil have 2 natural footers already qualified. They want a goofy there. I would think. I would want a goofy there, just, being the left-handed. Medina up and riding.
Up and riding into that first opening maneuver. Drives through the turn on the second. That flow, similar kind of to what we were seeing in Jack Robinson in that last heat. Not having to force anything, but naturally just getting the work done off of raw talent and skill and the amount of accomplishments that he's already had.
And he's waiting. He was kind of waiting for the wave to stand up and give him a 4th or a 5th gear moment, where the lip stands up and that's your opportunity to come out of high 2nd or wherever he was, he wasn't really almost in 3rd, and hit that section to match the intensity of that waves moment. When you do that, that's when the big scores come. That's what Billy Stearman did on that closeout turn. It was a nice, beautiful moment, a section on the wave, and he matched it with performance. He's up again.
Billy up and riding, setting himself up down the line, looking for a big opening maneuver, and just gets the rotation into the air, lands back on the flats, and he'll be putting down a 2nd score to his name. Adriano De Souza, world champion and coach for Team Italy, has been coaching for Team Italy for the last few years.
And it would seem that there is a surfboard being used as a communication tool, and that there is maybe some sign language that uses the surfboard that indicates some information to Leonardo. Not uncommon.
Yeah, using some direction, literally with the point of the nose can either be which directions you need to paddle to, if that board is being held, kind of side to side up above a head. It can be a hold if it's just being held straight up. Gabriel now, great opening maneuver to start, throws it into the air. That's the explosive kind of surfing that we've come to love within Gabriel Medina.
I can't wait to see the score because, we saw the 6.33 for Billy Stearman. In my mind, that's got to be better than that 6.33 because that was a high-risk maneuver, and the energy and the speed that he had on that wave was at the level that we expect, and it was like, okay, he means business right here, and that was, I can't wait to see the replay on that one and see how high and how tweaked out it was because it felt on first impressions like an incredible maneuver.
Sebastian Williams, representing Mexico, up and riding now on the left, sets himself up for a completed maneuver off the finish. He's now in a combination situation to get the advancing position because Gabriel Medina has dropped a 7.5.
Nice. Good to see that, rewarding the progression and those maneuvers that just aren't on the wave face, that we've seen before. Something that, obviously we've seen the airs before as well, but in this situation, that was spectacular.
big air. Now the comparison between that air and what we were seeing in that opening heat of the morning, where we saw airs from every single surfer aside from Ramsey, but the other three were throwing air reverses after air reverse after air reverse.
Yeah.
The difference between that and a 7.5 being rewarded for Gabriel Medina's,
I think, was the size of the section, the speed that he built into the turn. Here he goes again.
already up and riding again, goes for another reverse, sets himself up now down the line. So big opening maneuver, throws a turn in the middle, ends it with an air reverse. Little sandwich there.
That's why we love Gabriel Medina, right? He is so capable and so determined. Bye-bye to the 293. Sebastian Williams looked beautiful. Great style, so fluid and clean in the way he did that. Two nice backhand re-entries. It's 4.03 from the judges, so that gets him moving better than Leonardo's start. The 7.5 is going to be backed up, and Billy Stanman will find himself in second place in just a moment, you'd imagine.
Definitely. And with that, we're going to see the requirements grow. Maybe just a tiny bit. Actually, looking at the heat totals between Gabby and Billy, currently pretty equal as we take a look at this one.
Gets a re-entry first. Comes flying around the section. The speed in that first air. How far he projected horizontally across the wave. Watch this. See where he takes off? And he lands 4 or 5 feet further down the wave face, comes out of it cleanly and gets the final turn in, which is, to me, an indication of fluidity, control and ability. Wasn't too far forward on the board where out of the air he just got stuck and lost momentum. There's the first air on the second one, into another wrap, comes in and goes, well, I may as well do it again and show him I can do it anywhere, anytime. 7.27 from the 3-time world champ. He's got this heat in the bag at this point in time. Love his equipment, love his approach, and he is a competitive machine. With, you know, a lot of the times when people, here we go.
Sebastian Williams, just a little rotation right on the face of the wave, not finding any air out of that one, but adding a little bit of variety, bringing that style into his surfing as he finishes off that ending maneuver. He's now chasing a 6.80, so again, those requirements stayed roughly the same as they were before, because Billy was just ahead by about 0.3 in the heat total prior to Gabriel Medina dropping in that next 7. Gabby having a look here again. He's just having fun now. There's waves, he's gonna surf, he's gonna test out that equipment, he's gonna show that he is hungry as he flies into the air. I love with his surfing and what we're seeing right now, the way that you can just tell the wind direction is perfect. It just glues it to his feet.
Yeah.
As that board gets turned and that tail gets so high.
And he's one of those surfers that the conditions may not even matter because he's that good. And he's that good at competing. His wave selection, you know, obviously there's been surfers sitting, Billy and Leonardo, with priority, haven't seen an opportunity in the waves that Gabriel's catching, or Gabriel's sitting in different places, seeing different waves and creating 7s while his opponents sit there with the priority. So that's a full body blow, you know, where you think you're doing the right thing, and it puts pressure on people to do something. Leonardo, as the pressure was mounting on him as he sat, the longer he sat, the more pressure there was, and I think we just saw it come to have an impact in that last turn. Long wait, a couple of good turns before it, a completion there, and it was a great ride. So he's in form, he's surfing great, you just need those completions.
Sitting on the 317, another score to drop, chasing down a 7.67, and we'll go down to the beach to catch up with Jack Robinson and Mitch Salazar.
Here with the Golden Boy, he's got the Midas touch. Jackie, congratulations on another big heat win. You've done it on the backhand several times now. Talk to me about the development and the time that you really put in to perfect your backhand.
Yeah, where I'm from in West Oz, we have a lot of waves up north that are left. Well, I haven't surfed them for a long time, but I do remember how to go left. I kind of want to go right now, so hopefully we can go back to the other wave. But all the waves are fun here. You know, wherever you end up, it's good. But yeah, Puerto Rico, Caribbean, it's a cool place. I'm enjoying it.
You know, up until you qualified in 2019 for the Championship Tour, a lot of people thought of you as just a free surfer. Sebastian Williams also in the water right now. He kind of has that same thing to him. Great competitor as well. How did you kind of put that aside and kind of think to yourself, if I can do it, anybody else can?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, yeah, people can kind of interpret things, but man, I love surfing, and I'll do my thing, and whatever they're going to say. If they enjoy it, if they like it, cool. But yeah, I'm just going to do my thing. And if you can bring the free surfing to contests, I feel like that's the hardest thing to do. So if you can translate it, that's like amazing. So it's good to be a free surfer before you get onto it, I feel like.
It seems like you've been doing it well. Anything you want to say back home?
Yeah, just thanking everybody for the support, all my friends, family in Oz and all around the world. Appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you guys. Yeah.
That was a nice interview.
He's a nice kid. He's a great kid. He's so conscientious and so deeply invested in himself and in his career and his family, and he's made the moves that he's had to make in his life to put himself where he is. He's created this for himself with the help of his family. There's a lot to like about Jack Robbo.
Sebastian Williams, huge, beautiful rail work, ties it together with a little reverse on the inside. That is some smooth surfing.
Yeah, I love the way he surfs. 4.03 and a 4.4 so far. Will that be his best score so far? It was definitely his best move, individual move with the air at the end there. 3.93 came in for Leonardo on the fall, so that was heading upwards of towards a 5 or whatever, 5.5 with completion.
Gabriel Medina has dropped in a 7.80 just before we threw to that interview.
Yeah, he's like he's in another heat. He's just doing his own heat over there, and then the other three guys are in their heat over here,
How many air reverses can he land in a single heat?
Yeah, where were we at? 4.
How many more waves can he continue to increase that score line?
If 4 minutes, if I'm Gabrielle and I've got I'm just putting the handbrake on and just sitting for the rest of this one and going, I'm going to save some stuff. I don't want to show them too much too early. Don't get them too excited right now. We're through this heat. We've had an incredible performance. We haven't had priority, but we've still got excellent rides.
Speed as he flew down the line on this one.
Look at this drone. See the whole bottom of the board. And he's able to come around those and get the last moves in, complete them cleanly. Compresses in, gets really low, extends out, but not completely, just enough to maintain that pressure on the board. Lands beautifully, great height. You can see those subtle adjustments from the front foot to the back foot to keep the board planing and not catch edges.
Billy's done well in this heat to maintain that second place position as he flies to the air. He would have nearly had a full rotation on that.
Yeah, that was lofty.
We haven't seen anything like that yet.
No, and it was a hard line to choose into it. It wasn't an obvious line. So the height and the loftiness he was able to achieve shows us what he's capable of. And he's in his second position with just doing turns. And it's great to see that because it's time now when you're in this position to experiment and get the feel, because there might be a heat later on where you need to make that particular maneuver, and the experience of doing it just now might come in handy.
I mean, given the context of what we're seeing from Medina in this heat, we have to assume that as we get closer towards finals, it's going to become the requirement.
Yes. Well, it's modern progressive surfing. It's that next level from a backhand re-entry to that is a whole different level of commitment.
Sebastian now chasing down a 5.44. That wave just got a little funny on him. He did drop a 5.40 on his last wave. Leo now up and riding, chasing a 6.9, getting some of that, rail work down, those meat and potatoes of surfing with a couple of turns, but the wave didn't have too much in it.
And you could see in his face and the energy he brought. He's determined. He was trying. He was trying to milk the score that he needed out of that one. He's looking for a 6.9. At this point, 1 minute 40, I was about to say it's really a 2-wave ask, was what you would think, but with time it is not. So he's got to start looking for waves and go, is this a 7? Is this a 7? He should not ride anything else unless it's got that 7 potential in it. But from third or fourth priority, that's going to be a big ask with 1 minute 20, because the surfers in second and even third for that matter would be interested in keeping you off waves.
1 minute, 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Looks like Sebastian will have a look at this wave. He's under fourth priority, kind of just needing to stay busy. He's only chasing, about a 6-point ride in that 5.44. Setting himself up here.
Yeah, get out of it.
Would have hoped that wave would have that stand-up section on the end. Leo on this is the replay for Leo's last wave. Wondering what Adriano's thoughts would have been on it.
You know, it was a smaller wave. There he is watching the coach. And that's how because he sees him paddling for that and he's thinking, why this one? There's some good line in it. And there's potential as it comes into the inside. But tough job being a coach, I'll tell you. I've done that job, and you can't control things, you know. You can do your best, but in the end, it's up to the athlete in the water to make it happen. Perhaps he saw that wave was never going to be what he needed.
Especially considering that he's chasing a 7. He's not chasing a 4 or 5. Medina now, big wrap to start into the foam. Setting it up here for the 5th, maybe.
I'm just glad he fell.
Yeah. If he landed it, it would have been 5 landed, I think, in this.
And it would have, you know, might have been his best wave of the heat so far. So it's one of those things, you know, you want to do your best surfing, but sometimes it's better to have yourself peak at the right time and at a moment when you need it. It's easy in the heats when you're miles ahead to just keep flying and building that score. Land up, desperate time. Uh-oh.
Leo on his way in, chasing down that 7-point ride. May have been after the buzzer anyways, so unlikely to count. It'll be Gabriel Medina for Brazil taking away the win. Billy Searman of New Zealand doing very good to hold on to that 2nd place position, as it was tough between Sebastian Williams and Leonardo Fioravanti towards the end with a couple of efforts. But Medina just working out the system. Adriano de Souza, Italian coach, feeling a bit disappointed with the performance from Leo. And the good news for them, though, is that there is the repechage round to go through now. This is the main round. Top 2 advancing through, staying in the main. Bottom 2 heading to repechage round. And Leonardo will have some work in front of him, although he's already qualified for Paris. Sebastian Williams, on the other hand, has a tough road ahead of him to gain that qualification. We've got more to come with Chris Cote and Otto Flores coming in booth.
Here in Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Viva Mexico! Sebastian Williams with a buzzer beater advances through and stays in the main round with a 2nd place finish. But wow, Gabriel Medina goes monstro mode. Huge heat total there. Big heats in the lineup. Heavy happenings down here in Puerto Rico. The ISA World Surfing Games is going off. Chris Cote here with Otto Flores, Puerto Rican surf icon, to talk us through this men's round 3 heat 4. Look at these names: Ethan Ewing, Dwight Pastrana, Stanley Norman, and Alonso Correa. Peru, Great Britain, Puerto Rico, Australia represented in this international superheat. Otto, this is a matchup you'll only find in ISA competition.
It's crazy how stacked the heats are today. Oh my God, like no heat is one you can miss today. We've seen Leonardo there talking to the coach. Obviously an Olympiad already, has the slot, but wow, what a performance by Gabriel Medina, and Sebastian Williams getting it right there at the end. That was incredible.
So cool to be in on this debrief.
Wonder what they're saying.
I mean, there's only a handful of people in the world that can coach a guy as good as Leonardo Fioravanti. Adriano de Souza is definitely one of them. And I like that they're showing heart, they're showing passion. Look, you come in, and you got to know that you have another opportunity in the repêchage round. Wow. Fly on the wall moment.
We're kind of trying to eavesdrop on that one, yeah.
I'm sure there will be more moments like that, as you can definitely feel a rise. I don't want to call it tension. I'll call it more just passion. You can just feel that energy is building as we make our way towards finals day here in Puerto Rico. The need to advance through is at an all-time high here already on a Wednesday. We're going all the way through to Sunday. Let's get back to the task at hand. Alonso Correa from Team Peru, always a threat in any type of waves, including these wedging, fun beach break over reef style conditions. What do you think Alonso Correa's chances are of making it to finals day?
Well, anybody's game right here as we see live action, another air, and I think Gabriel just opened the air campaign and that last heat, and this wave really is conducive to those airs. It always has like what I call that little carpet, that little ramp, and goofy footers are definitely going to highlight. Doesn't matter if you're goofy or regular, those airs in that air section is definitely going to be. He opens up his campaign with a 4.33 if I'm not mistaken, but oh my god, I love the flow. Ethan Ewing on this one representing Australia.
One of the most technically sound surfers on the planet. Perfect style, lots of power. Of course, the technique is among the best of the best. 16:20 on the clock here in round 3, heat 4. As our surfers make their way back into the lineup, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar with Gabriel Medina.
Well, he's a former gold medalist for a reason, Chris, and you looked incredible out there this morning, Gabriel. Muito parabéns. Taking it to another level, personally. 15-point plus heat total, really taking it to the air. How'd you find the waves out there this morning?
Yeah, it's kind of tricky out there, but it's still fun, when you find the waves. Yeah, I just tried to keep busy. I was getting a lot of waves, and yeah, it feels good to make through another one. But yeah, it's kind of tricky out there.
I don't know if anybody has ever asked you this question. You come from a country that is dominant in athletics, soccer, basketball, volleyball. Why did you prefer surfing over any other sport?
Yeah, I fell in love for the sport. I used to play soccer for fun, and my best friend invited me to go to the beach one time, and then I just fell in love. It's something that it's like when you do something in life that you really love. I think you find your purpose, and yeah, that was like when I first had a try. I just really wanted to do like every day, and I have friends that play soccer, play tennis or volleyball, but I went surfing because my mom used to surf, and yeah, my best friend invited me, so that's pretty much it. And yeah, I love surfing.
Well, another dominant performance. Anything you want to say back home in Portuguese?
Obrigado a todos que torceram. Sei que todo mundo está acordando aí. E é isso, mais uma. Vamos para a próxima. Tamo junto.
Obrigado, Gabriel.
Thank you, Mitchell, for asking that question, and even more thank you to Gabriel's best friend. I mean, it's hard to imagine the competitive surfing landscape without Gabriel Medina in it, and I love what he said there. It just takes one time to fall in love with surfing, and beyond Gabriel Medina's kind of world, right? He's a tactical monster. Obviously, when he's on it, he is going to be nearly impossible to beat. But I love that sentiment right there. I mean, you could tell his mind just switched back to his pure love of surfing. And we are really fortunate and grateful to have Gabriel Medina in the world of surfing and to have him down here in Puerto Rico. And I know for a fact, Team Brazil and the entirety of the Brazilian fan base has to be excited with what's happening right now. Of course, they have full faith in Felipe Toledo and Zhao Chianca heading into the Olympics in Tahiti. But I think their chances of gold with Gabriel Medina on that Olympic team, if they can get a high ranking here and get that third spot, will be a whole lot better.
Well, let's circle back. I think that was one of the most insightful interviews I've ever heard of Gabriel Medina. It kind of put him back into his childhood. And, with all the interviews he gets and all the questions he gets, I got to take my hat out to Mitchell. That was awesome to hear. some personal love for the sport, and I think all of us suffer from that. We love the sport of surfing, but going back to what you said, Chris, Gabriel Medina, Chopo, it's just a good recipe, and I think Brazil's definitely looking for that. You know, they have great representation with Toledo, and Joao obviously being a great surfer, but the best surfing I've ever seen in Tahiti has 3 names. It's John Kelly, and the winner of that contest was
100%.
Gabriel Medina. So, I mean, nothing better than that. And I think Gabriel's quietly on a mission here. And, you know, we saw him throw away some excellent scores on that last heat. And if anywhere suits his surfing, Arecibo, Puerto Rico is kind of tailor-made for him. Barrels, sections, airs, backside, frontside, it doesn't matter. It just seems like Gabriel looks right at home.
Yeah, and I like that you identified that, and it's almost, you can feel it in the air. Gabriel Medina is on a mission here in Puerto Rico, and that just means we are all in for a great show of things to come. Gabriel has gone monstro mode, and we're here for it. Coming up next, another amazing heat. Para Vida, Costa Rica in the house. Carlos Munoz will be paddling out. It's a incredibly stacked lineup. Every heat today feels like a final. And the waves look super fun. I mean, that's a key word. When you look at waves like this, punchy wedge, it gives you that kind of launching takeoff, right? There's a little chipping you get from the outside, and if the inside section continues to do what it's done already this morning, we're in for a fun ride. You know, these are the type of waves that a lot of these surfers kind of built their career on. You think of kind of the QS, right? Around the world and back. These are waves that everyone left in the draw is going to feel very comfortable in. And the good news is it's super consistent. So we're going to see a lot of reps, a lot of air attempts, a lot of airs being made, and plenty of power out there too. So these surfers are going to have options. Get on the rail, carve, get into the air. You know, there's a real skate park type of feel out there.
Yeah, and on screen, I'm pretty proud of this young man. Right there, he jumps into second place. Dwight Pastrana has just put a lot of time. He moved out here to Arecibo just for this contest. He's been living here for about 6 months.
He moved here to practice.
He moved to practice. He got himself an apartment right down the street. And, you know, for those people who don't know Dwight, he charges pipeline. He's an amazing good wave surfer, but he knew he had to work on his ripping game. He goes to the air. He's really consistent, has a really good wraparound. And yeah, just really proud of him maturing his competitive technique. And man, I can't help to say I love Ethan Ewing's rail game. His rail never leaves the it's awesome to see him surfing out here.
So pure, isn't it? 10 minutes to go here. Stanley Norman now representing Team Great Britain. Solid already for Stanley Norman as he's still in round 3 on the main. Team Great Britain has been making big strides as of late. I would say the past 3 or 4 years. First, you go back to Russell Winter, and the Bulldog, one of the OGs of Great Britain competitive surfing. And it's great to see new names and new faces coming up. And we're going to continue. I really feel like we're going to continue to see a lot of development in Great Britain with events like this that just add to the experience and, you know, add to the hype. So when this team goes back to Great Britain, you know there's going to be a line of grommets waiting, just trying to sink their teeth into international competition. But some tense moments on the beach. I mean, you can tell the stakes are high just by the faces you see.
Yeah, and I see Dwight Pastrana's time is paying off here. And that's the beauty of these ISA events. I think it's a recharge for all the countries. Every time they come to one of these World Surfing Games, you see just this re-energizing inspiration energy. The teams go back, and I don't know if you guys have been checking out the social media, but it looks so cool. Seeing all the teams, what music they listen to, what they're into, how they prepare, and also amazing waves, free surfing and competitively. These guys are having a ball in Puerto Rico.
No doubt. I would imagine it's hard not to. Place has that vibe. 8:23 to go. Alonso Correa, Team Peru, in the lead for now, a 4.57 and a 4.33. Pastrana hanging in there in second with a 4.20 and a 3.4. Ethan Ewing has dropped the highest single wave score of this heat so far with a 5.83. We are waiting for his second score to come through. love to see Ethan Ewing kind of enter that relentless mode. You know, even on that last wave, which didn't look like the best wave we've seen of the morning. I mean, he made it look good. He manufactured what's probably going to be a solid backup score.
And you know what? He's keeping busy. He's going to that wide peak right there, and you know what he's doing. And I think the Australian corner's got it pretty wired. You get your first wave solid, try to match that or better it on your second. We saw Jack Robinson do it, and now Ethan just following suit. You know, he's got a pair of fives. Now he's just going to build from that.
Quick look at Alonso Correa. You guys, a veteran competitive surfing. And he will make you earn it. I mean, you're not going to beat Alonso Correa without a lot of effort. Rarely makes mistakes. He's super powerful. Ethan Ewing now has a little wedge to work with. Take notes, kids. Well, still take notes, but generally speaking, Ethan Ewing, you know, his forte, it's almost like his signature is written in cursive on the wave, right? There's no hard edges. It's all beautiful rail work. You see now Stanley Norman hammering that end section. He goes down. Can you feel the desire in the water right now?
Heck yeah, and you brought up Russell Winter, and there's a certain similarity. He just really, really eager and angry on that last section. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck, but yeah, I know Ethan is, famous for his rail, but he's got his errors. He's got his combos. You could see him complete waves in that progressive surfing, but I do love the classical, resemblance of Andy a little bit in there. Obviously, his signature, just smooth operator, and the way he links waves. I had a chat with his dad the other day, and I was looking at him surfing. It's just like there's never a hiccup. It's just flawless. When you talk about rhythm and tempo, he's just got a straight, beautiful line just going up and down. Inspiring to see him surfing. Can't wait to see more of Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, it's almost like the word grovel is not in his vocabulary, because for most of us, right, on a smaller wave like today, you'd probably want to ride a little bit wider of a board. There would be some hopping involved. There would be some obvious effort to generate speed, but for Ethan Ewing, he just like he's on a knife. And his boards look really narrow at the tail. They're pulled in. And I don't think a lot of quote-unquote normal surfers could ride the same board as Ethan Ewing rides. His technique is up there in, the upper 1%. And you said Andy Irons. I see Andy Irons. I see Bruce Irons. I see Mick Fanning. And when you're being compared to those three surfers, you're doing something right.
When you can combine those three in your surfing, you're definitely doing something right. And talking to his dad and talking to the Australian corner, it's really cool how you see how they pick their equipment, how they put those magic boards on ice. And it seems like this one's one of his favorite, and he only uses it in heats. And you know why? Because he trusts his equipment, and man, it just doesn't look like he can make a mistake.
I mean, even that wave, which may or may not go into his scoreline, was just a study in pure, beautiful surfing. Different type of power, right? It's like a technical power.
Yeah.
It's not heavy-footed. It's just use of rail.
And it's also not light-footed, because when he needs to stomp on that board and really put that rail down, it's there, but it doesn't seem forced. It just seems like with that finesse, as we see the surfer from Great Britain going vertical off the top. This wave, unfortunately, not offering enough, and Ethan Ewing just comfortably in the first place position, as we see in blue, the Puerto Rican surfer, the Boricua, Dwight Pastrana.
I've seen this kid do some big errors. Looks like he's telegraphing something down the line. Has to rely on a snap there, goes down. The wave just bottomed out underneath him. Do like the effort there. Great uniforms for Team Puerto Rico as well.
Yeah, that's Ocean Vibes, just really doing a custom thing. I think it's a collaboration between an artist and a local company, so big ups to Ocean Vibes for supporting those red, white, and blues for Puerto Rico. And yeah, just a busy Ethan Ewing on this one, Chris.
He's just banging away. You just see him each and every wave. A singular focus, right? You can tell he's not thinking about anything else in the world but the task at hand, which is to just surgically dismantle every wave that he rides. With 3 minutes to go here, Ethan Ewing in the lead. Alonso Correa, second place for now, the 4.57 and a 4.33. Pastrana with a 4.20, trying to get rid of a 3.4. If he gets a 4.70 or above, he will jump into that second spot. Stanley Norman still has some fight left in him, only needing a 5.43. This one will go down to the wire, as I expect most of our heats today, too. Alonso Correa there had priority. Deep paddle. Most likely going to switch. It does. He goes to third priority now. Stanley Norman in green, representing Team Great Britain in that top priority spot. Pastrana in second priority.
Ooh, that opens the door there a little bit. I don't know if that was a mistake or not with 2 minutes remaining, Chris. And these are the little nuances that could cost you a heat. So, you know, we know the Peruvian surfers got a lot of experience, a team that has evolved, especially in this ISA format and the Olympic, you know, team format. But yeah, I think that was an opportunity kind of given, and hopefully Dwight can capitalize on that. You know, Puerto Rico needing, you know, to get that confidence, and we got the surfers, we got the waves. Now we need to just stay in this main event.
I mean, the Olympic dream is alive and well right now for Dwight Pastrana, representing Puerto Rico. Remember, this is main round surfing. Feels like finals day already, of course. If you get third and fourth in this round, you still have a shot. You know, there's already been some calculations going on behind the scenes. Some surfers maybe needing 3 or 4 more rounds to get that golden ticket. You know, Fernando Aguirre, ISA president, will be busy in the next few days. Best job in the world, telling someone that their dream has just come true. Can't wait to see how that unfolds. And also, by the end of the day today, we're going to see a little bit more clarity in the overall team standings, which, of course, are of paramount importance. A lot on the line. Potential third Olympic slot, potential first Olympic spot. So the overall team rankings leaders will be getting some good news at the end of the week, as well as we see Dwight Pastrana with second priority.
Oh, unfortunately, this one kind of closing out for them in the dying seconds of the heat. And yeah, yesterday I had a little epiphany. I was surfing and I was kind of thinking, like, wow, Fernando will be activating himself, and these slots will be opening up, and it's very exciting to see. And I'm intrigued to see who's gonna get that little call, and yeah, who's gonna make that Olympic dream. We got 8 for the women, 7 for the men, and a lot of it's gonna be unfolding in the next couple of days. And yeah, today we're just trimming down a little more. I can't believe 5 days already have gone by, and 5 days of competition are already in the works.
Well, it'll be, you know, great PR for Puerto Rico as well. Olympic qualifiers coming out of this beautiful place. Boricuas have a lot to be proud of already this week, and much more of that to come. As Ethan Ewing there, quick victory wrap. Round 3, Heat 4 is in the books. Ethan Ewing gets the win. Alonso Correa, Team Peru. Both those surfers stay in the main round. A little bit of frustration there for Dwight Pastrana, but it was a great effort. Finishes off in third place along with Stanley Norman, representing Team Great Britain, in fourth. Those two surfers will have another shot at glory in our repêchage rounds, which are quickly being stacked with deadly competitors. More great heats coming up. Don't go anywhere. We got Yago Dora, Carlos Munoz, Luca Macinas, and Kehu Butler. Yes, you heard that right. 4 incredible surfers take to the lineup. Right after these messages, we'll be right back. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2024.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo, Pancho. Te amo, Pancho.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. There's Alonso Correa coming through in second place, along with Ethan Ewing, who just won that heat with an 11.33 total. Estrana, Puerto Rico, third. Stanley Norman, Great Britain, fourth. They will be in the repêchage round, so we will see more of those two athletes. But now let's take it to the lineup. Round 3, Heat 5 is on. Chris Cote here with Otto Flores. We got Yago Dora, Carlos Munoz, Luca Macinas, and Kehu Butler. New Zealand, Peru, Costa Rica, and Brazil. And I feel like we're about to be in for an air show. Yago Dora is one of the best aerialists currently competing on planet Earth. If anybody's going to fly, it's Yago. But hey, Carlos Munoz has done some amazing airs in his day as well. I feel like Luca Macinas, Kehu Butler, most likely will rely more on the kind of pure power and rail game. But any of these four surfers, if given the opportunity, they will do something absolutely progressive and radical, including this guy right here, Kehu Butler. Quick reaction times there, fits in 3 turns where most would only maybe fit 1. And right behind him, Macinas on his backhand, La Maquina. This is a relentless competitor.
I was gonna say these conditions for Messina, like it's lethal. You know, this guy is one of the most consistent surfers in the world, and he will never stop. Relentless.
Why they call him La Maquina. 1648. Mitchell Salazar standing by with Ethan Ewing.
The most stylish surfer on the planet right here. Ethan, congratulations. I got a chuckle out of you. It's not every time that we get to do that. First of all, congratulations. A little tricky out there. Competitive Heat 2. Talk to me about the experience in 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely a change coming from 30 minutes that we usually do on the CT. It's definitely, you have to stay busy, and yeah, everyone here has been ripping. I've been so impressed with the level. It's been super cool to see.
What about hanging out with Team Oz too? A different dynamic, obviously, than the Championship Tour, but a beautiful line they can explore in just a couple of hours too.
For sure, yeah, it's been so fun. Usually, I'm just with my dad. We're kind of doing our own thing, but to be kind of in the team environment, it's been really, really good. Everyone's kind of feeding off each other's energy, and just going surfing with them and hanging out's been, yeah, a highlight this trip.
Talk to me about the board you're riding right now. It seems like a change up from the other day at Margata.
Yeah, it's a same size. It's a 6'1", but it's a squash tail today. It's pretty soft out there, so yeah, I need to get off the round pin. Yeah, it feels good.
Thanks for your time, Ethan.
Thanks, Mitch.
You know, usually, if a surf team comes to your local break, you're going, oh no, this is going to be a nightmare. I'm not going to get any waves. But if Team Australia shows up, Ethan Ewing is there, the rest of the crew. Embrace it. Take notes. You will learn something if you watch the world's best do it, especially at your home break. And I see this a lot at skate parks, right? You skate a park day in, day out, and then a pro shows up and you're going, wait, you can go from there to there? How is that even possible? It's the same thing with surfing. You see these elite level surfers in waves that we all could pretty much surf on a daily basis. It is a great way to be inspired, to learn something. And this is going to be a super fun day, I think, for all levels of surfers, because these are really the waves that we get on a day in, day out basis. Here's your 2023 WSL Top 10 rankings. These are surfers who have now qualified for the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympics. From Toledo all the way down to Matthew McGillivray, all of these surfers competing here in Puerto Rico. Team qualification went to Team Japan in Huntington Beach, California. Kanoga Igarashi and the crew did big things in California to get that slot. Luca Macinas did it in the Pan Am Games. And this list of surfing luminaries continues on with Kali Voss, Rio Inaba, Billy Stearman, and Alan Cleland, who qualified via the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games in Surf City, El Salvador. Waves were pumping. Alan Cleland got gold. And his mark on history already made, and there's 6 more slots available. So again, Otto, we talked about Puerto Rico will be in the news cycle as a place where Olympic dreams came true. And first place team qualifier, that spot, and then the universality place, which is a great way to include a talented surfer from a country that may just be rising in the world of surf competition. Carlos Munoz now, Pura Vida, Costa Rica.
Wow, that was a nice vertical turn to start that wave.
Wow, was he foiling right there? He got over that section.
Just getting really creative, Carlos Munoz. A lot of experience under that belt. Carlos, former championship tour member, and definitely one of the best surfers that Costa Rica has ever seen. Circling back to Ethan Ewing, 6'1". I don't even use boards that long.
Yeah.
That is so cool to know.
That's what we're saying. Like, there's not a lot of people that could ride a board effective like Ethan Ewing.
I ride 6'1" when the waves are barreling. Like, Ethan Ewing is making that board look so sweet. Yeah, that was very impressive to see him riding a board like that. And I do know that riding a board with more length looks a lot better. And obviously, Ethan Ewing just showing how a 6'1" should look in pretty crappy waves. Yeah, just going back to this heat. Kale Butler really busy, starting with a 6'8'3". Looking like his equipment is light, probably a composite board, following it up with a 5-point ride as Carlos opens up with a 4-point ride. He's in the second place position, and I believe we're still waiting for that second wave. Vertical hit, that first one, and yeah, just putting Lucas Messina and on the screen here, Iago Dora. Yeah, just making him work for it.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of effort today. You're going to have to rely on all your skills if you want to make it through these heats. I mean, look at every heat we have of the morning so far has featured national champions, championship tour competitors, world champions, ISA champions. And let's not forget, at the end of this event, we will be crowning our ISA world champions, gold medalists here in Puerto Rico. So, again, a lot at stake, a lot on the line. Olympic dreams, medals, team glory. And we're just getting started here on a Wednesday morning, and we're already seeing incredibly stacked heats as Luca Messinas now fighting for every point he could on that wave that was doing everything it could to not let him achieve a big number, but almost like he was trying to prove that wave wrong.
Well, he's looking for a 1.38, and he definitely fit a lot where a lot wasn't fitting. Incredible surfing, super fast. His equipment looking on point as he gets a 4.23 and moves into the second place position. So still to see scores from Carlos Munoz. Iago Dora gets an up and down right there. Still to see scores dropping in for him. He's got a nice one under his belt. And Chris, the plethora of surfers, the draw here is like no contest you've ever seen before. It's every single good surfer from every country in this event. So the ISA just bringing that to the table. It's always refreshing, but also inspiring to see. And I love the fact that everybody here is representing their flag. They walk as a team. We are involved in the most selfish sport in the world. It's a very individual sport. We all want to surf by ourselves. And I love the fact that the ISA has always brought a team, a unified recipe to surfing. And yeah, I'm super excited they're here.
Yeah, we start this event with a unique element of the ISA, which is Parade of Nations, a literal parade of nations, super fun to watch. And then our Sands of the World, where we blend the actual sands from each nation represented here. And this is a 5.1 for Iago Dora, who always seems to push towards the outermost limits of progression. Even that little lip slide he did, something different, something new for the judges to kind of look at, decipher. Here's the highest single wave score so far.
Yeah, nice turn off the top. Really vertical hits, tail drifts, and I think that's why the judges awarded him. Just so smooth right there off the bat. Nice quick little one, drifts the tail, and really good surfing by the Kiwi right there.
I love how he's just nice and tight in the pocket. He's a big kid too, so you know, to see him be able to achieve that amount of speed, and that last turn where he just kind of showed a flash at the sides of his fins. Judges love to see your fins, especially on a turn like that. It just shows that, you know, you're doing something unique and you're releasing the control mechanism of your surfboard. And if you can do that while still maintaining control, you're going to get credit. And Kehu Butler right now with that 6.83 and a 5 in the lead. Yago Dora in second. Cenas needs a 5.6. Carlos Munoz a 5.83.
Yeah, it seems like Yago, you know, he's getting opportunities and just really capitalizing. I think, you know, his surfing is so good that, like, what we would consider an average maneuver from him is still something that scores really good on the board. Still mid-range score. You know he wants to better that, but he's building his house. And, man, that first top turn, you know, for him, I don't think it's a quality turn, but if I did a turn like that, I'd be pretty happy. So, you know, 2-turn wave, degree of difficulty, obviously, on the board right there, and gives him that 5.10, puts him in second place.
Yeah, Yago's story is pretty cool. You know, he's one of the few surfers on the championship tour kind of started their early career as a free surfer, you know, a video guy. Saw him in a bunch of Volcom movies early on, and we were fine with that, you know. Cool. We get to watch Yago in videos for the rest of our lives. That's awesome. Then he made the switch and quickly was able to pull all of his dynamic skills and cool tricks and put them in more of a competitive box, and it's worked out in a wonderful way.
Yeah.
Yago Dora is the highest ranked current surfer from Brazil on the championship tour. Right now he's leading the charge for the Brazilian Storm, which for the first two events on the CT, it's not like them to not have a surfer up in the top 5. Yago Dora right now being the highest ranked, but I feel like that's kind of needling at Gabriel Medina, because you can tell he's come down here to Puerto Rico with a little something extra.
Yeah, you can attribute that to his dad, I think, you know, having his dad working with top athletes on tour. And I think Yago just kind of felt the fire, and obviously one of his main subjects. And I think his dad brings a different recipe to coaching, a spiritual, physical, a really kind of energetic recipe to his athletes. And I think Yago definitely gravitated to that. I'm really impressed at Yago at Pipeline and at Waves of Consequences too, where he mixes his progressive surfing, but also has like a kind of Jerry-esque kind of style. You know, he's smooth in the barrel, and then, you know, he could do a nice rail turn, but obviously if a section comes at him, what he's really known for is his aerial tactics. He came to Puerto Rico before, I think, and he did a movie, Volcom movie, in this coastline, and there's some amazing footage of him over the lip. And yes, Yago is one of my favorite goofy footers. Definitely smooth, calm, collected, but oh boy, can he fly.
Hopefully we get to see that. I mean, this is bread and butter for air surfers. See Carlos Munoz. Like Carlos riding a little bit longer of a board as well, and I'm here for it. You know, it's, if we were free surfing, I'm with you, Otto. I would be riding a 5.3, you know, wider, 19 and maybe 19 and a quarter, 19 and a half wide. But it's really kind of refreshing and cool to see surfers out here riding a little bit longer, narrower boards. Maybe that board from Carlos Munoz and kind of the board that Ethan Ewan is riding, 6.1, 6.0, probably under 19 inches wide. I would say the standard for, again, normal surfers, everyday surfers, a little shorter, a little bit wider, just to make things easier for us.
Wow.
So we see Yago now, underrated for how good his backhand is as well.
I think
lethal.
that's one of his lethal weapons right there. I love how he fits in the turn a little bit. Reminds me a little bit of Owen Wright, how he tweaks it right under the lip and releases his tail. Always capturing scores on those backside waves, and clearly right there, probably going to replace one of his lowest scores with that last right. And very tactical. Went away from the crowd, spotted the right, got the score, and probably coming back with a you know, pretty happy result on that one.
Kehu Butler here.
And he actually split this wave with Yago, so backside on both ends.
perfect placement there for those 2 turns. You couldn't have done those in any better spots on that wave. And the numbers come through for Yago Dora. 6-6-7. Yago jumps to the lead. Kehu drops to second. We're waiting for that second score, that last wave to come through.
That's good.
Team New Zealand doing their research, doing their homework.
And he gets a 5.9 and runs back into that first place position. So it's a backside battle on that last exchange, and the Kiwi surfer coming out on top because he had that 6.8.
Yeah, Kehu Butler has been doing big things the last few years. He's been right on the edge of qualification. The WSL Championship Tour. He's a standout in Challenger Series events. It's been great to have him in ISA competition representing Team New Zealand. I mean, they've come through with a forceful squad. Their women definitely do more than their part in holding up their end. They've got a strong female contingent. Kehu right now, I mean, if he can win this heat, you can bet that's a confident booster. That is a full-on momentum blast out of a cannon. Matt, you take down guys like Yago Dora, Luca Macinas, Carlos Munoz, all steady, solid competitors. All 3 of those guys make it very difficult for you to beat them. I would say Carlos Munoz, right? Explosive energy, an emotional, passionate surfer. He's got a lot of desire. Luca Macinas, La Maquina, is so technically sound and tactically will not make an error. And then you've got Yago Dora, one of the best in the world. That is a huge list of surfers. If you can wind up on top in 1 minute 47 seconds, you've done something miraculous, really.
Well, yeah, he's definitely in the good seed. And also, talking a little bit about the forecast, these guys, when they make their heats, looking at the forecast, they're going to be incentivized. I think the waves are going to slowly but surely come up, get a little more contestable, and as we could see, El Rastreal was picked for that high-performance surfing, and it's been displayed. But also, looking a little bit ahead, these surfers want a little bit of a bigger surf, as we see Lucas here finding opportunity and just really attacking this wave creatively. And he's looking for a 7.64, so it's a big ask, and another vertical hit there by Carlos Munoz. So these guys answering back, hearing the call, and it's a tall order. Let's see what the judges award him.
The second turn that Luca did on that wave was a stunner.
Really,
will it be enough?
Really tactical. He just kind of fit it in there. I think that's the magic of Lucas's surfing.
Here's Yago Dora. No doubt hunting a ramp. Can he find it? He does.
He's got
too easy.
Glue in his feet.
Too easy. So looking for a 5.97. And weirdly, that was the only air we saw of this whole heat. All 4 of these guys capable of flying, but you got to surf for what the wave is offering you. That was wild. I mean, he landed with his tail basically straight down in the water and just easily whips it back around. And Cenas now, he goes upside down, can't come down with it. 3 seconds left. So we'll see what that number is for Yago Dora for that completed front 3. Kehu Butler, he can stay on top. He is going to be feeling great about that result. Top 2 surfers stay on the main round podium. 3rd and 4th place surfers will enter the repêchage, the danger zone. We'll see if Yago goes to first with this one. How did he make that?
Dude, it looked like he had glue in his feet. Super precise over the lip, just really beautiful and technical. Not an easy section either,
No.
Kind of bashed it, looked really poised on that one. We're going to have to see, but definitely the Kiwi and the Brazilian surfer.
I'm giving him credit for the front 5 right there. He pulled that all the way around, fully rotated. Not an easy section to work with, and the judges knew it. So they give him full credit. Yago Dora jumps up into the top spot. Kehu Butler advances through in 2nd place. Macinas, Munoz. They are now let loose in the repêchage round where the hunger just rises. That is the elimination round. But for now, the main round still showing us that the world's best surfers are here to compete. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back with more action live from Puerto Rico. Stay tuned.
Day 4 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico saw a full day of repechage rounds.
Look at this one, Rachel.
Nice opening turn, confident. Second turn, even bigger. That is 4 large turns.
Spain's Kai Odriozola scored an 8.17.
I'm here just gaining experience, and to be here competing with all these big names like Medina, Toledo, Ethan Ewing, all these guys, it's just amazing, and I don't have any pressure. I just want to learn from these guys and do the best I can.
A 7.83 went to Venezuela's Jose Lopez. Rachel Presti from Germany found a 7.87. Canada's Sanoa Olin scored a 9.17, which so far is the highest score in the women's event.
The waves were really fun this morning. I was definitely super happy to find the waves I did and kind of just get in the rhythm. And like those are the heats that are so fun when you're able to just kind of like free surf. But yeah, it definitely felt good to put a good heat together, especially after like a frustrating heat at Megara the other day.
A 7.67 was the high score for Chelsea Ruitt from Barbados. Tune in tomorrow for more action with both the men's and women's main rounds and repechage hitting the water.
Are back live from Puerto Rico. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Double podiums today. Men and women here in the main event rounds competing. So that means double judges, double scaffolding, double duty. Thank you to the ISA for making it possible to host an event of this size with this many surfers. No easy task. Kehu Butler comes through triumphant in second place, stays in the main round, along with Iago Dora, who just put on a clinic. Power, progression, everything in between. And you're going to see more of that. Here is men's round 3 heat 6, an international superheat featuring Ryo Ueda, Maximilian Michalewski, Andy Crier, and Anthony Fillingham. Costa Rica, Spain, Poland, and Indonesia represented in this heat. Chris Cote here with Otto Flores. Otto, the skate park is open. There are a few glitches on some of these waves, but there's also some diamonds in the rough out there, some wedges to be had. And you can feel the hunger at an all-time high as Anthony Fillingham, this powerful surfer representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica, makes do with the wave came to him right there. Feels like a beach break, but it's definitely a reef break. It's shallow. It's pretty gnarly on that inside section. And it's very unpredictable. I mean, you can imagine sitting out here in this lineup, there's a lot of chunks and bumps and kind of wedges coming into the takeoff zone. How do you identify a wave that's going to give you the opportunity to shine?
It's really funny because, we're used to a little bit of a kind of wind choppy short period swell here in the Atlantic, and it's, I grew up surfing waves like that, and just to identify those waves and to go down the line, for me, this spot, the wide ones are really the ones that draw water off the reef, and they line up, and you could get that consistency. As we see Andy here from Spain in green, he spent a little bit of time here. The VAST team came down and did some research, some R&D, as we see some live action here from Indonesia's Ryo Ueda. That was a 3.5 for the Indonesian surfer, and also another surfer that spent some time here is Anthony Fillingham, and unfortunately that wave not offering too much, but yeah, when the water draws off the reef and you kind of can detect that, as we see our current leader, Andy from Spain, you can get some good ones. Here we see in blue from Poland, our Polish surfer, capitalizing on that one. Unfortunately, doesn't complete that maneuver. But yeah, Chris, it's it's kind of tricky out there. You know, we heard it from the world's best, and yeah, it's just anybody's game for sure.
Do they have to say that? Do they have to say it's tricky? It's not tricky for them. I think they're saying that to make us all feel a little bit better. As we see Rio Waida now. Big snap to start. Indonesia's in the house with Rio. Championship Tour surfer with Olympic dreams. So nicely done there for Rio Waida. 14:18 to go. Rio makes his way back to lineup. Iago Dora has made his way to the beach where he is standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
And making it look as easy as ever, too. Iago, muito parabéns. You got it done on your 2 last waves, too. Competitive heat. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I had a kind of a slow start out there. Tejo started to get some nice waves, but at least he was like the only one that had a nice rhythm from the start, and all the rest of us were like struggling to find a wave. And then I started just like getting a few scores. I got like a couple 4s just to like feel a little better about myself, and then started building on that.
The guys have been talking about the skate park playing field that we have out there right now. What was your stoke level when you saw the conditions this morning and you knew you were going to have a lead later on?
Yeah, it's great. The bank down here is super fun. I really liked surfing here the other days, and today there's moments where it gets a little slow, and we had one of those moments in the start of my heat, but like overall it's a super fun wave and super rippable, a lot of good ramps, and the wind's perfect for the lefts too, so yeah, I was stoked.
It's no secret that your dad's one of the best coaches in the world. He works with yourself, Jack Rabo, multiple other people. What kind of things do you take from your dad's perspective and add on to Paulo and the other coaches that you have for Team Brazil?
Yeah, I know, like, these kind of waves, you just have to stay active, especially in 20-minute heats. I think, like, everyone says that I'm the kind of surfer that doesn't need the best waves to produce a good score, so on these kind of waves, I just have to like keep surfing and riding a lot of waves, and at some point I'll have 2 good scores.
Obrigado, Iago. Anything you want to say in Portuguese?
Obrigado, a galera que tá torcendo, continua acompanhando. Bora, Brasil!
Parabéns, Iago Dora. I like what he said right there. Everybody knows. He doesn't have to get great waves to get huge scores. He's that good.
Well, we talked about that. He doesn't really have to get good waves. He just has to do his normal type of surfing, which it's above average. So really cool to see him, you know, at the end of the heat, obviously busting that full rotation and really making it like, you know, what we saw that skate park, what we see in Errastia, that left really offering him the opportunity. But his other high scoring wave was a right. So, you know, this is a predominant left, but these guys are finding some flair on the right as well.
Yeah. Doing Iago things. We love to see it. 11:40 to go. Rio Waida now in the lead. Andy Cray in second. Anthony Fillingham has dropped down to third. And Maximilian Michalewski, representing Team Poland, in fourth. I've got a pop quiz here for you as Maximilian Michalewski makes his way down the line. A powerful surfer. Wow. I'd love to tell you where he was born. But for me, this is a tough word to figure out. Bydgoszczz. That's how you spell Maximilian Michalewski's hometown. You want to take a shot at that, Otto?
It is. Spanish is my first language, but it sounds like Bydgoszcz.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for that.
Okay. Well,
I hope I didn't butcher it that bad, but yeah, that was my best bet right there. I mean, I put a little bit of Latin in that pronunciation. I'm sure there's a little accent at the end as well, but you know what? He's ripping the coast out of Cibo right now, and that's what's important. As we see on screen, Rio Waida, our current heat leader, and we were watching the interview. He got that 5.83, and Rio's another Olympic surfer that is here to get that opportunity. And one of my favorite surfers on tour, Rio, very dedicated, obviously a great surfer, and you know, he came out of nowhere and just blitzed the world tour and the international surfing scene. I love his surfing, I love his passion, I love his dedication, and I think he left his house for like, I don't know, 8 or 9 months on end just to focus on tour, to get his rhythm, and to stay on point, with his professional career. So I take my hat off to, the plethora of good surfers there in Indonesia, and Rio Waida just taking that step and really becoming a mainstay in the World Tour.
Absolutely, and I feel like all those attributes you listed, and also put attitude in there. Rio, a lot like Yago, and they do it the right way. They do it with a lot of joy. Obviously, they have the passion and determination. We've seen both of them tempers flaring after, a performance they didn't like. But more often than not, they come through with positive energy. And that counts for a lot. Yago said it. He looked at the waves today and he said, wow, this looks fun. Let's go out there and have a good time. And then that's how you can defeat yourself with a bad attitude before you even hit the lineup. If you look out there and you go, oh man, this is going to be grindy. What am I supposed to do in waves like this? Don't do that. Go out there with every intent to have the time of your life. And yeah, it's going to be stressful. We know what's on the line here. But giving yourself a little edge through positive thinking, I think, can definitely help you out there. You see Anthony Fillingham right now sitting on a couple threes. And he's a big guy. He has to rely on technique to build speed and generate enough room on these waves to let him unleash his powerful turns. No easy task when you're 6 feet plus in waves that are in the waist to chest high range. Some head high sets coming through. But the one thing that is a constant is everybody has the same opportunity in these waves.
Pretty much so, and I think that mental aspect that you have to bring into play, especially in these days that are a bit more technical, a little more challenging, and you gotta find those little gems, those diamonds in the rough are really important. You gotta have an open mind. You have to, obviously put your talent on the spot, as we see here, live action by Rio Waida. He gets one good turn off the top, a second turn off the top. He's trying to get rid of a 5.67, very comfortable lead at the moment. And live action here from Andy from Spain.
That was a great series of turns right there for Andy Crier. Team Spain always fields a solid squad. Andy Crier, Nadia Erstobi, Jamir Gonzalez, Caio Driozola, Yago Dominguez, and Lucia Machado representing Team Spain here in Puerto Rico. Perennial top 10 threat, no doubt. If they can get the win here, there's an Olympic spot for you.
Wow.
As a team.
And Spain making a statement in the juniors, obviously doing really, really well. And, their team came to Puerto Rico early in practice, and they were doing excellent surfing out here in the Costa of Arecibo. They got a couple of really good swells. They got a really challenging swell. And I saw those guys just tearing the bag out of these waves. It's just really just videoing, focusing on strategy, really focused on surfing all these 3 spots for the time that they were here. And it goes to show that hard work is working for Andy Crier at the moment. He probably wants to get rid of that 3.80 to solidify that second spot. But with those mid-range scores, we could see Rio Waida leading this heat. Salem from Poland needing a 4.48 to move in the second place position, and Anthony Fillingham from Costa Rica needing a 5.44.
And looking into the future for Maximilian Michalewski, his Olympic dream is alive and well right now. I mean, a gold medal here, Puerto Rico could be a huge difference maker in his life path. And I think so far, he is a Polish surfer with all the skills. He's got a high heat IQ. I think it'd be amazing to have Poland represented at the elite level here in the ISA and as well as the championship tour. I don't see anything stopping him.
Well, he's definitely got some great surfing as we see him up and riding right now. Nice little hit off the top. Drifts the tail a little bit on that one. Goes vertical again. He's looking for a 4.84. Maximilian from Poland.
Technically sound, right? I mean, even on a wave like that wasn't great, pretty hard to surf, you could tell. I mean, he's got all the skills needed to succeed in surfing.
Sure. Quick on his feet. Definitely can move his board, put it on rails. So let's see what the judges award him for that last one. as we see Rio Waida leading this heat with a bit under 5 minutes remaining. Here we see the replay. Nice little turn off the top right there. The wave hollows out for him right here, Chris. Nice little tail drift right there. You give him a good wave, he's going to give them a really good run for their money. Definitely surfing is on point.
He's built for it too. I mean, strong kid.
Nice sharp eye under his feet. Equipment on point as well. So
time is starting its wind down now. All 4 surfers back in the zone, and here we go. Boricua represent, and the crowd goes wild, and they've been doing it all week long. Say Brian Toth, hometown hero, and more. There's the full team behind him. The whole boardwalk comes alive when Tothy paddles out. Not only is he a, legend from right here in Puerto Rico, but he's just an all-around awesome guy. So is this guy right here. I mean, this is one of the coolest heats coming up next, just due to how nice of a human each and every surfer is in that next one. And that's not to say that the rest of the field is not cool.
It's the heat of the day. It's a charisma heat. It has everything on it. It has world champions. It has locals. It has Olympiads from Chile. Like, it's going to be a cracker. I'm definitely going to sit right here and watch that whole thing. I think my kids and all my family were really excited about seeing that heat. So, yeah, it's going to be a cracker.
Can't wait. 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Rio Waida. Team Indonesia in the lead for now. Rio has had ISA success. 19th. He got 9th place in Miyazaki. There is reigning WSL world champion, Olympic qualifier Felipe Toledo. When I think of waves like this, and I think of who do I want to watch, Felipe Toledo is right on top of that list. I mean, he is an absolute race car in waves like this. And, I feel like in the past few years, we've really seen Felipe kind of dedicate himself to more powerful surfing using his rail. But don't forget, this guy is one of the best air surfers in the world.
And I know
hopefully we'll see some of that in the next heat.
I know we've been focusing on Gabriel, but the other day I was watching Felipe surf out here in El Pico, and it was so comforting. Just super fast, super precise, and it's another one of that contingency of the Brazil team that obviously, no words to be said, current world champion. I think he's at a beautiful point in his life, taking a little break, and I know he's taking this one at heart. He wants Brazil to win, in the men's category, and I can't wait to see the fireworks.
Team Indonesia stoked right now. Their representative Rio Waida in that top spot. Yeah, and this is going to be special for surf fans because we're not going to get the chance to see too much Felipe Toledo in a jersey this year, so soak it in when he paddles out there. 1:35 to go. This heat still has a lot left for us. It's Andy Crier. Just blue collar, solid surfing from beginning to end. Gets the most out of that last wave. He's currently in 2nd place. Team Spain feeling good right now. But Maximilian Michalewski just needs a 4.7, and Anthony Fillingham, he's right in the mix, needing a 5.44. Michalewski in 2nd priority. There's Team Poland right there. Well coached, well prepared. And here goes Rio.
Nice.
Big, beautiful snap to start. Nicely done. 2 big, powerful backside whips for Rio Waida. I have a feeling he could be getting rid of that 5.67 at least. Here goes Fillingham now, answering back. I mean, so far, Anthony hasn't been on the best waves, and you can almost feel that. His body language tells that story. He's had a couple moments where his shoulders dropped. That's not to say he's not been trying. Just sometimes you get in that cycle, and wherever you are in the priority lineup, you got to make the most of where you're sitting. And so far, Anthony Fillingham, the 3.23 and a 3.10. We know he's way better than those numbers illustrate. And the good news for Anthony Fillingham fans is we will see more as he enters the Repêchage round. He'll have another shot. Maximilian Michalewski had a great heat. but a similar story to Fillingham. Just didn't get the quality of waves that Rio and Andy got. So at the end of that heat, it's going to be surfers representing Spain and Indonesia. Hanging tough, staying in the main round. Rio Waida gets the win, Andy Crier in second. Another great heat in the books, and we got a big one coming up next. Hometown hero Brian Toth going up against reigning world champion Felipe Toledo. Got Miguel Tudela in the mix. This is going to be so fun to watch. I'm going to grab my pen. I'm going to grab my paper. I'm going to be taking notes. If you pay attention and study this next heat, you might just surf better yourself.
It's going to be a cracker for sure, and I know the crowd's going to go wild, not only for Brian, but for every surfer that's going to be out there. We got world champs, we got Olympiads, locals, and, Rio Waida just making a statement on that last heat.
Well, nicely done for Team Indonesia. Rio Waida blasting through that last heat. We're going to take a quick break. We know you're not going anywhere. This next heat is must-see TV. Stick around. We'll be right back. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games.
With athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Surfing Games. Heat number 7 for men's round 3 has entered the lineup with Brazil, Chile, USA, and Puerto Rico. Felipe Toledo, 2-time world champion. Manuel Selman, Olympian from Tokyo 2020. John Florence, another 2-time world champion in the water. Up against Brian Toth, the local that will have the entire beach in his favor as this heat is getting underway. Felipe now up and riding on his opening ride for Team Brazil. Couple quick snaps on his backhand. Already qualified for Paris 2024 Olympic Games via his world title win just last year on the Men's Championship Tour. So very excited to see him in the draw this week, as well as a stacked Brazilian field. And he's going to have a first score to drop through, but we actually have score to drop through from the entire field, which means right off the buzzer, Barton, everyone got a piece of the action.
Absolutely. On our screen we have a little red circle that spins while we're waiting for the judges to conclude the score. All 4 surfers with rides to drop. And what a heat this is to see 4 world titles up against the local legend Brian Toth. Tothy is a wonderful bloke, so hospitable, so full of stoke. Been spreading that around the world for many years. He's experienced, as is Manuel Selman. So, while on paper, Felipe and John, 2 of the very best, most respected surfers in the world, here's the local.
Brian Toth on the replay. Waiting for this first score to drop through, Barton.
Wow, it's a good one. I love the fact he went right and then back left. He did get caught behind a little bit. Here's John's. Let's see what he gets.
On his forehand, opting for the right to start off.
2-turn combination. Maybe not quite as good as Brian Toth's. Toffee definitely covered more distance. I like the variety with the backhand and the forehand. Here's Felipe's. 1 backhand re-entry into a snap into the pocket. Little board looked like it lost a little control there. In the white water, the fins drifted a tad. Toth there, up and riding again.
All right, so waiting for scores on that first exchange. Toth up and riding on his second ride. We'll track now with John Florence. Pumping down the line, setting up for an air off the takeoff. And he's going to hold on to the finish. Well, that's one way to Do an opening maneuver.
Yeah, that's one way to start a heat. 5.5 for the first two-turner of John Johns. 6.17 for Brian Toth. So, you know, the way it looked to me was right. 4.17 for Manuel Selman. So at this point, Felipe Toledo waiting on his. I don't see that maybe even as good as John's. I feel like that's most probably somewhere there, but, you know, who am I to say? But we'll see. And Brian Toth with the 6.17. Does he win the opening exchange, Felipe?
Felipe off the lip line, finding some speed and momentum, has to eject as that wave shuts down in front of him. So waiting for Felipe's first wave to drop in, now a second smaller score likely. Toth into the lead for Puerto Rico with the 6.17 on the open. He's got a second score to drop. Florence also with the 5.5 to start has his second score to drop. And Selman now sitting with first priority, 4.17 on the board as we take another look at second of Toth.
Well, he got caught behind, and that put a little bit of pressure on him out of the lip. It looked fantastic, though. And there's John's air. Oof, Nelly got that full rotation, lays it back into the white water, gets back up, so powerful, so strong. Judges still thinking about those last scores. I'm interested to see where Felipe's comes in relation and see who gets the best of the opening exchange. And if it's the local, that would be an amazing start to the heat for him. Shame about that second fall.
Well, we've got scores to come, but while we wait for those, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Mitch Salazar and Rio Waida.
Yeah, Rio Waida, probably the hardest working man in the event. Congratulations, a couple fives make it through for you. The development of your career has been incredible. A couple big wins on the Challenger Series, but an Olympian before. How are you going to get it done this week, maintaining focus in a long event?
I think I'm just trying to enjoy every moment. Even right now, I try to enjoy the interview, something like that. Just being present and, you know, step by step. I still have many rounds to go, so I'm not trying to think. Of course, I'm Olympics in my head, but at the same time, you know, I'm more focused on what I gotta do now. It's been, I don't know, it's been kind of weird situation for me. I had like 2 lay days, so my mind's kind of like, not soft, but kind of like a little bit lazy and stuff. So my mind was a bit hard, but today got competition back on. I tried to put my mind together, and it was a bit hard, but you know, I'm stoked that I made it through, and then I'm fired up again for another round.
You have an incredible story of success, too, coming from the beautiful island of Bali. Indonesia, not really known for a lot of great competitors outside of the area, but yourself, the first one to qualify for the Championship Tour and the first one to be an Olympian as well. But your work ethic, once again, we talked about it in the first interview. Your dad's been a construction worker his entire life. What do you kind of bring from him and take into your own surfing to kind of have that work ethic in your heat?
Man, my mom and my dad, they both hard workers, so you know, probably, you know, I kind of just got inspired, and then I feel like we got the same blood, you know, so that's why, you know, I kind of do what they do. So I don't know, I just, you know, they help me so much and they support me so much. So you know, I want to work hard for my family too. That's it.
Congratulations. Anything you want to say back home?
Halo teman-teman Indonesia, saya senang sekali bisa masuk ke babak berikutnya, dan terima kasih sudah dukung, dan round berikutnya saya akan lebih semangat dan tetap dukung Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Rio. Enjoying that moment in the interview after a heat win. Centering himself. Manuel Selman now also centering himself out on this wave. Oh, unfortunate.
Oh, we feel it, don't we?
That was a bummer. Chasing a 3.01 to get himself into a better position. But it's, I mean, at this stage, looking at the scores that have started to drop now, he gets a 3.17. He's into the advancing top 2 position for the main round at the moment. But big scores have started to drop through. So we know there was a 6.17 for the opener, Brian Toth. He's currently sitting in 3rd, looking for backup score. John Florence has bettered his situation with the opening of a 5.5 to now a 7.17 for that big air reverse. Nearly had a full rotation out of it. And Felipe Toledo with just small scores for his first 2 waves, sitting on a heat total of 5.76, now chasing a near 4 as he comes in from that first re-entry into the wrap, and he'll just kick that board out of the way. 11 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Priority sitting with our surfer in 3rd, the Puerto Rican Brian Toth, just chasing a small score, but really more looking to take away the lead should he get a solid-looking score on the board. Big foam climb to finish after 2 big checks off the lip.
Yeah, there was most probably a more effective line. He kind of ended up, speeding horizontally a lot, where that one might have been better off just straight down, straight up, straight down, straight up, done. And after the start, the 617, he won the opening exchange, which was, you're against, the world champs. Here it is. So he drops down backhand, gets that beautiful backside turn in, comes around, gets the left, hits it in a speed line turn to keep the speed into the last closeout, hits the closeout section. Here's John's 717 from behind the section, nearly a full complete rotation. And although it was only one move and not such a great wave, it was a great move, and a 717 falling for the technicality of what John did there. So the 417 and a 317 for Manuel Hellman essentially means that he hasn't had a score yet. You wouldn't want to keep, you're not going to keep either of them at this point in time. 373 comes in for Brian Toth. Last puts him up into second. So really Felipe and Manuel in third and fourth haven't had a wave yet to get started. And Brian Toth's going to be looking to improve on that 373 and put pressure on third and fourth. John with the first priority at this point in time.
Down to 10 minutes remaining on the clock. 20-minute heats throughout today's competition for both the main round and the Repêchage round. We are running through Repêchage heats. If you want to have a click over from where you're watching at ISAsurf.org, from podium 1 to podium 2, you can follow along with the scores happening on that side. We're running through women's Repêchage round number 3. For the opener today, we'll then be heading into men's Repêchage round 3 on that podium, and you can follow along with the live feed that will be just tracking waves and things on the second podium at El Pico, which is actually just really close to where our surfers at Rostrial are sitting right now.
Yeah, very close. 100 metres down the beach, maybe less at times. And look, that's a great shot to see how spread out our surfers are. John with the priority, not paying attention to anyone else, sitting where he believes that a good wave will come. Brian Toth with the third priority, moving away from those guys, so really he's on his own. He's surfing on his own, essentially, and the priority of the others can't dictate terms to him. No, that's smart strategically, as we see Team Puerto Rico, the support crew there. A little chilly, not chilly, no, that's the wrong word, isn't it?
I put a long sleeve on right now.
Yeah, but, by Puerto Rican tropical standards, it's a little bit colder. You can see it's overcast out there, which has been nice. Take the edge out of the heat of the day. Also,
one of the first mornings that we've truly had those onshore bumpy conditions already. Mm-hmm. Pretty much from arriving, where every other morning we've still had those clean faces and not quite as much bump out there until that wind kicks up a bit later on or a little squall rolls through and starts to change things. Freddie Moraes getting ready to paddle out next for Portugal up against Marco Mignot of France, Reo Inaba of Japan, and Cody Young from Canada.
That's another stacked heat as well. And for round 3, main round, the names and the quality of the heats that we're seeing, that is legendary, and that is a indication of the Olympic spots that are up for grabs and the importance of this event and to the world of surfing and to the athletes who want to be a part of Olympic surfing.
6 spots available on the men's side of the draw. Those will go to the highest ranking individuals. So by name, they'll be winning those allocations as long as there is not already 2 surfers qualified for their nation. Mm-hmm. And it may be falling down outside of just, the top 6 surfers in the event, because we'll likely have double qualifiers in that conversation as John's just setting himself up back to the rail work, and he'll take a stumble. He's already in a great leading position, took off on a wave that was pretty small as well.
He had the priority, and it was one of those deeper ones that had a run, a line to it, and I thought, going into the third turn, I was like, well, this might better the 5. Oh, no, it won't, as he fell, So he was on his way to perhaps improving and using that priority in a really positive way. Unfortunate the fall will see him not improve, I'm sure.
Now up and going on the inside, just on his paddle back out, swings to take another look.
4-5 came through for the last one. That doesn't change anything. That fall there won't change anything.
Manuel Selman sitting with first priority next to his name.
And with 6.5 minutes on the clock, an important priority for third and fourth place, Manuel Selman, Felipe Toledo with the second priority. Both of those guys need 2 waves, really. I mean, they can do it in one, the 5.74, the 6.47. You'd have to think that Brian Toth will improve on that 7.3 with 6 minutes remaining. And so, you know, those guys really would love to get a wave with their priority now and have enough time to get back out to get the second score. Brian only looking for one more, so an advantage right there.
See how kind of convoluted the surf looks this morning. A little bit of that combination swell, but plenty of really nice sections. Available for the world's best as the 2-time world champion. Lands himself another air. Looking to improve on a 5.5. A little playful on the inside section.
Yeah, it most probably was unnecessary, but, you know, I think that reps are great. Experience of trying airs in different parts of different breaks that you're surfing and becoming familiar with that. There's value in that long term. Here goes Tothy.
Here we go, Puerto Rico, up and riding. Great looking section, nice and bowly. Wraps it around for the second turn and into the third. Looking for that little finishing touch. Just slams it, surfing as good as ever as we see. Selman now. Oh, that was an incredible opening turn. Fully dug that rail in. Finds himself now on a third opportunity. Lays it back, throws a lot of spray. That's some really solid rail work.
That was beautiful surfing. There was power in that first turn. It was authoritative, wasn't it? It just made you feel like he was in command and there was no pressure in the moment.
So much commitment as well.
Full driving rails, wasn't it? All the way back into the pocket. Brian Toth, he could say goodbye to that 3.73 for sure right now and put some pressure on Manuel and Felipe. Looks like Felipe didn't get an opportunity to use his second priority. He's in first now, 4 minutes and 13. That was great for Selman because he's got it. He'll better that 4.17 for sure. He'll have his first score of consequence and be in a position where he can challenge for advancement. Here's a replay. First turn. I love the way this wave kept standing up. Great wave selection. A little bit of local knowledge there for Brian Toth, because that wave, you go, oh, it's gone flat. No, it stood up again. No, it stood up again. So really good positioning, good wave selection from the local. There's that turn you loved.
That was just so nice.
Couple more just biding some time into a lovely little layback snap out of the top there too. Good variety, something different.
Totally, and great sections for the first and the third turn. Like really just kind of starting to bowl out, give him a good lip line to really work with. So scores to drop, we do have a 4.57 that's fallen through for that last inside air reverse of John Florence. Doesn't factor into his top 2 scores, but I feel like for John right now, you know, he's not picking his wave selection to go for another big 7 specifically from, you know, what we're seeing with those little inside waves.
Yes.
But I gotta feel like the kind of performance that Gabriel Medina put on earlier today, just going wave after wave after wave, staying super active, you know, not crazy pushing anything, but just going, hey, the waves are out here. I'm going to surf. I'm going to have a lot of fun. I think for John specifically, seeing Gabby do that would give him that bit of extra, not that he needs extra fire so much, but just that like, all right, cool. He went out there and did it. I'm going to go do it too. You know?
Stay busy. Just keep surfing, you know. 5.83 drops for Brian Toth. Puts some pressure on, but there, 6.73. Poor Manuel Selman still has him in third place. Felipe Toledo down to fourth. Tothy going on the backhand.
There we go, straight into the section. Finds the second one. He's giving a little...
What?
Ooh, okay, he's feeling it. He's got a 6.17 and the 5.83 on the board right now as his high scores. Looking for a 6.51 to take the lead away.
Beautiful backhand re-entries, vertical. The 5.83. Another good score. Let's have a look at this in replay. Drops straight down. Nice first turn. Beautiful first turn. Second, valuable too. We know the judges like the 2-turn combos, and that has become his second best score. 6-point ride for that one.
6-point ride. Gives him a more significant second place position as we take another look there.
And powerful in terms of showing the judges something else. He'd gone left on every other wave, and in his mind, maybe he even felt like the 583 might have been a little more because he'd surfed it. The wave wasn't fantastic, but his surfing was fantastic. And I think at the end of that one, he felt like, oh, that might be better than my 617 even. But the wave quality held it back that little bit, went at the 583, strategically thinking, okay, let's show him some backhand. Let's see if they like that. Because he's against two natural footers as well, and they did. Got the 6-point ride, keeps the pressure on Manuel Selman. He's only looking for the 544 based on the strength of the 673, and that was well scored too.
Well, we're now waiting for the fastest surfer on earth, Felipe Toledo, to get himself an 8.74 to take the advancing position.
And interesting for Team Brazil, where Felipe in their three male surfers is the only one who who is already in the Olympics, and he's retired from the rest of the year in competition. So in your mind, making that decision like, almost like pulling a handbrake on and just sitting in a place for a bit.
He's just stalling in the barrel of kind of relaxation. Right?
Yeah, and the opportunities for his other two opponents, Gabriel Medina, Iago Dora, one of them will get to the Olympics if they can grab that third spot, and you can see how hard they went and how hard they competed, because it's super valuable to them, that position. And Felipe's in the position where he needs to support his teammates and keep that value of their team high, and not allow his own situation to influence the overall country's situation. So it's a really interesting spot you would find yourself in as Felipe, and he hasn't had the greatest of heats, kind of goes slow out of the blocks, slow through the middle, and really slow towards the end, because this heat is done. Felipe Toledo in fourth place down to the repechage round.
Down to the repechage round, so there will be more opportunity, but the celebrations right now on to Brian Toth from Puerto Rico. You can hear the cheers on the beach. The crowds that we had here on our opening 2 days, it was a weekend, a Saturday, Sunday, were unbelievable. Tens of thousands of people down here supporting this guy, supporting the Puerto Rican team. And for Brian to be through into the next round in the main side of the draw keeps the hopes alive for Puerto Rico to get themselves an Olympian this week.
And he beat the current world champion, the world champion of the last 2 years in a row, and they just congratulated each other. That is a massive win and a great confidence booster for the whole country, and shows some local knowledge, and good on him. He's a hard-working man, and that was a great performance from him, and it inspired the crowd. I loved hearing that cheering. Got goosebumps.
That was amazing. That was so fun to watch. Tothy from Puerto Rico in second. John Florence takes away a win with a huge air reverse. We'll be back with more action right after this.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
We're here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico for the ISA World Surfing Games, and there's been a lot of action today on day 5 of competition. Up and riding right now, Reo Inaba for Team Japan. He's in the water with Frederico Moraes of Portugal, Marco Mignot of France, and Cody Young of Canada. Tracking with live action, we can see Marco just throw the tail out, just grind the coping of that wave with his opening maneuver, sets it up for a nice clean finish as well. Throwing in a bit more variety to what we're seeing. And that's what it seems like, most of the surfers today, they're focusing on that moment as we take a look at the Puerto Ricans celebrating Brian Toth.
Yeah, the team spirit of this event is an amazing thing. The surfing spirit through all of the nations brand new nations coming to surfing and being a part of this. And Brian Toth, been around a long time. It's so great to see him in the prime of his career at this point in time and flying the flag for his nation and giving them hope.
Scores to come through now for that first exchange between Reo Inaba and Marco Mignot. Marco, of course, getting the better of the exchange. Freddie also just with a quick in and out, so he's into that priority rotation, and it hands first priority to Cody Young looking for his opening ride.
And we saw Cody's younger brother, Levi, earlier, spent a lot of time with that priority and not turning it into some scores. So I think, Cody may have learnt from his younger brother and gone, okay, I might try and get going a little earlier. Reo Inaba up and riding, trying to get a second wave early.
Sets it up. He's got such nice style. Even just that one single maneuver quickly, just the way his body is flowing out in the lineup.
Already booked his spot at the Olympic Games.
That's right.
That must feel good.
So good. Federico looking for a spot.
In and out.
We take him, just a quick in and out on that wave.
And we know that France are the only nation and team to have all 6 of their surfers still in the main draw at this point in the event. So that is they're the dominant nation at this point in time. Consistency across the board, and Marco Mignot's been in impressive form already.
Well, impressive form in that last heat was 2-time world champion John Florence. He's with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, that's right. And Brian Toth is just getting received right now by his local people. The energy was awesome out there when you guys were surfing. How cool was it to be able to feed off of something like that?
Oh yeah, it's so fun to have that energy around surfing. Anytime we surf heats and it has that kind of entry and the country's behind the competitor, it's awesome. And it's super fun.
Hey, as a businessman yourself now, can you really relate to the idea of having a lot of these young surfers invest a lot of their time and money into something that could potentially be something that they're going to do after their surfing career?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think always just thinking about the future and not just the single moment. I think for my whole life I've always thought and it's fun to do that. It's fun to evolve and change your thoughts and goals, and but it depends. It's so different for every person, I think, on what you like and what you want to do. Someone could do something totally outside of surfing or whatever it is. But I think it's always helpful to think about the future and just be open to changing your goals.
Appreciate your time, John. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well spoken.
Yeah, and it's a really good question as well, because we know John's got his own brand, Florence, and so he's a world champion, but he is a businessman at the same time. He's got some wonderful people involved in that brand. A lot of the crew that were his sponsors and involved with him at Hurley all stepped in with him, and that brand is going places. And we're living in a time where what were the authentic surf companies have all been bought by multinational corporations. And so powerful drift out of the top there from Marco. We'll come back to that comment in a second as we watch him finish up. So that was an amazing wafting drift along the top of the wave, and then to reconnect your rail and build speed out of that, because by the time he'd finished that, he was pretty much stopped in terms of his forward momentum, and then he was able to re-pick up that forward momentum, keep it going into smaller sections. He got a 6-point ride for that wave. That wave was most probably, in essence, the wave itself a fall. He surfed that up to that score, so great surfing from the Frenchman. And back to the story about the industry, we know all of those big companies that were the backbone of surfing, whether it's, Quicksilver, Rip Curl, Billabong, Volcom, Hurley, they're all owned by multinational corporations now. And so essentially the surf industry has transformed, and we're at a point where there's new companies starting, which John has done himself, at a point where that industry at a grassroots level, at a real level, is starting all over again. And so there's, we see the other part of it that excites me is the entrepreneurial spirit of the young surfers today. And I'm thinking of John's brother Nathan, when I say that. Nath is, he's creating all sorts of incredible things, and so are a lot of young surfers today. So I love seeing that entrepreneurial spirit in surfers and them creating a future for themselves that is self-reliant, and they're depending on themselves rather than depending on someone outside of their control to dictate their futures. So it's a powerful time for surfing and the independence of surfers themselves.
And so many of the surfers that, we're kind of referring to, even in competition this week, they're kind of working class. A lot of these surfers are working their way to be able to perform as professional surfers. Taking a look now at Marco Mignot out of France. Nice opening turn, sets it up for a second. So easy two-turn combination. Holds on to that finish, makes it clear to the panel that he's on his feet. He's looking to back up that 6-point ride. Cody Young now hooks it up into the pocket. Frothy section in front of him, but throwing a lot of spray and getting started a little bit earlier, not quite super quick, but sooner than his brother Levi did. Earlier on today, Federico just finding those little corner wedgy pockets to throw some spray off of. So you've got scores to come through. We've also got a bit of a paddle battle here just to get back out to the lineup to gain priority. And this is important. You can see with each one of these surfers, aside from Reo Inaba for Japan, who did gain his Paris 2024 qualification, via him being the highest ranked Asian at the 2023 World Surfing Games, the rest of the surfers in the water right now are going for an Olympic spot this week. By Sunday, each one of them would hope to be getting that golden ticket from Fernando.
100%.
And so these moments, these little paddle battles, these priority moments, they could change someone going to the Olympics and someone losing out. As we take a look at Marco into the air, and he won't be able to stay glued to the equipment on that one.
And that's why you train. That paddle right there, that paddle battle, this is a super important priority. Whoever gets second priority over third, it will be Cody Young. They were really even on the inside. This is a response from Federico to not getting the priority. Okay, I'll get moving and I'll surf something. And it's not a bad little wave. Through to the inside, which gives him another turn. Well manufactured. He turned a negative into a positive there.
That's right, and like smart competitor, we know that Freddie's had fantastic results in the past. The best career result was that second place finish that he had in J-Bay many years ago on the championship tour. He's a smart competitor, so to be able to make that adjustment quickly, paddle battle to try and gain priority, finds out that he didn't win the battle, instantly into the next thing. Right?
Yeah.
His plan B, he already had that, and he went straight to it.
Totally, and there was he saw that little opportunity. He's like, well, I'm not going to sit with Cody and let him control me. I'm just going to surf. I need a score. He'd had a 0.67 and a 0.40, so definitely wanted to replace it with something that made him feel good about his chances.
Cody Young now up and riding. So he dropped a 4.27 for his opener. Now getting to work on the second. Nice clean snap to start. Wraps it around for the second. And now looking for this end section.
Wow.
Tags it. Redirect as well to finish. He's chasing that 5.20.
Yep, 4.27 on the first. 4.57 and a 4.9. The last two of Federico's has him in second. The Canadian needing a 5.20. And I think there's a chance he gets that. It was a well-surfed wave. Didn't have a big wall, and there was moments where it kind of flattened a little bit, so it kind of the intensity would rise to the moment of the wave and then back down a little bit for a moment, and it's always better when the intensity stays at a high level for the entire ride. 5.33 though gets him up into second. And a 7-point ride, the second for Marco Mignot. This morning we saw both the Frenchmen get through the first heat. Jean Deroux, Carl Livast advanced in first and second. And it's always a precarious situation when you've got friendly fire, two countrymen in the same heat together. It's rare they both advance. So the French are looking sharp, fast, and whatever the preparation is behind the scenes, whatever they're eating, however they're living, that what they've got going on as a team, we can see the results of that, here in the surfing.
Cody now. Another crack at this one. Scored a 5.33 on his last wave, which put him up into second. He's now chasing a 7.67. Put himself into that leading position. And definitely different tactics to little brother Levi earlier today. Levi falling out of the main round, but he will have that opportunity to battle back in the repechage round. And we saw that from at least the start of this morning, that Canada did have all 6 surfers still in the mix, but we had some of them surfing through those repos on the men's and the women's side.
Yep.
France being that surfing nation that at the moment, like you said, was proving to be the strongest. It would be curious to find out. We know in that conversation with Team Brazil that the Brazilian Surfing Federation has decided if the men's team finishes highest ranked, there's a nice little battle to happen between Gabriel and Iago, and either of them could end up with the slot. It's not a decided thing that, Gabby's going or anyone else is going if they gain that slot. I would be curious to find out, and I think this is now on my list of little things to do in my breaks, is to find out from Team France if they have determined how they're going to decide who they'll send if they're able to have that extra selection. As we take a look at the 7-point ride from Marco Mignon.
The old 2 backhand turns for a good score there. Very consistent recipe. Here's the 6 with that. See how he was just drifting, and by the time he landed, he'd lost all his speed. And I thought that was all that was going to be in the wave. But that board and his technique were able to lift that board up, create speed again, split of the peak here.
Rayo, we'll stick with him. Oh, great surfing. Such fluid style. Throws it down on that finishing section. Chasing a 7.67, Federico just quickly in and out of that wave, so he won't have a score to factor in. And Rayo with a couple of small scores on the board needs to get some work done for Team Japan. Now on the Japanese side, Japan already has a 3rd slot that they are able to award to someone. We don't know who yet, because of their results at the 2022 World Surfing Games. Cody Young staying so active.
Well, that's a shame on that one. 493 came in on the one before, so he improved from the 427 to the 493, so that was good. That wave won't improve, but again, he's continuing to just fire away, and that adds pressure to Federico and Rio.
6.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Pressure mounting on 3rd and 4th place position. Last of Rayo just a 2.87, so judges deeming that final maneuver incomplete.
Exactly.
Looked sick, though.
And when I looked at the 287, I thought I was waiting for a little red wheel to spin because there's another ride. But obviously, as you said, incomplete on the last sort of moved him back to just judging what had happened already.
Laid down so far, he couldn't really get back up again?
Yeah, exactly. I know all about that at 60, I'll tell you.
Nice to see you get out of bed this morning, Martin.
Yes. With a crane to lift you up and out of the bed. 1.8 the last for Federico, that in and out. So 5.5 minutes. Canada been strong, but at a point you've got to go, okay, that might be all I'm getting out of all of these little attempts. I might need to settle it down, get to that first priority, and make sure I get a bigger, better wave that guarantees I improve. He's been improving through the quality of performance, maybe not the quality of the wave, which is a fantastic situation to be in because you know your surfing's good enough. But at a point, the quality of wave is the key to actually going up in the score.
And that's, I think, that key that a lot of those surfers that are very consistently making it into finals day at a contest, they have that little, okay, they know their skills are there.
Yeah.
But it's all those other little factors that come into being a good competitive surfer that's so different from being a good free surfer.
Yeah, the ability to read the wave. And even when you're free surfing, ordinarily the best surfers get the best waves because of that relationship that they have with the ocean, and it's really something you know of a good surfer before they almost even stand up. Here's a good surfer.
Rayo up and riding as he just goes out of screen. We'll catch him again through that first section. Now he's going to put that finish on, so make it clear to the judges.
Rio, to me, looks a little stronger, a little stockier, like he's kind of, looks like a man that has evolved from a strong boy, and perhaps Olympic qualification, the hard training, all the work is really bringing some strength and power to his presence in the lineup, and you're going to need all of that at Teopo, so he looks like he's heading in the right direction. Such a powerful goofy footer.
Such a powerful surfer out of Ichi Nomiya. Loves to fish when he's not out on a surfboard. Has finished at the top of the WSL Asia rankings back in 2022, which is such a tough region of the world to finish out on top in. Federico up into the lip, and he's now fighting hard to get himself into that advancing position. chasing a 5.36. He was patient for a long time waiting for that wave.
Yeah, he was, and it was a bigger face and a big turn, so I see that positively, but there was only one of them, and I don't know how high you could, I don't see that turn as being more than a 4, call it. We've seen 3.1 turns. That was a big turn on a big section, so it's definitely going to be more than the 3, but it was only one. It's hard to see that could go to the 5.36 for me. Feel like it's going to be under. But it could be his best wave of the heat so far, 4.9 to 4.57 already. It's going to be really interesting to see whether that improves. Nope, 4.13, so just a single, and as a single turn, the 4 feels about right.
Right, and if he can find a second turn, no matter how big it is, he's looking to that 6+ range.
And I suppose that's where he goes, knowing he needs a 5.36, doesn't he? He goes, well, there was a 4, one more turn on that thing, and I'm going to get the score I need.
Rayo, once again, 26 years old, and can't hold on to that finishing section. He did find himself a 4.2 for that last wave, so it's those in-section moments that really are kind of the make or break that we're noticing in competition this week. A 6.06 will be his requirement to keep himself in the top half of the draw. He does improve with a 3.3.
Sorry, mate. Only 2 minutes left, 2:10, and first and second place in first and second priority. So you can see that second is right near third. Smart place to be. Third's going to have a look at this. Federico doesn't go. Cody doesn't bite, doesn't use his priority in a defensive way. 155. Rio's got a bit of distance, so he's away and on his own. He's looking for a 6.06. Federico, the 5.36, so definitely scores that are achievable for those guys. And you can see that with 1 minute 40, Cody is not going to let Federico get too far away from him. He's in the position where he can control his destiny at this point. Set approaching. This is what third and fourth need. They need waves to challenge the guys with priority. Maybe they make a mistake, but at the least, if they go the wave, at least it opens you up. Here's a good positioning strategy from the Japanese.
Rayo into that section from the huge layback.
Had to be that. It was that or nothing.
Yeah, and just the single section, something a little bit different. Cody trying to increase the scoreline. Likely on that wave, he had to go because he had that priority over Federico.
That's what we're thinking. 1 minute.
Now Federico out the back, potentially still waiting to get himself, if another wave comes through in the next 50 seconds, up and riding. Chasing that 5.36. Not sure if Cody Young had anything bigger on the outside section, potentially, if he could be improving on his scoreline. We'll see.
Judges considering that score still. The surfing that we saw, that snap to foam climb, for how weak and ordinary that wave is, spoke volumes to the small wave improvements of this guy.
All right, so nothing else on the outside section. It was a smaller wave.
I don't see that improving.
3.63, so that stays the same. Now Freddie's still chasing the 5.36 to avoid the elimination round. And we've only got 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Ocean's looking mighty quiet, Barton.
5. Great performance from Marco Mignon, the Frenchman, the Japanese surfer up and riding.
Up and riding. Oh, goes to the air. Yikes. That looked a little bit dangerous, the way that board kind of flipped. Air
there
reverse
it is.
For the first time off of a right as well. Wind direction's been coming for those off of the left, so wind just blowing that board away from his feet.
Good call, yeah, and there, what a great performance for France and Canada. France keeping all of their men in the main draw.
Impressive.
And Cody Young, yeah, for Canada.
Wow, he put up a fight for that position. That was so close for that second place finish. Top 2 surfers into the main round. Bottom 2 surfers still in the draw. Repêchage rounds available. They'll be back in the lineup tomorrow for Portugal and for Japan. We've got more action to come. Coming up next will be the final heat for men's main event round 3 with Spain, Great Britain, Germany, and Israel fighting for the top 2 positions. Women to start after that. For the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico, saw a full day of repêchage rounds.
Look at this one, Rachel.
Nice opening turn, confident, second turn, even bigger. That is 4 large turns.
Spain's Kai
Odriozola scored an 8.17.
I'm here just gaining experience, and to be here competing with all these big names like Medina, Toledo, Ethan Ewing, all these guys, it's just amazing, and I don't have any pressure. I just want to learn from these guys and do the best I can.
A 7.83 went to Venezuela's Jose Lopez. Rachel Presti from Germany found a 7.87. Canada's Sanoa Olin scored a 9.17, which so far is the highest score in the women's event.
The waves were really fun this morning. I was definitely super happy to find the waves I did and kind of just get in the rhythm. And like those are the heats that are so fun when you're able to just kind of like free surf. But yeah, it definitely felt good to put a good heat together, especially after like a frustrating heat at Megara the other day.
A 7.67 was the high score for Chelsea Ruett from Barbados. Tune in tomorrow for more action with both the men's and women's main rounds and repechage hitting the water.
Welcome back to the action. We're in heat number 9 for round 3. And we've got Spain, Great Britain, Germany, and Israel in the water with Iago Dominguez of Spain, Aaron Strong of Great Britain, Tim Elter of Germany, and Alaya Sassi of Israel. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through to the main round, number 4, and bottom 2 surfers will be heading into repechage round. So what we're tracking with today on the main broadcast is a non-elimination couple of rounds for the men and the women. Coming up next, we'll have women's main round 3 hitting the water. And Alaya opening up the campaign. It's been a slow start to this heat, and he just goes big on the start.
Oh, that was a beautiful turn. He dropped that back leg and just made it look so stylish and was so close to making it. Yeah, that showed the potential. While the surfers in this, we've had some massive names in the earlier rounds and earlier heats of the day. This heat, obviously not as high a profile, but the way these guys surf, you don't see much of a difference, and the Israeli showed that there on the opener.
Having a look now at our surfer in blue with the paddle, Aaron Strong, Great Britain. Little check to start. Now starts to open up that extension and go vertical on that second turn. 17 minutes on the clock. We'll see if anyone turns to go on this one. Iago has a look at it. Tim also has a look at it, but neither of them, they're both a bit too deep. And now Alaya on the inside has another look here. Aaron Strong drops in that 4-point ride, and we've got Marco Mignot for Team France already out of the water and ready to go with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, and he's been looking good all event long. Muchas felicidades. Felicitación, Marco. Another big heat win moving into round 4 in the main round. Talk to me about the performance. Seems like everything's working for you.
I mean, just one heat at a time. We've been having everybody made it, so from the team. Everybody's looking really solid. I'm just one heat at a time and enjoying every heat.
Where you come from, Sailita, we talked about it in your first heat, but it's an amazing spot, has great surfers, but more importantly, has an incredible vibe. Do you kind of sense the same thing here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, when you're paddling out for your heats?
I mean, look, I think like there's that Latino America vibe, and for sure I have that in me, I've lived pretty much my whole life in Mexico, and Puerto Rico has that, reggaeton, a bit of Spanish music, and that's what I listen before my heats. So I really enjoy Puerto Rico. I enjoy the people, and I enjoy the music, and I like this place.
Now, getting back to competition, last year at the Challenger Series event in Saquarema, you were working with Jason Aparicio. You were a couple spots away from qualifying for the Championship Tour. Don't get there. How do you make sure that that doesn't happen again, but most importantly, be able to bounce back after a tough loss like that one?
I mean, there's no excuses, I just had to put in the work, put in the work, and that's it. I'm gonna make it. It's about just putting the time, and it's gonna happen. Eventually, it's gonna happen. But for now, one heat at a time. I'm in Puerto Rico, and enjoy today.
You're an amazing man. Anything you want to say back home to the people of France?
I want to say hi to my mom. I love you, Mama. I love you, Papa. Los Manua, No, me los quiero un chingo y vamos con todo.
Ánimo, gracias.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Marco, spending the majority of his life living in Mexico, now representing France, though, for the opportunity to surf in the Olympic Games.
Loved hearing him say it will happen. Let's keep going. And, you know, if you don't stop and you don't quit, I mean, that's why it doesn't happen for most people, is because at a point, the failing is just so heartbreaking that people just give in to that and go, hey, it's never going to work, and walk away from it. But if you stay committed and just keep going, like he said, I believe that too. It will happen. Look at the crowd there.
Brian Toth in the middle of the crowd, somewhere in there.
Yeah, there he is.
With the white hat on, you can see him there. The crowd just hardly letting him get away. Everyone is so excited to see results like that from him. Main round 4 is pretty far in the draw. Cutting down to not too many surfers left on that side of it. It also means that, you know, should he unfortunately fall out, he's going to have another shot.
Oh, the longer you can stay in the main round, the better. This young man knows that. Tim Elter from Germany. Nice ride there. A 4-point ride for Aaron Strong. Potential for that to be the best wave of the heat so far for Germany.
Tim Elter on that wave. Raised in the Canary Islands to German parents. He's really stoked to be able to represent Team Germany, but an excellent decision for them to run with him for team selection here, coming out of the Canary Islands just with the reef breaks, with that kind of island feeling, the open ocean swell that kind of sucks around. How much water we're seeing moving out here.
The Spanish language part of it. And here we go. Let's watch the replay. Outside, wrapping cutback. Has a weird little line in front of it, and he just drives his board through it. 2 turns. If the outside turn was better, he got a 3.27, so not as good as Aaron Strong's 4. Here's that wave in particular. Here it was a kind of he got confused on the line for a second, but what he made after the confusion and how he linked those 2 turns together was just beautiful, and the judges appreciate it with the 4-point ride.
Iago now up and riding. Dominguez from Team Spain sets himself up here after 2 nice turns, connects with that little lip line, throws a bit of spray behind, hunger in his paddle as well. As he's going to be dropping in his second score at 3.57 on the board now. And Tim up and riding once again on his backhand. Tall surfer, longer looking board underneath his feet as well. So he's sitting on the 3.27 for his opening ride. Says that he prefers when he's, well, his most enjoyable surfs often come when he's getting barreled in a sketchy slab somewhere remote with just a few people out.
I could imagine that. The sketchy slab part, you know, is the stretch, but it shows the type of surfing he likes to do. He's obviously comfortable on reefs, on shallow reefs, because a slab, for those who don't understand, is a wave that comes out of deep water and then just jacks and throws onto a shallow piece of reef, and it just slabs, as we call it, and they're always the most difficult waves to ride. And this is training, this is warm-up.
Tessa Thyssen there, Team France, getting a little quick warm-up in. Paddling out next, Mimi Barona. So we will have our women's main event round 3 that will be hitting the lineup. In that next heat will be Mimi up against Nadia Arastarbe of Spain, and Linda Alonso of Panama, and Yolanda Sakira Hopkins from Portugal. Taking a look once again at Iago, staying pretty active within this heat. That was a nice looking turn. Sets it up for another. Birds just flying by in the viewfinder.
That is a beautiful bottom turn. Look at the energy. Look at the determination to make things happen. And you felt it on the wave, and the way he surfed. He surfed that wave up 100%. The way he was able to square those bottom turns up out of the bottom on that wave, get straight up vertically in the lip, is not easy to do. Way easier to do really backhand than it is forehand. The heel kind of mightier, stronger than when you're on your toe side. But that was really technically such advanced surfing. It'll be interesting to see where the scores come in. 4 points is the current heat high for Aaron Strong. He's only ridden the one wave. Here we go, the Israeli.
Elia now up and riding. Finished out with a 6th place position at the European Championships, which is a huge achievement with such a large field of surfers coming into it. Tim Eller now up and riding again. Dropped a 5.5. Now for Iago Dominguez, takes him into the lead, slots Tim Elter down into 2nd place, chasing a 5.54. We'll see where that last score falls through in a moment, because Aaron Strong now up and riding for Great Britain. Resides in Portugal, surfs a lot of big beach breaks, and now is starting to find maybe a better tempo on the face of that wave.
Well, he just found the best scoring ride of the heat so far. I have no doubt about that at all. Those big, beautiful, flaring backhand re-entries. So strong. No wonder he's got that as a surname, because he matches the surname completely with that powerful approach. And the 5.5 for Iago Dominguez, that wave was a 4. That was like a lot of the other 4s that we've seen, in my opinion. And the way he surfed it, the power and the traditional off the bottom, off the top forehand surfing was so good, the judges had to go to that score, and rightly so.
There's Yolanda getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. You can see those Olympic rings tattooed on her arm because she was at Tokyo. She put together a solid performance there as well. And these are the kind of conditions she thrives in. If she can get those bigger, heavier sections, that's a woman that's going to be tough to beat in the draw when it comes to big surf.
And she said to me yesterday that she was like, I'm ready for anything. I went, born ready. She said, yes, born ready. She's got that attitude, always going 100% in the direction of up.
Tim Elter, just a quick in and out. You can see Aaron Strong there waving his arms, wanting to know what the situation update is. He's sitting with a 4 on the board so far and waiting on that last score.
Yeah, and they haven't scored it yet. He just wants to hear that score. It's to me, it's a 6+ ride, 100%. Those outside, while it was a little white watery on the face and wasn't exactly a perfectly clean wave, his surfing was really clean. Here he goes again.
Up and riding. Ooh, a bit bumpy on the face of that wave. That board's just sliding through with ease. He'll finish off with 2 turns. Iago into, off the lip line. Catches the board in his hands, though. Keeps it from smacking him in the face. So that was great reflexes. The sort of training that Tessa Thyssen from France was just doing on the beach for moments like that.
Exactly. Sharpen those
arms
reflexes.
ready to go to catch anything coming.
Get the old fast twitch fibers going in the body.
We've seen more than one surfer exit a heat or exit a free surf with some damage to their face because of a board.
Yep.
All right, scores are in. Aaron Strong has just improved his situation 2 times. A 6.5 came through for his previous wave, and now a 4.43 for the last one. Has him sitting in the lead for Great Britain. Iago Dominguez down into 2nd with a 5.5 and the 3.57. He's now chasing a mid-range 5 to take away the lead. And then a couple of 4s on the requirements for Tim and for Elia. Not much dividing the two of them. Still fairly open. Aside from that 6.5, which is really the dominant wave in the heat, Barton?
Yeah, and then 5.5. So those 2 rides have got the surfers strongly in 4th, 1st, and 2nd, and everything other than that is quite tight.
Oh, great style from Elia. That opening 2-turn combination, putting the finishing touches on. Doesn't quite go complete on that final maneuver, but got a lot of that work done early on. Chasing a 4.15.
Good enough to get his best score. He will get that score. That was really well surfed. Watch it on the replay. First snap, quick, early bottom turn to get him up there. Hits the lip, flares the tail a little bit, not too much, just enough to keep the speed and the flow from one turn into the next. I consider that complete, essentially. And here's this one. Look, he gets super low, drives out of the bottom turn, extends up. He's going to the air. The front foot slips off. He grabs the rail. It's sucked down into the white water there for an incompletion. But the ambition was great.
Iago now with a look, chasing down the 5.54. Also looking to improve on a 3.57 to put more pressure on the rest of the field.
Won't do it there. Priority being used now by Tim Elter.
First priority to green. Nice opening section. Oh, that was late, and somehow he pulls it off.
That was critical. What's he need? A 4.91. Iago Dominguez may find himself being overtaken by two people right now who need small scores. He needs to replace that 3.57 with something else of consequence, because that's what's leaving him vulnerable at this point. And there's every chance that this young man, let's see, first turn. Nice re-entry, nothing too critical. This one's super late, super vertical, exactly the type of commitment and drama in a high backhand re-entry that the judges ordinarily love. They're still considering that and this ride.
So we got waves to drop for every single surfer aside from Aaron. Alaya up and riding again. Just kind of bogs it after that opening fantastic
Wow.
finish.
Great surfing from everyone in this heat. Judges got a lot of work to do right now in keeping this scale and understanding where every wave fits in relation to every other wave and getting it to make sense and all read right. And they're well on their way to doing that. The 6.5 definitely the wave of the heat so far.
Scores starting to come through. As we take a look at some replays, though, still in the hands of the judges.
That was the last. First turn was a nice basic re-entry into a wrapping cut back into the powerful part of the wave. There's that first re-entry, quite horizontal in its nature. Weird warble in the wave there as he cut back, but he handled it so well. And then beautiful finishing turn. Somewhere in there. Yeah, go.
Here we go. So, scores that we have so far. Last wave of Iago Dominguez of Spain in the red jersey, a 3.43, which doesn't factor into his top two, so he's in third. Alaya Sassi out of Israel has dropped a 4.60 for his last wave, his second to last wave. Still another score to come in. He's now up into second, chasing a 6.01 to take first. Tim Elter, we're still waiting on a score for him. He'll be chasing down a 5.36. And it's a 5.70 for Tim Elter of Germany. He jumps up into second place position, pushes Alaya down into third. Alaya's last wave now a 4.83, but his requirement is a 4.95. So he was unable to regain that second place position. And situation stands as is. We've got 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And blue is in the lead, green in second, white in third, red in fourth. All scores are locked in, Barton.
And it's all super tight still. You could easily go from fourth to first with a good wave in this heat. Obviously the 6.5, the best of the heat, 5.755, all quite equal, and then a bunch of 3s and 4s. So really it's anyone can take this one. The priority is with the Great Britain surfer. Second priority with Iago Dominguez. He needs to use this second priority in a productive way. It's really a one-wave situation at this point in time. You wouldn't imagine having enough time to get two rides. So he's scouring the lineup, trying to find. Aaron's away from him, so that first priority will not affect. You can see Aaron right there next to the surfer in white, our Israeli, and the other two surfers are 25, 30 meters away from them.
Aaron now having a paddle.
Oh, he lost his
Unable
priority.
to get into it, so he loses priority. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Iago Dominguez was in an advancing position of top two. He then fell all the way to fourth based off of the results of the other guys. He's now fighting for a 4.38 because he still has the strength of that 5.5 next to his name, which was for a while the second highest score of the heat. It's now the third highest with the 5.7 that came through for Tim Elter.
Judge is considering his last chance.
So score to drop through for the last of red, as we saw white kind of have a look there and decided not to go. Priority sitting with green, second priority with white, and green is going to stay stuck to him because there's only 45 seconds on the clock, Martin.
And I don't know that red gets that score. I mean, obviously it's tight. He doesn't need a big score. It's a 4.38, so you called a 4.5. First turn, not a lot of points in that. Pumping, driving. Second turn, there's not a lot of points in that. I don't think he gets the score. Judges are taking their time, but the sooner they tell him he doesn't have it, the sooner he'll get on the hunt. 25 seconds to go.
There it is, the 3.67. So he'd be receiving that news right now that it wasn't enough. It does move into his top two, but it doesn't change his requirements or anything. Paddle there from white. We'll move him down to fourth priority. Heat leader Aaron Strong for Great Britain lives in Ericeira in Portugal. Just showcasing some great surfing within this heat to keep himself in that winning position. Unless Tim Elder gets onto something. Well, Alaya now up and riding. He's going to go to the air and finds the reverse on a smaller section. Doesn't really get that completion, I would say. And it looked like green Tim goes down for Team Germany. On the inside also won't get a completed wave, but we do have scores to come through across the board, Barton.
And the person who needed it the most, Iago Dominguez, he didn't get one. He got the first priority, finally got to the top of the roster, didn't get a chance. So I don't really see the results of this heat changing on those scores that we're waiting on. There was the air for the Israeli, but it was kind of off a flat end section. Then the end of the air kind of got a little bit messy. Doubtful if it was considered complete.
Scores still to come through for all 4 surfers. Incomplete for the last of white, which was the only score that really mattered. So judges deeming that air not quite to factor in. And that will do it with Great Britain taking away the win. Germany in second. Israel and Spain heading to the repechage round. When we return, we're heading into women's main round 3 with Yolanda Hopkins heading the lineup and a very special guest, the future Olympian Sanoa Olin from Canada, joining the conversation.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
¿Dónde quieres ir? Que mami yo te llevo. Restaurante Michelin. Estamos en otro level. Porque ahora ando en yates y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a que mate. Par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando. Ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco. Todo comenzó jugando.
Welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Impactful heats all day long. It's been an epic day of competition here in beautiful Puerto Rico. A lot on the line, a lot at stake for each and every surfer as we continue on in our main rounds. Here you see women's round 3, heat 1, Nadia Aristobe, Enilda Alonso, Yolanda Sequeira, and Dominic Barona. Ecuador, Portugal, Panama, Spain represented in this heat. 4 amazing surfers take to this lineup. 2 of these surfers will stay in the main round. 2 of these surfers will head to the repechage, which has been packed with incredible talent. Well, very excited here. I'm Chris Cote, Otto Flores next to me, and we are joined by Olympic qualifier, the pride of Team Canada, Sanoa Olin. Sanoa, welcome to the booth. You've been putting in some serious work this week here in Puerto Rico. We're very happy to have you here. Of course, I know Otto has been reveling us with stories of all these amazing surfers coming from all over the world to his island of Puerto Rico. But we want to welcome you to Puerto Rico, welcome you to the booth, and congratulate you first and foremost on being an Olympic qualifier and all the success you've already had down here in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So coming from Team Canada, I know that as we've been saying all week long, you guys have been one of the most improved and impressive teams we've seen in the past few years. Always seem to come correct with a young upstart crew of incredible surfers. So tell me about the team camaraderie that you've experienced down here in Puerto Rico, being part of what is now considered a heavy-hitting team from Canada.
Yeah, we've had kind of the same team kind of building up for the past couple of years. So we're all super close, and I don't know, everyone's been ripping and doing super well. And yeah, I think it's like super cool to have, you know, obviously like me and my sister on the team. We're from Tofino, and so you know, we kind of have like those like the community of Tofino behind us, and then we have all the international Canadians on the team as well. So there's definitely a really high level of surfing, and yeah, we're all super tight and push each other a lot.
Awesome. Well, we can't wait to see more from Team Canada, of course. But right now, the task at hand is the heat in the water. Snow, this is going to be fun for you because here's your scouting report. I'm sure you've been watching the rest of the field competing here this week. Different perspective when you're right here in the commentary booth. So out of these 4 surfers, who have you competed against, and who do you think poses the biggest threat to potentially medal here this week?
Yeah, all the 4 surfers in this heat are really good. Yolanda is a very strong surfer and competitor, and Dominic up right now. She's been surfing really good, and she's been in the Olympics the previous years, and I feel like she's definitely someone who's looking good to qualify again.
You see Yolanda Sakira now. Yolanda, one of the few surfers we see wearing with the full traction. I think is pretty cool, and she definitely maximizes the grip. I mean, she is such a steady, solid surfer. Yolanda Sakira representing Team Portugal Auto. Team Portugal, I mean, they always come correct with a full squad of rippers, and this year's no different. So with 18:48 to go, round 3 heat 1 rolls on, and as the judges tabulate their opening scores, it gives us a chance to catch up with Mitchell Salazar, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, here with Team GB's Aaron Strong. First of all, big congratulations. A real close heat. Very little separation between first all the way to fourth. How did you get it done, especially in the last few minutes?
Well, I've been getting ready for a while for this moment, and I felt really confident. Waves are a bit tricky, but at least we have some good conditions. And yeah, stayed calm, picked the good waves that I could do my surfing on, and yeah, got the job done.
You were born with a rare disease too. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience just in life in general outside of surfing?
Yeah, well, tomorrow is International World Rare Disease Day, so I'm an advocate as a Happy Air ambassador. And yeah, it's really special to me to have this kind of legacy, and being born with a rare disease hasn't really stopped me from achieving my goals and pushing my limits. So it's kind of like I think a way to motivate others and people who suffer from rare conditions, and inspire them, I guess, to continue their goals and dream big.
If you were to say something to a person like that looking into the camera right now, what would you tell them?
Well, no limits, dream big, and be who you are, and don't be scared to be yourself.
Congratulations, Aaron. Thank you.
Awesome surfer with a great story, proving the point that each and every competitor here at the ISA World Surfing Games is absolutely worthy of a documentary. I mean, especially that kid right there, Aaron Strong, put up some big numbers in that previous heat. But as we flip from the men's main to the women's main, you know, we're looking at these 4 surfers in the water. Currently, Yolanda Sakira in the lead. Excited to have Sanoa Olin joining us in the booth. She is a modern-day warrior, and right now she's living in the limelight. Just to add a few Rush-isms in there for our Team Canada representative. Can you just give us the quick story? I know this is a life hammer of a moment. Tell us what it was like to hear those words, Olympic qualifier, attached to your name.
Yeah, that was definitely a crazy experience, you know, hopping out of the truck in Chile and, you know, getting that ticket from Fernando is, I don't know, it was one of those, like, too good to be true moments. It felt like that day I was, like, kind of, like, rushing through the next step because, like, I heard it on the jet ski and I was like, okay, I need to get to the beach and, like, get confirmation from my team. And then, like, I got it from my team and then I was like, okay, I need to hear it from Fernando himself. So it was definitely, like, one of those things where I didn't want to believe it until it was true. And then, yeah, once it kind of, like, sunk in, I was just kind of, like, filled, honestly, with a lot of gratitude just for, like, the people who support me and, like, I don't know, just, like, all, like, the time and effort that, like, put into, you know, everything leading up to that event. And, like, that event alone, you know, there's so much that went into it. So it was a pretty amazing feeling.
I can bet. Otto, when you have a surfer Sanoa's stature here, a young athlete from Canada, future Olympian, heading to Chiahopo, I mean, I'm nervous just thinking about it. At the end of the road, a menacing wave. But the way Sanoa qualified was in huge waves that day. So what do you think? What do you think we have in the future?
Well, I got a fun fact for Sanoa. My wife's Canadian. She's from Alberta. And so I have Canarican kids. And we're fans. You know, when we were looking at those Pan American Games and found out that Sanoa had a chance to go to the Olympics, my wife was ecstatic. You know, we definitely visited Tofino. I've surfed a bunch with Peter. Jeremy Koreski, we have a lot of friends up there. And yeah, we're friends of Canada, and we spend a lot of winters in Canada playing with the snow and also surfing. So it was all but good news for us. And my kids and my wife, they're hustling for that Canadian swag after the contest. So got fans over here. There's Canada Ricans in the air. So we're really proud to have a Canadian represent Canada in the Olympics, as we see up and riding.
Canada Rican. That's a new one for me. I like that. 14 minutes to go here. Nadia Aristobi making the most out of a wave that didn't look like it was providing a lot, but that will definitely help her scoreline. She's sitting on a 2.83 for now, the highest single wave score, still with Sakira. Surfer Aiden Green has that 5-point ride. Anilda Alonso from Team Panama trying to fit in a couple turns there unsuccessfully, but she'll get right back out there. Your lineup, as it stands right now, has Team Portugal in the lead. And again, joined by Sanoa Olin in the booth here. Sanoa, I'm with Otto. I've never met a Canadian I didn't like. Truly known around the world as some of the nicest people on the planet. How do you turn that niceness off when you get into a heat, knowing that you're going to have a demanding feat beating any of the competitors we have here at the ISA World Surfing Games?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, everyone says it, you kind of turn the switch on when you're in the heat, and then, you can kind of like turn it off and relax when you're outside of that. This is pretty good last wave for, but yeah, I don't know. I think it just comes down to, you put so much effort in and around results and events, and you're always like looking forward to the next opportunity to be in a jersey and to like have a stage to show your surfing. So those opportunities, like, they mean so much, and they don't come that often. So it's just like really wanting it and really trying to make the most of that. It's kind of all the motivation you need, I guess.
No doubt. And of course, the motivation here in Puerto Rico for some of our surfers, Olympic qualification, and for any surfer to make it to finals day, is at the end of the road here in Puerto Rico, those ISA gold medals. We will be crowning world champions for men and women, as well as for the teams for men and women down here as well. So the motivation, I'm sure, is at an all-time high. With 12 minutes left to go, Nadia Aristobi wants it. She's got a 4.67 and a 2.83. She has now jumped into the lead. Verona now drops into second place with a 3.87 and a 3.5. The only real scores of note right now, that 5.0 and a 4.67. Yolanda Sakira sitting on the highest single wave score of this heat. Otto, in looking at the conditions we're seeing right now, switching up a little bit. It looks like the wind may have backed off, but what's the tide doing to affect the waves we have right now?
I believe we had a low tide earlier this morning, and I think we're going to see a tide push. I think the reef is filling up a little more water on top of the reef. As the day goes on, we'll see that water kind of fill in the reef more and more, and that opens up that wide section that I've been talking about. So I don't know. I think it's going to be improving. This place obviously can handle some wind. The guys and the girls, they love that air wind. So pretty interesting to see how it all unfolds. I got a question for Sanoa. Sanoa, I know that the Canadian team came a little bit earlier. You guys had some practice, but you guys got a solid swell. How does Puerto Rico treat you? What do you think of Puerto Rico? What do you think about the waves here?
Yeah, I've been loving my time here. I mean, the island itself is so beautiful, and like the temperature of the water, and just like like the palm trees, the blue sky, like it's all pretty dreamy. We came about 2 weeks ago for a week before the event, and then we went home in between. So we definitely got some pretty good waves then. But I know like some of the team, they were like there a couple days sooner and stayed a couple days later, and they went to some different spots around the island, and they said they got some really fun waves.
Well, one thing that we've been talking about a little bit is surfers that come from colder climates like yourself. Is it easier to surf in trunks, which you probably don't do that often? Are you more comfortable in a full suit and booties? I mean, we talk about it a lot just because over half the field is from a colder climate, and they surf 90% of the time in wetsuits. What is that transition like? I can imagine for myself and for most surfers in the world, you'd much rather be in trunks. But what about you?
Yeah, I mean, like, you definitely notice a difference when, you don't have the wetsuit on. You do feel looser, and, like, I feel like you can surf longer, like, you get less tired, like, paddling all of it. Like, I feel like it definitely loosens you up. I mean, I personally love surfing in a wetsuit. Like, a 3-2 is, like, kind of perfect for me. I feel like it's, like, secure and comfy, and, but yeah, it's definitely, like, like, you do feel the difference, but I feel like most surfers are, like, really good at transitioning, like, between the two now, just because you do it so often.
I could see that. Canadian trunks is a 3-2. Because normally, what would you be in? A 5'4", booties, gloves, hood in some cases?
Yeah, I mean, it depends kind of what waves I'm surfing. If I'm surfing one of the beach breaks around home, I'll actually, wear a hooded 4-3 most of the time because you can paddle and stay warm. But if I'm, going out on the boat or going to a wave where you're kind of sitting and waiting more, then I'll wear like a thicker suit just, because you get cold between the sets.
No doubt. Well, here is your women's qualification picture for the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympic Games, your 2023 WSL women, your top 8 qualified surfers. This is who Sanoa Olin will be going up against at Chiahopo. The end of the road in Tahiti is waiting for these 8 surfers who have all qualified via the WSL Championship Tour. In Huntington Beach, California, Team USA, led by Kira Pinkerton, got the team victory and earned a slot. There she is right there. The pride of Canada. Sanoa Olin qualified. I mean, what does it feel like for you to look up there on screen, see your face on that chart? I mean, this graph must be pretty special for you.
Yeah, it's definitely...
We can get that framed for you, too, at your house.
It's definitely a cool feeling, and also, like, seeing all the other athletes that qualified, they're the surfers that I've looked up to my whole life. So, at the Pan Am Games and a couple of these ISA events, I've had experience surfing against them, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to challenge myself against them, there.
I'm not feeling it, but are you nervous?
I mean, obviously, it's an intimidating wave, and it can be beautiful and scary, and there's obviously nerves in and around it, but just with the type of wave that it is and the type of opportunity that it is, it's for me, my goal is to really focus on my connection to the ocean and what I can learn and grow at that event as an athlete and as a surfer, because it's an experience I'm grateful for, and being able to surf an event at Chopu, that's a pretty insane experience. And if it is bigger and if the waves are intimidating, you're not gonna go out there and be silly and just send it in a unsafe way. You still have to listen to your intuition and not, I guess, force things, because you could get seriously hurt.
Yeah, it is I'm scared, and I don't even have to paddle out there, but I love to hear the confidence and the excitement that you're showing us, Sanoa. So round 3, heat 1, still rolling in the lineup. A lot of mid-range scores for now, but I think that's going to change on the strength of one big backside whip. Yolanda Sequeira, that is a move she is known for. That's a turn that has achieved her a lot of success in the past few years. Yolanda's on one now.
Well, Yolanda's super solid, always hits the lip with conviction, and obviously puts all of her body in her turns, and, rightfully so. She gets a 5.0 for a better score, 4.93, and impressively, Dominique Barona goes down to that second place. Nadia, super consistent surfer, as we see here on screen. Dominique Barona trying to get out of that third place position. Unfortunately, this wave closes out for her. Sanoa, I spent a couple of days in Tahiti in my day, and I know how special the place is. Connected with the wave, personally, probably the wave that changed my life. How does somebody like you prepare for this wave, and how does your country help you adapt to a wave like this?
Yeah, I mean, I've been lucky enough to go to Tahiti twice and to surf out there, and that was an insane experience, and I've never really surfed waves like that before. And so for me, the most important thing is just getting out there as much as I can, and spending as much time in Tahiti and at that wave that I can, because I mean, that's, I guess, the best way to learn. And then obviously I have some really amazing people around me, and talk and get the boards I'll need depending on what the conditions are like, and kind of talk to the people who support me who have more experience in conditions like that, and just kind of really make sure that I'm doing everything I can to prepare, because that way, the confidence is there, and knowing that I've done everything that I can, it always feels really good when you're in an event.
Yeah, preparation is crucial anywhere you go, and you're lucky enough to have some of the best workplaces in the world, starting with Tofino, where you live, as we see Nadia Aristrobi now.
Cool.
Nice turn there. So we're starting to see these one-turn wonders happening. Waves breaking a little bit quicker. As Otto said, maybe just a little bit more water on the reef. But one thing that every elite level surfer has to be able to do is adapt to changing conditions. Our scouting report earlier this morning showed that these waves had kind of a more extended, longer wall. There was some tricky kind of lumps coming up the face, but right now it's looking like it's starting to become a little bit more punchy and quicker. Otto, you're going out there in the heat right now, and you've been kind of watching throughout the morning, starting to see and identify that it could be that one big maneuver that is the difference maker. Mentally, do you shift your game to try to go out there and do that one impactful turn? Are you still open to anything that the wave gives to you?
I would really be receptive to really find out where that wave is. You know, that wide peak has shown that multiple maneuvers can come out of it, and always, you know, you want to sit before your heats, pick the eyes out of the lineup, kind of see where it's going, where the waves are at. There's multiple peaks here, and there's also that little right that we've seen like excellent scores come from. So just more of an open-minded, probably react to whatever's coming to me, and just be open to see all the possibilities that are there. I always tell people, you know, when they're asking about a spot, is like, you have to sit on the beach and look at it for a bit. And this is one of those places where there's alternatives everywhere. We've seen scores of guys with no priority coming out with the highest score of the heat. So just keep your eyes open and open mind, and whatever the wave offers, just have at it.
Yeah, it's Noah. We can learn from you. You've had a lot of success, not just here in Puerto Rico, but all over the world. As we see a quick look from Enilda Alonso, she caught this wave with third priority. Didn't quite go her way, but I love to see the effort there. Do you have a pre-heat ritual that you do before heading out into the lineup?
I have like a warm-up that I've kind of created over years that I always do before my sessions, just like make my body feeling good and ready to go. An event, especially, you know, one where I have family with me and where I'm not traveling alone, it's always like give my mom or my sister, whoever's with me, a hug and a kiss, and just kind of feel the support of the people around me, because that always feels really good. But yeah, I don't know. Just try and like not get too stuck in, I guess, rituals, because, you know, sometimes you can't always make them happen either. Like, I'm definitely superstitious, so I like have my little things, but I try not to get too set on like everything.
Superstitions. I like that. Like, if your leash is a different way, if your sticker isn't on right, you have to fix those things?
Yeah, a little bit like that. Obviously, you want to like check your equipment and make sure your stickers aren't falling off and that your fins are screwed in and your leash is on right. But for me, it's more just like, I don't know, like jersey and like board short color, like whatever that, like just yeah.
Do you have like a board short that has had a lot of success, or a bathing suit or something that you kind of gravitate to?
Kind of, yeah. On the QS last year, I had like the same suit that I was surfing in that I got like all my good results at, so I kept that one going when I was in hot climates. And then I don't know, in the Pan Am Games, I may try the same wetsuit going every heat, which is kind of silly. But
I love that stuff. No, that stuff is great. You always hear about the magic board, but it's anything that you can lean into to make it count is awesome.
I have these trunks that I've had for years, and if they could talk, they would be amazing. So I'm a believer. I'm definitely a believer in those little good luck charms, and that's good to hear.
I think whatever Yolanda Sequeira has brought out with her right now is giving her good luck. She has two of the highest single wave scores of this heat, a 6.33 and a 5.0 for Sequeira, representing Team Portugal. Nadia Ersobe representing Spain, coming through right now in second place. Enilda Alonso from Team Panama. She's been sharking around on this inside in fourth priority. You see her with some separation from the crowd right now, trying to get herself in a position to find one of those insiders, give her some opportunity. We're inside of 1 minute now. Dominique Barona, a veteran, a steady competitor, sitting in a tough spot right now, needs a 6.03. She is in that top priority spot. And looking out into the ocean, Snow, you can give us that first-hand look. When you're seeing all these wedges and lumps and bumps coming through, how do you identify a wave that you think is going to give you opportunity?
Yeah, it's definitely really tough out there because, obviously if you can kind of get a set wave out the back and see that has some wall down the way, that's exciting. But a lot of the best waves that, I've gotten and I've seen other people getting in heats have kind of been inside ones that you're not really in position for unless you're actually paddling back out from a wave. But in this heat so far, the two best scores have been from just one turn up in the lip. So, even though, I think time's winding down for Dominic, but there's definitely lots of opportunity. You kind of just have to, adjust while you're out there, because there are multiple turn waves, and then there's also some that give you a big score in one section.
Definitely a lot going on in this lineup right now, and that is it for round 3, heat 1. Yolanda Sequeira, a dominant performance, followed by, in second place, at least for now, Nadia Ersobe, representing Team Spain. Dominic Barona in third, and Enilda Alonso coming through in fourth place. So A lot to be learned by that 20-minute heat by all 4 surfers, and of course, all of us watching. We want to thank Sanoa Olin so much, an Olympic qualifier representing Team Canada, with more to go here in Puerto Rico. What are your goals for this event?
Yeah, I mean, obviously bowing out of the main round so soon wasn't my plan, but, you know, it's such a great experience to, like, surf this many heats and kind of just, like, get that repetition in and, like, you know, work on your competing. And there's an amazing surfers in this event, so it's always a challenge coming up against them. So just taking it one heat at a time, getting my preparation dialed in, and, yeah, just, I mean, I want to go as far as I can for sure.
No doubt. You got a lot of people cheering for you, including myself and Otto. Well, more to come from Sanoa Olin, and more to come from our competitors here at the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back. More special guests, more action. It's all happening here. We're live from Puerto Rico. Stay tuned.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando, surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Well, welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from beautiful Puerto Rico. This is women's round 3, heat 2. Look at the lineup we have for you. Molly Picklum, Daniela Rosas, Leilani McGonigal, and Tessa Thyssen. 4 surfers with a lot of potential for ISA gold at the end of this week. But each and every one of these surfers is going to have their hands full. Because right now, plenty of waves coming through, plenty of opportunity, and of course, the talent through the roof in this round 3 matchup. Chris Cote here with Otto Flores, and excited to be joined by a very special guest, ISA President Fernando Aguirre. Fernando, how much pride do you have when you look up at that screen and see 4 names like this in round 3? This is finals day material.
Yeah, it's, I mean, every heat is a final. It's like material like that, like you said. I was watching earlier on the men's round 3, and very incredible, very nice. And believing and knowing that this is like the surf from now on is gonna get better every day. And we're going back to Margara on the weekend, so watch your steps, friends.
Oh yeah, we are very hyped to see what's gonna happen in the next few days. But it's only 11:11 here local time in Puerto Rico, so a lot more action to come here today. So again, as we make our way through the field here, Chris Cote, Otto Flores, Fernando Aguirre, ISA El Presidente. So, Fernando, what was it about Puerto Rico that made yourself and the ISA make the decision to bring this village down to this area?
Yeah,
of the
you
world?
know, the most important part of what we look at first, of course, is wave and consistency. So quality wave and consistency. And we heard about Margara, we saw videos of Margara, we heard people talking about it and say, okay, that's a world-class reef. And that's what we need to qualify people for, especially knowing that this is the single most important one-event qualifier for the Olympics, which will be in Tehupa at the end of July. The other thing that we always look is the people that are responsible, the organizing committee. And in this case, we have a chairman, which is an IOC member, a celebrity, personality, benefactor of Puerto Rico that knows everybody, knows every switches, and can pick up the phone and talk to the governor, to the mayors, to the private sponsors. His own company is a sponsor, so in reality, it's you got all of that. And then eventually, we want to be not too far from international airports, because that means that people are, you know, in an hour and a half can get on a car at the airport and be on the ocean, and that's exactly. So you click all those 3, you check all the 3 marks, and Puerto Rico came with high marks. Of course, we haven't had a World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico since 1988. So 2 years ago, we ran with the same people the SAP, ISA SAP and Paddleboard World Championship. Resounding success. And here's Leilani getting busy, huh? one left, one right while we're talking.
Yeah, quick start for Leilani McGonigal representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. Another huge part that makes Puerto Rico special, probably the most special part of it, the Boricua, the welcome committee that we've felt on the way down here. It's a Caribbean type of aloha that is really special. And
well, it's really Caribbean island style. And, you know, Puerto Rico has a mix of you know, Boricuan, the original inhabitants, of course, a lot of Afro-Americans, and then the Spanish population. So they had this beautiful mix of foods. Today on the way in, we stopped at a whatever coffee shop. Nobody told us what it was. It was just local people, friendly, hanging five, talking. We hung up with a gentleman, 70-year-old retired bodyboarder from Puerto Rico, talking about the different spots we surf and giving us tips on that. And you know, it's not common that happens. And Arecibo is a town that was left out of a big highway a couple decades ago. I kind of faded away. And while other towns were doing great, but the waves are great here, and the town is very happy that a world championship like the World Surfing Games is here and provides a lot of visibility.
No doubt. Love to hear it. 14:45 to go here in round 3, heat 2. Molly Picklum now in the lead. As our surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone, let's go down to the sideline with Mitchell Salazar.
Here with Yolanda, Yo-Yo, congratulations on to round 4. Seems like you got a fresh batch of boards just specifically for this event. Anything you want to talk about when it comes to your equipment?
I just kind of repeated what I was doing the last couple of years. I've been doing really good in this kind of conditions with this type of board, so I just redone it and just like tweaked it a tiny bit, but nothing major. I'm so confident on my boards and the way my shaper knows me. I don't even need to try my board. I know how it's going to feel whenever I go in the water. I have a full fresh batch and I just grab them and I go my heat. I have no trouble with that.
I don't think everybody can say that. You know, you're a trailblazer. You went to Tokyo, good chance you go to Paris, but you're ready to risk it all. Is there anything you're not willing to do in a heat in order to make it through?
No, I don't think so. This last heat, I even got scraped on the inside on those rocks because I try to finish the wave so much on the inside that, dude, I'll go full with my whole body in the urchins if I have to make it. I have no trouble with that.
Anything you want to say back home to the Portuguese fans?
Obrigada por estarem a ver. Isto tem sido uma viagem muito entusiasmante e espero que divirtam-se a ver o surf.
Obrigado, Yo-Yo.
It's official. Monteam Yolanda. That right there tells me that she is surfing with a lot of heart, a lot of passion, and, you know, I love to see that look in her eye when she said, I will do anything to make it out of a heat. Yolanda Sequeira heading to the end of the road in Tahiti. I mean, Otto, how can you not cheer for a surfer like that who's willing to risk it all?
I think her approach is evident. When she stands up, when she lets go of that rail, she's going for everything, and I think that was pretty passionate. She's willing to go head first or, you know, chest first into the urchins, and yeah, it just shows how lethal she could be in a heat. You know, a very strong competitor, an Olympiad already, so very interesting technique or strategy from her. I got a question for Fernando. Fernando, we have such a rich history with the ISA. 1968, those World Championships came. Names
Rincon,
like David Nueva and Rincon, like Nat Young, our pride and joy, Jorge Machuca, then the 88 World titles, which is probably where I got ignited and inspired.
Fabio Gubea, champion.
Fabio Gubea, champion.
First South American champion,
yeah. Chris Brown, too. May rest in peace. It's just inspiring surfing. You know, what does Puerto Rico give you when we have opportunities to have ISAs here? We've had Masters.
Yeah, it's amazing because Puerto Rico is such an incredible island, an incredible warm combination, as I was saying earlier, of ethnicities and foods and culture. In a small island, you get everything. You get jungle, mountains, multitude. I mean, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of surf spots. And for the ISA, it's history. I mean, here we got 1968 was the transition between shortboard and longboard, and a longboarder won. Fred Hemmings, the founder of professional surfing, was crowned here. And 1988 was completely new season, shortboarders, and for the first time, a Brazilian won. And in Brazilian, that World Surfing Games, it was called ISA World Championship by the time. That win was like, wow. It was the first indication of the Brazilian wave. The very first tip of it. Fabio first, Teco third. Teco today is the president of the Brazilian Surfing Confederation. He organized a junior a few months ago. So in reality, Puerto Rico brings a flavor, that flavor between Anglo and Latin cultures, all in one package in the middle of the Caribbean, and expose, just guys, get on the map, get your geography updated. Look at where Puerto Rico is sitting. It's sitting in front of all the northern hemiswells of the Atlantic that come at that time of the year. It's not in the middle of the Caribbean. It's not a tiny little place that might get a small window. This gets massive swells. And that's why they call Margara the pipeline of the Caribbean. And hopefully on Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be able to show some of that with nobody less than the best of the best of the best. And as I was saying there in an interview, somebody says, yeah, the best surfers in the world from the CT. I said, well, you know what? The CT are some of the best surfers in the world, but there are some other surfers that didn't have money to chase CT or didn't get opportunity to chase CT. So there is a lot of really good surfers that can surprise any top-rated CT surfer any day of the week. And particularly the format, which is 4 people in the water, 20 minutes, you got to get going. Before you know it, nobody beat you.
Gabriel Medina backs up that statement. We saw him in a post-heat interview talking about how impressed he was, and he's not afraid of any competitor, but you could tell the level of respect that he is giving to the field that you might not be super familiar with is really...
Listen, I remember in Miyazaki was the first time that we got really this vision of the dream teams all together. And Miyazaki, Kelly comes out of the water and says, I got beat by this Italian guy I never heard of. And I said, well, hello. Welcome to the World Surfing Games.
Welcome to the ISA. Here we go. Action in the lineups heating up as well. Big happenings for Leilani McGonigal. She dropped a 6.5. Pair that with a 4.93. She is well into the lead for now. Daniela Rosas currently in second place, but a great looking wave there for Tessa Thyssen. You can tell just unleashing a little bit of aggression on that end section. There's an ISA gold medalist right there, Sally Fitzgibbon.
Multi.
Coming up against Teresa Bonvillatte, Chelsea Tuak, Arena Rodriguez. Are you kidding me? It's shocking. Every foursome that heads out there is just incredible.
Yeah.
It's amazing because, Sally won the juniors, the Open, the World Surfing Games, the ISA Juniors, the Open several times. And who knows? If we're able to revive the Masters, she might win the Masters too.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure she's going to be surfing at a high level for many, many years, including in the next 20 minutes.
So let's circle back to the heat. Look at Molly Picklum. She's got a 7.33. So right there, Molly Picklum still in the third position. Now moves to the fourth position, and her backup score is only a 1.07. She's got 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. That's a great place to be at, but also nerve-wracking. But with that high score, it's going to be pretty knowledgeable that she's going to want to get that wave. She has the last priority right now, or second priority, as we see Leilani on this wave, Chris.
Strong goofy footer from the Puerto Vida nation of Costa Rica.
And just for the viewers, Leilani was on the third priority. I say, I'm not waiting. When you're fourth, third, you move away from the pack, from the first and the second, and you catch whatever. Keep busy until they get waves, then you go up on the priority.
Yeah,
it's a completely different game. The priority system is
it's an interesting, part of the strategy that the surfers have to lean into when they head out into these heats. As we see Tessa Thyssen here, attempting a couple backside turns, just a little off time there. And meanwhile, out the back, Molly Picklum with second priority bashes that oncoming section. And that is going to be close. Not sure if that's going to replace a 1.07.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
And here's where we see a classic paddle battle. All three of these surfers trying to get back into the lineup. Whoever gets there first will earn second priority because Daniela Rosas is sitting out the back in that top priority spot. Yes. This is a 6.5 from Leilani McGonigal.
Yeah, she's sitting in the first place right now. Very consistent, catching a lot of waves to Fernando's point, just keeping really busy.
Good maneuvers on the most powerful part of the wave. So that's what the judges want to see.
7.33 for Molly Picklum.
There you go. The same, there you go. In the right place, the right maneuver, the right torque. The judges like that.
Tons of style, tons of power in that finishing move. So Molly Picklum on the highest single wave score so far. So we see Tessa Thyssen A little bit trickier on your forehand on kind of a condensed wave like that, but she did a really good job of getting her board up and in the lip and still continuing that forward momentum.
Yeah, she looked like, she got in rhythm. It's almost like you got to find the pocket, and she really did really well there, Tessa, to find those pockets. She needs a 5.14 to get back into the conversation, and it's just crazy how the rhythm, how you can fall, but we've seen it in the earlier heats. People that can link the maneuvers and kind of fall into those pockets, those are the ones that get rewarded.
5.5 left to go here in round 3, heat 2. Fernando, we've been talking a lot about the universality place.
Yes.
A pathway to Olympic glory for one man and one woman. After we see Daniela Rosas finish this wave, big snap there.
Olympian
fits
as
in
well.
another. So can you explain to the layman the universality place? This is giving opportunity to a rising surf nation.
Well, the reality is the principle is an Olympic principle, and it's in place for all the sports. And it's a principle that has to do with the geographical universality of the games. If you only get the best of the best of the best, maybe there's going to be, like, I don't know, out of 90 100-yard dash runner, there will be, 30 Jamaicans there. So there is a cap, which is maximum of 4. In the runners is 3. In surfing is 2. But there are other countries that might have a great surfer, but for some reasons they don't qualify. They are really good, but they're not just at the very top. So to make room for universality, the IOC has a rule that says for national Olympic committees that in the last Olympic Games field a team of all athletes, no more than 8. If they have a surfer that is on the top 50 and that applies, then the surfer could be qualified without having to go through this process. So we received 5 applications. 3 were deemed not acceptable. 2 are acceptable. 1 for a female, 1 for a male. We're going to announce them at the end of this heat, of this event. I'm sorry, the end of the heat is now. But we're going to announce it at the end of the event. So if the surfer that is in the universality candidate right now, we have a man and a woman as candidates. If they finish qualifying by their own, then they don't need universality. Then the spot of the universality
goes to the next in line.
No, the slot goes back to the next in line. So it's in the pool. Now, if that's not the case, then they get universality. So it's part of, we got 24. For LA, we asked for 36 shortboarders, 36 men, 36 women, and we also asked for longboarding to be included. They combine great. When the waves are not that great for shortboarding, you can put the longboarding. So that's kind of our argument. We filed the application, and in early 25, they will ask us. We also filed for SUP racing, but that's a different event, a different discipline. And the IOC is not adding any disciplines to the 2024 Games for any sport, unless you give up a discipline. But we cannot give up a discipline because we only have one. So
we're locked in.
Yeah. So we are high likelihood. And the other thing that is about to be decided is the Paralympic Games, something that the ISA has been working very hard for many years with the para surfing championships yearly, run last year in Huntington Beach, and this year the same. So that will be another opportunity to have surfing presence. 2 weeks after the Olympic Games are over, the Paralympic Games start, and it will be great to have.
Well, the games are on right now in the water as Leilani McConicle is in the lead still, and Molly Picklum finds herself in a tough spot with 2 minutes 25 seconds to go. She's sitting on by far the highest single wave score of this heat, that 7.33. She's having trouble getting rid of that 1.07. She did have a wave just now, quick but maybe impactful, as we see the last backside salvo from Tessa Thyssen. Well done there to get as much as she could out of that wave. This is the wave we're watching, Otto, right here. Was this better than 307?
Well, I don't know. One maneuver, it wasn't really in the critical part.
Yeah.
Not really a judge, but I think that came a little bit short.
Yeah. Short, but close.
Close.
Yes. And one thing that we don't say and we don't talk here is that below the water, besides coral, it's a multitude of sea urchins waiting for you.
Oh yeah,
so you gotta be
sea life.
It's a lot of sea life out here. Yeah, good seafood. Amazing seafood here. Amazing fishing.
Well,
we're in the middle of nowhere, really, in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah,
it's like being on a giant cruise ship.
Yeah, working with the mitigation plan and the water safety, the biggest hazard that I put forward was the urchins. I mean, There's little keyholes. They're really well flagged. The lifeguards are doing a great job by bringing people.
They're aiming at people, directing them when they come in.
In and out. But yeah, there's a carpet of urchins.
You see a lot of those paddles that are very shallow.
Shallow paddles
on the way out.
Tip of your fingers.
It's a low-key tactic these surfers use to keep their hands and
So
feet
what did she
safe.
get?
So the score comes through for Molly Picklum. It's a 3.57, just enough to get herself into second and advancing position. Remember, top 2 surfers stay in the main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers, they go to those heavily stacked repechage rounds. Tessa Thyssen making a charge now. Needs a 5.81.
No, that's not it.
She was on her way.
But the only thing I can tell is that Molly got the score, so we're not really good judges.
That's why we're not in there and we're out
That's
here.
what we're talking here.
I'm 10s or 0s.
We put color, but we don't put the scores in.
No, it's there goes Daniela, and Daniela needs 5.808. We'll see. That's a kind of a smaller wave, no?
Yeah,
she knows that language, that face language.
She wasn't selling it to us. 4 seconds left here. It's going to be Leilani McGonigal. Great victory there. That is a momentum builder for Team Costa Rica, no doubt. And Molly Picklum comes through with a clutch final wave that gives her the edge, jumping up into second place. That's going to be Daniela Rosas and Tessa Thyssen, 3rd and 4th, heading to the repechage, which that is a place you don't want to be because that's your final chance to stay in this contest. And let me tell you, the field in the repechage is gnarly.
But I'll tell you something worse, being out.
True. You're right.
So, at the ISA, many times, repechage winners, of the round winners, they end up with a gold medal.
That's
so
right.
It's, we can all have a bad heat, a bad day.
We've seen it. Well, thank you so much, Fernando Aguirre, for joining us here in the booth.
Look at that view. Look at that reef there. Amazing.
Well, we're going to get to a quick commercial break, but we will be back with so much more action. You're not going to want to miss this next heat. You're watching the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games live from Puerto Rico. We'll be right back.
¿Dónde quieres ir? Que mami yo te llevo. Restaurante Michelin. Estamos en otro level. Porque ahora ando en yates y aviones. Se nos dio ahora, somos ganadores. Hicimos a quemate. Par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando. Ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco. Todo comenzó jugando.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
And we are back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We just had a great chat with our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre. And we're back at it. Women's Round 3, Heat 3 features the who's who, the cutting edge of modern surfing. Teresa Bonvalat, Chelsea Tuak, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Arina Rodriguez. Peru, Australia, Barbados, and Portugal take to the water. Chris Cote here with Otto Flores. Otto, what a day so far. Big upsets. But the good news is, for those upset about their favorite surfer that lost, they get another chance in the repechage here on the main round. Sally Fitzgibbons is a veteran competitor and still a grommet at heart. Surfs with joy, with passion, and of course a high level of skill that has put her right amongst the top of the elite the better part of the last decade. Always fun to watch Sally surf in waves like this because she's such a tactician. I mean, her skills are just, they're going to be on display for the next 17 minutes. I would take notes. I'm actually going to. I'm getting a pen and paper.
As we see the Bayesian Chelsea Tuak right there, ripping this one off the top right there. No stranger to World Tour surfing. One of the prides and joys of the Caribbean. Very consistent. Multiple title holder both in the WQS and representing on the World Tour. probably one of the only Caribbean surfers that represented in the World Tour. And I like what Sally says. You got to channel that inner Grom.
Yep.
You got to spark it up. And I think if I was a toothpaste company, I would sponsor her. Smiles every day, all day.
Smile is vibrant. Round 3, Heat 3 so far is going to Sally Fitzgibbons, but plenty of time to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the boardwalk. Mitchell Salazar standing by.
Well, you know who has a great smile, guys? It's Leilani McGonigal. You're moving through into main round 4, and as always, a lot of smiles, but guess what? Your dad had another heart attack right here on the beach. A tough feat. How were you able to get it done, Leilani?
Yeah, I'm just really happy to make it through. That heat was a hard one. I mean, every single girl in that heat has the ability to win this event. So I just wanted to get a couple waves and do the surfing. It's really tricky today. Lots of wind swell. Like the peaks pop out of nowhere. So you got to be like very on top of it and kind of have to surf your own heat because it's impossible to control people when there's this many peaks going on. So yeah, just happy to get that one good wave and have that back up. So hopefully get a couple next heat.
Another potential Olympic slot for yourself, but let's not even focus on that. Your athlete's role here on the Athletes Commission within the ISA. Talk to us a little bit about that too, Leigh.
Yeah, the Athletes Commission is a really big part. We're trying to really voice everyone's needs and opinions and try to make it fair for everyone. It's voting. Today is the last day, so if you guys are watching this and you're athletes, please do vote. It makes a huge difference. We have tons of great candidates, so yeah, I'm just like really excited to be part of that and hopefully be able to voice all the athletes' concerns for the 2028 cycle.
A lo que le quiero decir a la gente tica.
Bueno, pura vida a todos en casa, la verdad muy feliz de seguir avanzando, sobreviví main round, ese es mi goal, llegar a la final por medio de main round y no, la verdad muy feliz con el equipo, ahora va Sam en los hombres, entonces apoyarlo con todo y bueno, ahí vamos, pura vida, gracias.
Gracias, Leigh.
Pura vida. What a great surfer to have representing the athletes. Leilani McGonigal, obviously an incredible surfer, very smart, and I mean, right there, like, she doesn't have enough on her hands trying to beat the world's best. She's also got to think about 2028 and, you know, help the future of surfing. So there's a lot going on with Leilani McGonigal right now.
Well, who better to have a conversation than these world Olympiads, world champions, you know, Lele Osuna being in part of that commission as well. And I think those are the people that can get in the ear of their fellow, you know, surf mates. And I think it's really important for the surfers to have a real voice in what happens, you know, with qualifiers, with competitions, with conditions, with spots. And it's awesome to see the interest of these amazing surfers from all the countries.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. We got to keep a lot of the control in the hands of the athletes. Happy athletes make for great performances. Yeah, that makes for a better show for all of us. Here we go back to the action in the lineup. Sally Fitzgibbons, she's currently in the lead. This was a 5-5 for Sally.
Yeah, Sally consistently right there. She's got a low backup score as we see her second score right there, working for it. Nice little turn right there. Kind of working her way to the inside, hits it again. I think that was a repetition of the same wave, a different angle, and as we see Chelsea get a 4 right here, working the way. This wave flattens out a little bit, manages to get a little bit of a section, throws a tail there, nice little foam climb, and yeah, tricky conditions, but definitely a good playing field.
You know, we talk a lot about comfort in the lineup, and I'm a bit of a kook because this is actually my first trip to Puerto Rico. I've never been to Barbados. Are these two similar surf destinations, and would Chelsea be feeling right at home here in Puerto Rico?
She would, as we see our Portuguese surfer Teresa right there in red. She would. Actually, Sioux Bowls is a very windy kind of wave, and it actually is really good when it's windy.
And there's urchins there too.
There's a lot of urchins. There's just a little keyhole at Sioux Bowls. But Sioux Bowl is definitely one of the most high performance waves in the Caribbean. Holds a lot of power, comes from very deep water, has this little big deep channel into a shallow channel. So yeah, definitely feeling at home. And for the Bayesian surfers, they're not scared of the wind. And Chelsea Tuak probably feeling right at home. Maybe by going left, not as familiar as Sioux Bowls, but the wind and the conditions, just like home.
Well, Team Peru represented now by Irina Rodriguez. That was a nice two-turn combo right there. Big vertical snap to start. Gets kind of a secondary foam climb. Adds a little finish. It's a little low-key snap to ride out of that wave. So I feel like 4.35 could be right in the realm of what she may have earned on that wave. She's sitting on 2 3.33s. She's got a 6.66. That's her heat total. Chelsea Tuak now has jumped into the lead with a 4.10 and a 4. 5.5 current highest single wave score for Sally Fitzgibbons. 11:42 left. You've got your surfer in red, Teresa Bonvalot. Surprisingly, no scores of note. This heat's almost halfway over. She is a really passionate surfer representing Team Portugal. Not worried about her just yet because she is a constant threat anytime she puts a jersey on. Meanwhile, Sally Fitz trying to get rid of a 2.17. She makes her way back into the lineup. Well, you know, one good element when you have a condensed lineup like this, paddle back out only takes about 30 seconds, 40 seconds maybe. You can get right back out there. And that's why we're seeing so many waves ridden per heat. How much of this is rolling the dice, Otto, when you see a lump coming at you? I mean, it's nice to think that every surfer in the water is looking at that wave and making all these split-second decisions, but a lot of times you just got to turn and burn.
I think every wave is a roll of the dice. A day like today, you know, it's basically you're surfing wind chop, and it's on top of the reef, so you're just hoping it grabs the reef correctly and gives you multiple opportunities to do turns. As you can see here, beautiful sky view of what lies under. It's a reef. We got a mixture of swells. We got a nice little, as we see the Barbados team, the Bayesian team backing them up there, and supporting their team. But going back to what I was saying, it's funny. I mean, I grew up surfing wind chop, and you just got to go for it and really materialize whatever comes your way. Obviously, you'll see the sets as we see live action here from Sally Fitzgibbon.
All you got to do is surf like Sally. And big points will follow. I mean, she is a relentless competitor. It's really awesome to watch Sally surf because, again, so much joy, but you mix that joy with, you know, that killer instinct that she has. Give her as like a smiling assassin.
Yeah, most for sure.
She's smashing you in the friendliest way possible.
Smiling.
Yeah. Almost like she's going to apologize. There you see Tyler Wright. Quick selfie before she paddles out there. Can't wait to see what Tyler Wright has for us here. Always a fun surfer to watch.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think, too, what you have to do is be consistent. Get busy in the water. Get a lot of waves. I really like how Sally's boards are looking under her feet as we see Teresa here capitalizing on that one and really getting the best out of that wave. If you would have asked me when she paddled for that wave, that looked like a 2. And she definitely manufactured a really good score.
You think she wants it?
I think she wants it pretty bad. I think the Portuguese theory, the technique, the strategy is, I don't care what you need to do, just do it.
Yeah, the fangs out when Team Portugal hits the water. Irina Rodriguez is quietly putting together a nice heat. She's still sitting on a pair of 3.33s. You can tell she's building some momentum. 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go so far. Sally Fitzgibbons on top, and more scores to come. 6.17 and 5.5. Tatiana Weston Webb enters the chat. She'll be surfing in the red jersey in the next heat. Incredible, the parade of superstars we have hitting the lineup today. Started off with men here on the main podium, passed it over to the women, and so far every heat has provided incredible highlights.
Yeah.
Speaking of smiling assassin, Tatiana, pretty similar, right? So nice and sweet, polite, kind on land. You do not want to draw her in a heat.
Not at all. Her backside is lethal, her front side as well. And what a poised surfer. I mean, I'm such a good fan of Tatiana. I love her clutch performances, and I love her backside. I mean, it's inspirational when you see her just link a wave and just put it together.
Here we go. Speaking of backside prowess, look at this from Sally Fitzgibbons. I mean, no stone left unturned on that wave. Even that little jump over the rib up into the white water. showing vicious intent with every turn she does. How do you do that on a wave like that? I mean, that wave is not making it easy for Sally.
I think she's reading the curve of the wave, and one thing I have to point out, her boards, they look on point. I think those Glen Pangs, she did a shout out to Glen Pang and Town and Country, and I think, seeing her surf on those boards, it's like a breath of fresh air, as we see on the screen, the Bayesian surfer.
Turn of the heat. Turn of the heat so far. She had a big section right there. Goes straight up into the lip and definitely finding the most critical part of that wave. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. Speed, power, flow, all in one motion. Great style there as well. She only had the opportunity for one turn, so why not make it big?
One-hit wonders, man. They do great. As we see the replay right here, goes straight off the top, drifts the tail, and it was a bigger wave, so we're definitely going to see the judges see what they have to give her, but really fluid, straight off the top, a little bit of a drift in the tail, and the Bayesian surfer looking for that better score, as we see Teresa from Portugal.
All right, Teresa's put herself in a better position. Started off just a few minutes ago getting her first score of a 5-point ride. Most likely right there won't be the 3.67 that she needs, so she'll have to get back to the drawing board. Another stellar heat entering the lineup. Surfboards are just so fun to look at. I mean, any surfer will tell you, you see somebody holding what looks like a magic board under their arm. You just want to stare at that thing. And we have about hundreds of boards down here. I mean, it is a surf nerd's dream to walk through the board rack and see all these boards coming from all over the world.
I think that was Izzy Gomez doing a shallow paddle, going out there.
And flat hand paddle.
Flat hand, shallow paddle. I mean, the same way, I love surfboards and I love getting creative with them. So it's always good to see refreshing new surfboards. And talking about surfboards, I've seen a lot of sharp eyes both in the ISA and the World Tour. Seems like Marcio's doing a good job under a lot of surfers' feet.
Yeah, no doubt. Marcio, an amazing shaper, designer, and also great talent scout. His team is definitely doing big things all around the world. 4:43 to go here, round 3, heat 3. Got a second here. We can talk a little bit more about shapers. Tell me about some Puerto Rican homegrown board builders. I'm sure you have some great craftsmen down here.
It's really cool. It's really cool. There's Micah Ramirez. He's the grandson of the guy who I started surfing for. Nestor Ramirez used to shape my first couple of surfboards, Pelicano surfboards. As you know, there's a lot of pelicans, so very, very typical bird here in the island. And I grew up surfing the boards, and now his grandson shapes my boards, his boards. So machete is our typical big knife that we use to, cut coconuts with, cut grass, and Micah Ramirez shaping machete surfboards.
That is a great name for a surfboard.
All the young boys,
machete.
Yeah. So big ups to Micah, and he's innovative, open-minded, and shaping some great boards for the boys. Sage Cats, Magna Martinez rides a couple of them. So yeah, big ups to Micah and Nestor and all the local shapers. Warner Vega, there's a plethora of them. Miguel Flores, there's a cool surf community here, as you could see on screen.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Brian Toth was just in the water not too long ago, and there was about 1,000 more people right there on the water's edge screaming for Tothy. The Boricua vibe is alive and well. Team Puerto Rico is blasting through some big heats here. As we see, Teresa Bonvlop, she's gone from fourth to third. There you go. Teresa, Team Portugal, fired up. Needing a 3.67. That was a big turn. And anytime you disappear like she just did and then reappear, the judges take note. That is extremely difficult. She's got her motor on now. And I'm just so impressed with Teresa Bonvlop. I mean, she's always a fiery competitor, but it seems like she's just kind of kicked it into overdrive right now. 2.5 to go. I do not want to be sitting out the back when Teresa's paddling out like that.
Nice and vertical, throws a tail up, disappears in that white water, and she is super happy with that.
Yes. Nothing wrong with a little passion on display like that. And just like it, Teresa Bonvalot gets a 5-point ride. Talk about tenacity. She was in dead last with 2 below ones for 12 minutes of this heat. And she just turned on the jets, flipped the script, and now she's in second place trying to play some defense against Chelsea Tuak, who has dropped into 4th priority. So this is going to be fun to watch. This is going to be pure tactical surfing at its finest. Surfer in red, Teresa Bonvalot, is in 3rd priority. Surfer in blue, Chelsea Tuak, is in 4th priority. Now, the only thing Teresa has to be mindful of is don't go too hard.
Don't get too
press
close.
too much. Do just enough. Stay in her peripheral vision. Don't let her get a good wave. Play defense, but don't overdo it because you will get that priority ripped away from you if you push a little too hard.
It's very intense. It becomes a mental game, you know, and just by having somebody in your proximity just makes the nerves a little bit, you know, edgier. And Teresa knowing exactly what to do, and I think Portugal, you know, the last couple of heats, take no prisoners, do what you have to do. If you have to dive into the urchins, go for it. But we want to get these wins, and we want to get that Olympic possibility. Teresa already in the Olympics, qualified to the World Tour, but everybody in your team, in your category counts. And like you said, a third and a 4th counts. But if you keep advancing and advancing, it's just one step closer to that next teammate of yours have a possibility to get that Olympic qualification.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see the overall team standings at the end of the day today. Of course, a lot of surfing left. You know, we still have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to look forward to. Finals day is going to be coming up quick as you see Sally Fitzgibbons. I think that move right there helped Teresa a little bit. Chelsea was unable to even look at that wave because Sally had that top priority spot. That goes down to now Arena Rodriguez sitting in 4th, needing a 6.96 or above. So Teresa Bonvalot in 2nd position on the priority lineup as well as in the standings. There's Team Jamaica.
Joshua Burke right there.
I think that's the coolest jersey, or one of the coolest uniforms.
I got an insight for you. The Jamaican team, they could just go to the market in Kingston and buy their uniforms.
All right, I'm going on Amazon then, or I'm going to make an offer to Ika or one of the crew.
I think Ika would be delighted to give you a shirt.
Right, maybe I'll trade him my ISA commentator button-up.
Yeah,
I think you know
these are nice. These are nice.
Well, that's going to be it for round 3, heat 3. Sally Fitzgibbons doing what she does best, and that is winning. Teresa Bonvalot, a come from behind 2nd place finish, keeps her in the main round. Chelsea Tuak putting together one heck of a heat, but it just wasn't enough. She's in 3rd. Arena Rodriguez, a little bit of slow of a heat there in 4th place. Both surfers will have another shot via the Repêchage round, and you're going to have another shot to see more awesome surfing. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games here in Puerto Rico. We've got a paddle now in our 4th heat for women's main round number 3 with Izzy Gomez. Nice opening turn, little snap on the 2nd. She'll kick out quickly. I saw her running down to grab her jersey. Maybe looking a little bit later to preparation, but she would have already been in the zone wherever she was getting ready for that. And she's in the lineup up against Tatiana Weston-Webb of Brazil, Camilla Kemp of Germany, and Emily Gussoni out of Italy, up against the big wave surfer in Izzy Gomez. Tatiana Weston-Webb, of course, already qualified for Paris 2024 for Brazil out of her results on the 2023 Women's Championship Tour for the WSL. She finds herself now a two-time Olympian come July, which is very exciting. And hopefuls in Camilla, Emily, and Isabella currently in the lineup. Very well done to each of them for staying around in the main round so far. It's been some heavy heats even to get to this stage of competition. That's not even considering how many more days we have until we're finished. Tatiana now slicing through her first turn. Little rail-to-rail work as she finds a fun-looking wedge in front of her. She'll finish off that wave nicely as a 4.5 drops in for the opener of Izzy Gomez. This is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by 88 world champion Barton Lynch. Barton, the surf's looking pretty fun out there.
Yeah, it sure is. As the day is heated up, the onshore sea breeze has come in. It hasn't really come in too strong, but you can see it's definitely there, putting a ruffle on the surface, as did the wind that we had yesterday. You mentioned earlier that ruffle was there right from the start of the day. But that's not a bad thing. It gives you a lip to hit, and we'll see what was, getting out of this right hand. Well, beautiful first turn from Camilla.
So she'll start off with a score to drop. Let's take a look at this first wave of Tatiana.
Wrap there, pumping over the flat section. Gets another clean wrap into a foam climb. Tight surfing to the pocket. And another ride for Izzy.
So getting her heat started quickly. Has that 4.5. Now putting herself in a great position moving forward as we take a look at Emily Gussoni on her backhand. She'll drop in her opening ride of this heat. And Izzy Gomez is very familiar with the ISA formats within events because not only competing for Colombia on the World Surfing Games Tour, as we see Tatiana Weston-Webb have a look at this one. So plenty of waves to be ridden. Lots of opportunity for every surfer to have ample time, I think, to be able to get themselves into a couple of good waves in each heat. Tati's going to drop a second score. Back to Isabella Gomez for Colombia. She's also competed and taken out a couple of gold medals in the SUP World Championships. Well-rounded on any craft, even paddling out on her gun on some of the biggest days at the biggest surf spots around the world that would terrify a lot of other surfers in the draw. Camilla now on her backhand, staying really active, Barton.
Yeah, you can see that the importance of the start, the understanding that, hey, we need to get waves and we need to catch them as quick as we can, and how that takes the pressure off is very evident in all of the surfing. Still waiting on the scores for Tatiana on that first wave. Judges having a long, hard think about that one. Otherwise, Isabella got the 4.5. It was the best other ride. Still got the second score to drop. And you can see there in the wider shot, that wind is blowing on shore, but it gives you a lip to hit, gives you stuff that you can get your high performance small wave surfing going on. And Tachi's had two rides, one down the line there, making her way back out to the lineup.
We got 15 and a half minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with a three-time ISA gold medalist, Sally Fitzgibbons.
And easily one of the most important surfers of all time, too. Sally, congratulations. Surfing's come a long way since you first started competing. Sofia Milanovic is doing the broadcast in Spanish, and we were talking yesterday about how much it's progressed. Since you first started, what do you think has been the most important thing about this progress?
I think just taking that heat by example, just to never lose your froth along the way. And I fully grommed out in that one. Yeah, I know there was some waves that didn't need but most of all, I just create this feeling inside that I just have a lot of joy doing this and paddling around that lineup and the clock's going and the pressure's on and so just to not lose your grom. And Soph, big shout out to Soph. She was one that I always looked up to and shared many teams with her, and I always watched that. She was always frothing, and so you just never lose your spark that way.
I asked John earlier about his involvement in his business, how he's really applied his own economics and his finances into creating something good. A key piece of advice you would give to your younger self and future generation surfers to not only invest their money well, but be smart with it.
I guess like you're always looking forward. I guess in this game, everyone always can come up and tell you what you've achieved, but because we're always looking forward, and that creates like the evolution and for you to improve. But it's so important to understand, like even today, like it's all happening right now. Like you get to experience it every single day and show up to, in my story for sure, like not waiting for someone to tell you that you're successful or that you're world champion. Like you have to kind of be that champion all on your own, like every day, in all the little like moments and parts of your day, and be that kind person. So it doesn't matter if that's business or sports or just your daily living, and I think that all adds up. And yeah, I think everyone's kind of got the champion in them.
We going for number 4 here?
Oh, for sure. I'd love nothing more. And there's so many heats. They're so stacked, and it's almost like the challenges of CT coming together now and in 4-person format. Yeah, that really excites me. So I'll try and go as far as I can.
Thanks, Al.
Go to Aussies. Yoo.
Thanks so much, Sally, bringing the sting with another heat win here at the ISA World Championships. A good stat actually would be to dig up how many. We know she's won 3 gold medals. How many actual heat wins has Sally Fitzgibbons had in her career?
There's a lot.
Many heats that she's served in here for the ISAs. But I love that description as well. I mean, there's so much we could pull apart within that interview, Barton, but the idea of the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour coming together, that's the caliber of surfing that we're talking about at the ISA World Surfing Games, is those that have kind of made it into that world title conversation, those that are hopefuls to one day qualify for that, the blending of so many different nations and countries within that conversation as well, as we see Camilla Kemp up and riding on her backhand, so swings it around for that opening turn, putting a lot of work in here, and tags the finish to do well for Team Germany. She's sitting in that 4th place spot at the moment, Barton, chasing a 4.34.
Yeah, the World Championship Tour surfer, Tatiana Weston Webb, representing Brazil, a 6.77 and a 5.83, so early big scores for her. 5.8 on the first, 6.7 on the second, so her job is more or less already done. It's just managing this back end in the 3rd priority now. All of the other surfers' waves are lower than her too. So really at this point it would seem like it's a battle for 2nd place. And yeah, Sally's concept of, or idea that this event is like the Championship Tour and the Challenger combined is very accurate. We have the World Championship Tour surfers and then this whole international field, as we see Emily Gussoni trying on another one, couple of 3s for her.
Emily, one of those surfers representing a nation that she doesn't actually reside in most of the time. She's in Costa Rica. As we take a look at Tati, just stuck behind the section there, sitting in a convincing lead though with a 6.77 and a 5.83. But Emily Gussoni living in Playa Jaco, 24 years old. She's just opened up that hostel, Sunny's. And if you're in the area, I mean, Costa Rica is such an incredible place to travel to as well, because it's just so friendly to international people coming in. There's so much opportunity for, whatever varying level of surfer that you are, for those of our audience that are tuning in, whether you're, at the elite level competing, there's such incredible waves. But if you're a learner, a beginner, someone in that intermediate stage that just wants to be challenged, wants some coaching, wants some help, some advice, all those surf camps that are happening around the world, Costa Rica has a plethora of them. And so many opportunities for people to just go out and in the spirit of fun, build some community, make some new friends from around the world. And that's the kind of environment where Emily Gussoni finds herself in the day-to-day.
Well, it's a place that a lot of expats find themselves. Costa Rica, I suppose that area of the world has so many great countries and a lot of coastline, and Costa Rica seems to have been the place that was first kind of people went to first off. People started going, oh, this is a good spot. And people buying land, and we know Carlos Munoz's wife, Tamara, her dad, Johnny Futch from Florida, he moved down there early days with Charlie Coon. They bought some land and she married Carlos, and they've got a lovely family together. So, Costa Rica has a lot of that expats from different parts of the world moving there because it's such a wonderful place.
Being able to spend some time in similar enough kind of conditions, more beach breaks there than the reef breaks, but you got some variety in waves that Emily would have been preparing herself for. She's still chasing that 4.93 as another 3 has dropped through on the scoreboard, sitting in that 4th place position. Tachi having a paddle here, unable to get into it for our reigning gold medalist. She took away the win last year in El Salvador, the 2023 World Surfing Games. She also then went on later that year to back up that victory with the Pan American gold medal. So she's got a few golds that are dangling there. maybe slightly smaller in size and not quite as shiny as the ever, present Olympic gold now in the mind of the surfing community as of a couple years ago, that she would like to be hanging that on the wall later this year.
Well, she's definitely made all of those steps on that pathway to that podium at the Olympic Games. And going into Tiopo, it's a left-hand wave, so she's on a forehand there as a goofy footer. That is a massive advantage. I think on the men's side, it's not as much of an advantage. People like John Florence, Jack Robinson actually make backhand surfing there look like an advantage with the technique that's employed at that highest level. And Batachi's going to go into that event as one of the favourites for sure. Obviously, the Tahitian and French representative, Bahini Fierro, is the queen of that location and would go in as the favourite, I would imagine, regardless of what goes on and who qualifies. No one really matches her on a day-to-day basis, but if anyone can compete out there and take their forehand and tube riding skills to the gold, it would be Tatiana. She'd be right up there as one of the favourites. So a warm-up here for her, as you said, already having qualified. And here goes Camilla Kemp representing Germany.
Representing Germany from Cascais in Portugal. Nice little hook for that opening section. And that wave just flattens out on her, doesn't quite have the power to keep her moving forward. Born to a German mother and a Dutch father, she started surfing when she was about 10 years old. And her biggest dreams, of course, not only qualifying for the Olympics, but for the WCT. And it's great to see a lot of these surfers that have had those goals set for a while that are now up there, right there in that pack of just on the brink. You get those surfers that set those goals at a younger age, and they may be very far outside of that. Bottom 50 slots away of whatever event it is, whether it's the World Surfing Games, whether it's the qualifying series, something like that. Just those kind of lower results, but growing. And Camilla's one of those surfers that we've seen now starting to really rise up out of that European region as one of those front runners in the women's field. And I think for her coming into this event, she would be now carrying that real confidence and momentum moving forward, to know that she is a very strong potential to be finding herself in one of those qualifying spots.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Isabella as well, with the courage that she has shown and her ability to surf some of the biggest, most dangerous waves in the world, would suggest that she would not be out of place in Tahiti either.
And to think of someone like her who has so much going on behind the scenes, and we have seen her compete at the World Surfing Games, then we've kind of seen her walk away from that a little bit and focus on other types of surfing and craft that she wants to be. Back in the conversation now, I have to imagine that a large part of that that's very enticing for her is the fact that the event is running at Tehupo, that it's running in Tahiti, and she's someone who would be a strong favorite in an event like that should she find qualification. Izzy Gomez now up and riding on her backhand, so smooth and silky surfer. Aside from that little slide out of the fins, unfortunately, Camilla now in a two-turn combo that looks solid. She's feeling it. That's the type of surfing that we've come to know of her over the last couple of seasons, really growing into that space for her. Now chasing just that 4.34 as the score starts to drop from the judges panel.
And look at all the 4s and 3s there. Ignore first place, and otherwise it's all super tight. But that wave is a separator. That wave, without question, 2 turns on the backhand, big, critical, powerful maneuvers, and on a face that the judges would have loved as well. That may be a 6.77 is a very high score. That may be the best wave of the heat so far. I think it is the best wave of the heat so far. I feel like it can trump the 6.77. It's definitely the recipe for success. That was a beautiful first turn. The combination, the fluidity between them, it was perfect surfing. She knew it. She felt it. I felt it in that moment too. I definitely would have been fist pumping and claiming it as well. So great ride there. Judges thinking hard about it.
Emily now up and riding, looking for the answer back. One big section. Nice hit, looking for another opportunity here. I love the way that she was able to just drift that tail for a second on that opening maneuver, and she'll connect with that little oncoming convergence of white water for a final maneuver.
Look how far she rode, Shannon. That's a long ride.
That was a very long ride. Coming up next, Taina Hickel from Brazil up against Italy, Mexico, and Puerto Rico. That's going to be a very exciting matchup as they're just making their way down into the water. And the scores are in. It's just shy, but Barton, it's right on the kind of equal scale nearly with Tatiana Weston-Webb. It was a 6.37, has taken Germany's Camilla Kemp into second and has her just chasing a 6.24 now to take herself into the lead. Izzy Gomez with the requirement as a 6.15 now. She'll be receiving that information from the beach announcers. And Emily Gossoni now chasing a 6.97, so basically a 7-point ride to get herself into that advancing position.
The first pressure really applied to Tatiana Weston-Webb. She started it strong, got her 2 scores before anyone else had anything. She has the first priority. She's now moving away and following her own instincts as to where she should sit and where she should catch from. But that is, as you said, the first wave, second best wave of the heat so far, and really 2 big, beautiful backhand re-entries. Great score, and really putting some pressure on third and fourth as well.
3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Top 2 surfers advancing through into the next main round. Bottom 2 not eliminated from competition. They'll have another chance in the repechage. And we do have repechage heats running on our other podium at El Pico throughout the day. You can follow along with those scores at isasurf.org. As Tati is up and riding now, connects with that little lip line for her first turn, and she'll have to kick out of that one.
And the burden and responsibility of first priority taking its toll even on Tachi. And 2 minutes 40 to go. She's still in the lead and feeling very confident, I'm sure, comfortable, but that was not the wave she waited all that time to ride.
Izzy now up and riding one section, feeling it, chasing a 6.15. That was an incredible turn. Emily Gossoni then on her backhand with a slightly smaller turn, kind of late to it and hooked underneath the section. So comparable. Izzy will have the better wave for sure. Will it be enough to give her that 6.15 that she is so hungry for right now?
Really, one turn? So hard to imagine when you think about the 6.37, which was 2 good turns. Solid, both of them. It has to come under that for me, under the 6.37 of Camilla Kemp's, but we'll see it again on the replay and sort of judge how radical, how critical it was, and see how the judges feel about that.
1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. Judges still dropping the score, and there it is, a 4.33 for Izzy Gomez. So it fits with what you've just described.
Yeah, great score for one turn, and really 2 turns, and she would have matched those scores. She needs another wave. She got 1.5 minutes in third priority. Camilla Kemp in second place has first priority, and guess who her new best friend is? BFFs till the end of the heat.
Stuck together like glue, like a bee to honey.
That's it. Here we go. Forcing her to use the priority. Great move. Great move. Oh, great move on the wave. Great strategy from Izzy to get her to paddle for that wave, because it didn't look that great. She is looking to replace a 4.27. I don't really think she does that, even comparing to the 4.33 of Izzy's. That was a bigger face, maybe a bigger turn. Beautiful maneuver from Camilla, but great strategy from Isabella to get that priority back in her hands and give herself the opportunity with 45 seconds to find that score she needs.
40 seconds remaining. Tachi holds on to the leading position for Team Brazil in the red jersey. Germany's Camilla Kemp holds on to that second place spot earned off of that 2-turn combination for 6.37. Izzy Gomez chasing down both Izzy and Emily. 6-point rides to get themselves into a better situation. Last of Emily Gossoni of Italy, a 2.57. It's not enough to even factor into her top 2 scores.
Nope.
So she's been sitting in that 2 to 3 point range the entire heat. Kind of had smaller wave selection. Has had some great little maneuvers. Great style, a little bit of flow within her surfing, but really needs to just find something with a little more to offer. Izzy Gomez goes for this one. Pops off the top. Looked like she was gonna maybe go for a little pump off, a bit of air in that section. You could see she was wanting it, but just couldn't quite find it. And there's the frustration of someone who would be a strong favorite paddling out in Tahiti for the Olympic gold medal. And she's still got an opportunity. She'll be into the repechage round, but she's now going to have a harder road ahead of her. Unlike this surfer in Tatiana Weston-Webb.
There's the look of success, little wry smile on the face of Tatiana there. She makes her way to the inside. Good performance. really never threatened from the start, and dominant. But what a great performance from Camilla Kemp too, to fight her way into second place. Great surfing on the backhand.
Well, one of the fiercest women in the world, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Can't wait to see more of her surfing throughout the week.
I was born in Porto Alegre, Brazil, and I was raised in Kauai, Hawaii. Brazil is super special to me and my family because we spent so much time there when we were young, and it's such a special culture. I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period. Everything about surfing now is so professional and at that top level that I don't see why it wouldn't be in the Olympics. So it's the most rewarding thing for all of the surfers, is to see surfing be a part of the Olympics. It's something that I think a lot of surfers never believed that would happen in their lifetime, and it is. So it's going to give a lot of determination and hope for the next generations to come.
Well, Tatiana Weston-Webb with the win out of that last heat, 12-point heat total, getting the job done pretty early on within it.
And surfing within herself. That was kind of, you know, not that any heat is easy and not that any moment is easy, but that was, you know, high second, low third gear. You know, imagine you're in the car and you haven't had to get to fourth or fifth, and you've just kind of done it where you've needed to do it, shown as much as you need to show and do. And here is the next heat. Women's round 3, heat 5.
Italy, Mexico, Brazil, Puerto Rico with Daniela Boldini, Maya Metaja, Taina Hinkle, and Havana Cabrero. In the water, one local surfer in Havana. We've seen how wild the beach has gone each time a Puerto Rican has paddled out here.
We can't wait to hear it and watch it, but that's the part that's so special for us, is even through our headsets you can hear the cheering and the applauding and the celebrations from the local crowd while they're supporting everyone and they're supporting surfing, and the vibe has just been wonderful here in Puerto Rico. First time for me, and beautiful people as we see a celebration there.
Tachi with the win. Luana Silva, teammate, newer representative for Brazil specifically, was formerly representing Hawaii. Similar to Tatiana, has made the move back to her home country as far as representation goes, and she's hopeful to find herself a slot alongside Tatiana. And it was cool to hear in John Florence's interview earlier today. He had that heat with Brian Toth from Puerto Rico. His thoughts on, you know, paddling out against a surfer that has that local crowd, that local energy supporting them. And he said it was just so cool because anytime you paddle out anywhere around the world and the crowd gets involved, even if they're maybe going for the opposite team member, you feel that energy.
Oh yeah, you sure do. And you can feed off it and use it for yourself, especially when you get a couple of smiles and a few photos and slaps on the back and you go, well, they like me too. You know. But look at this start from Brazil and Taina Hinkle.
Incredible opening wave, a 6.67 drop through for Taina Hinkle to improve on a 1-point ride as her backup score. And we'll take another look at it here, Barton. Opening ride.
First snap, tight to the pocket, carves back, waits for it to stand up, pumps down the line. There's a nice last re-entry. That was a recipe right there. She took it straight out of the cookbook for how to get a good score from the judges.
Maya on this wave, taking a look at the replay, just a 4-point ride to drop through. Well, not just a 4-point ride.
Yeah.
That's a great score.
Exactly. Today, you know, ordinarily if the waves are perfect, maybe a 4 is not accounted, but today it can be useful.
Daniela Boldini, representing Italy from the Canary Islands. She'll go down on her opening wave, and the local Havana Cabrero also takes a stumble on the opening. So we've got scores to drop, but as we wait for those, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, one of the most relevant surfers on tour right now, Tati. Big congratulations, muito parabéns, another heat win. You know, when you became an Olympian the first time, it almost seemed like there was a pressure off of you. But now an Olympian for a second time going into Tahiti, what's the sense of becoming not only a great athlete, but also a tremendous surfer too?
Thank you. Those are some very nice compliments. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Tahiti is a place that I just love to surf, so that is just a bonus for me, you know. I get to be able to surf one of my favorite waves in the world at Te Hopo'o. And yeah, I'm really grateful to be an athlete, especially a surfing athlete at this moment in time, because you can see all of the younger generation really pushing women's surfing, and you can see that it's only headed up in the right direction. And honestly, I feel like the generation of the Carissas and Stephs and Tylers and Sallys and my generation that followed, like me and Joanne and a few others like Courtney, I feel like we were all part of that push as well, to, you know, get the women in better waves and get just the level up higher. So I'm really happy to be a surfer at the moment in time. I just want to keep surfing good waves, and hopefully you can keep doing it.
Well, you've been a big part of the push, as you were saying, but there's been major change not only within surfing, within your surfing federation too. Teco at the top, also with Guy. WEBCAST, a great organization, but before, Brazil maybe had 3 or 4 representatives at a certain event. Now you have a full team and a great coaching staff. What about that?
Yeah, as you can see, Brazil is really well equipped with the best staff. WEBCAST now has an amazing events. All their events for the base athletes in Brazil are just pushing all the limits and making the surfers better each and every day, as well as the Brazilian Olympic Committee giving us athletes with potential just the most support possible for us to be able to follow our dreams, which is amazing.
Congrats, Tati. Anything you want to say back to Brazil?
Yeah. Oi, todo mundo. Muito obrigada por assistir e torcer. Bora. Agora a Tainá tá na bateria, ela tá na onda agora, então vamos que vamos.
Obrigado, Tati.
Well, fellow Brazilian Taina Hinkle on her second wave of consequence within this heat. She's already got that 6.67. She's proving to be a strong surfer right now.
Competitive machine, and it looked like an action replay almost. The way that last turn went was exactly the same last turn as the first wave. And at a point I was like, is this a replay? It doesn't say replay, because it was a very similar type of wave, which is a good thing, especially when that first one scored a 6.67. Highest other score a 4, so she's, you know, seriously in command right here. Havana, the local.
Up and riding now. Little snap under the section to start. Staying low and compressed as she heads up into that next turn. 2-turn combination. Puts her name right on the board, chasing a 4.4.
Yep, that was a couple of nice turns there. 2.33 and 1.57 to start. Happy to leave one of those behind and replace it with that score for sure. They're also considering the second of the Brazilian. We'll see how that goes. It's going to be a solid score and obviously better than the one that she is now counting. Let's have a look at this one. First turn. Snap back into the pocket. Moves forward on the board to get the weight down. Then moves the back foot to the tail pad and gets the last turn in.
Taking a look at this last wave of green.
Guys, back into the pocket, waits for this inside, does the last final turn into the section. Doesn't look as good as the 6.67, I wouldn't think, but it's definitely her second score. It's going to be very close and up there as well.
6.67. So yeah, taking a look at this first wave now.
Yeah, with 3 turns there, so there's an extra turn in it. Similar on 2, very similar on top 2. And judges still having a long, hard think about that one.
Now Maya Mataha up and riding. First 2 turns, really solid. Hooking that board around. Last couple didn't quite have that flow, that, you know, the board wasn't really in rhythm with the wave. As we take a look now at Daniela, representing Italy from the Canary Islands. Getting a little bit of work done as well. She's only got that 1 point right on the board, so this is going to help her situation.
Yeah, help her settle in. She fell on that first one, so a completion always feels good, gets you in the game. It's going to match the 2.33s or, you know, those smaller scores of her other competitors. There's Joanne DeFay on the beach, warming up talking through strategy, positioning, and an understanding of what's out there.
She'll be coming up in heat number 7. We're currently in heat 5. There are only 8 heats in this round, so just a few more to get through before we call it for a day of competition. Coming up in the next heat is going to be Sol Aguirre of Peru up against Anat Lelior of Israel, and 2 surfers out of the United States, Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks.
Oh, that's a good heat and some friendly fire there for America. But you would imagine the other 2, Sol, she is a great young surfer, one of the future of Peruvian and world surfing. So that'll be a challenge for those, the world's top 2 ladies of the rankings last year, the world champion Caroline and the ratings leader leading into that final day, final 5 concept, Carissa Moore.
And out in the water, some live action as we get a look here on the left-hand side of our screen at our Olympic qualification. Love this list, just showcasing the names that have already gotten there, the ways they've gotten there. Yep. And digestible to then see that we've got 8 spots remaining for those eligible surfers to be qualified through. Those are going to be those individual team spots, and then we'll have the top ranked women's team winning a spot and a universality spot as well. So some exciting times. But in that conversation, as you can see, Caroline Marks, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, Molly Picklum, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Joanne DeFay, Brisa Hennessy, and Teresa Bonvelo, all going to the Olympics because they qualified through last year's championship tour. Bahine Fierro, Shino Matsuda, Sarah Baum, and Safi Vetti qualified through last year's World Surfing Games. And then Sanoa Delphine O'Lynn from Canada qualified via the Pan American Games. Everything else is up for grabs.
That's right. Team USA has won that spot from the 2022 Games at Huntington Beach. We are imagining that Katie Simmers would get that spot. And when you think about, we talked earlier about the backhand versus forehand situation and how there were certain men on the tour who turned the backhand into an advantage. Well, there's most probably certain women who have done the same, primarily being Molly Picklum and Katie Simmers. Both of those ladies proved to us at Pipeline this year that the backhand is no disadvantage for them, and they're well on their way to turning it into an advantage as some of the males have. So interesting, and that's, I suppose, what we heard Tatiana talk to too, is that elevation of the sport that's taking place right now.
That's right, and the fact that now the women have the opportunity to compete at those spots, which hasn't been the case for the last decade. Women have previously competed in Tahiti, got taken off the tour, and now it's back in there. And those women have that opportunity to spend time in a jersey and actual time learning a lineup without so many other people. Different to what the kind of men have been having in that development stage over the last 50, 60 years. It's very exciting to see that turnaround coming into the women's conversation, and I know seeing the women's surfing develop through these years and speaking to them about it, it's been such a huge push forward for this next generation, for their hopes, for their dreams of being good surfers, solid surfers, excellent level surfers in those big, heavy water waves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock, and it's still the Brazilian in the lead. Barton, she improved on the 1-point ride with a 5.83 on the clock. As we see Sol Aguirre of Peru there on screen. She's getting ready to paddle out next.
Yep.
And Taina, with those couple of solid scores, has herself in a solid.
Yeah, it's a very similar sort of approach to her fellow Brazilian Tatiana in the heat before. Out of the blocks early, scores early, and then, just sitting and waiting with the lead and really doing as much as they need to do. I think one of the interesting things about surfing in that sense, when we talk about equality of opportunity and all those things, there are venues that will kill you. No, let's not mix around here. The Pipeline and Chopu, these waves are not somewhere that everyone can surf. You've got to be of a certain level to be able to even paddle out there and even think about riding those waves.
Oh, absolutely.
And at my age, at this point in my life, I look at it and go, that will kill you, mate, be careful. So that's the reality of it's not something you can just give. Equality in the ocean has to be earned, and we're at that point in life where it's been earned, it's being rewarded, and we're seeing the rewards for the sport generally and for women's surfing in that effort that's been put into to achieve that ability and that right to be able to go to that type of a wave, which is, I think for people that don't surf, it's incomprehensible how dangerous those waves are. And unless you've been there and paddled out at those two particularly, And there's all sorts of other waves. These waves we're at here, even though it's small, come with their own set of consequences as well for making mistakes. The ocean, it doesn't care about anything that you might think is important. It will really teach you a lot of lessons. So it's a wonderful thing that, you know, we're at that point in time, and women's surfing has advanced its way to this point of respect and ultimately being able to handle such a challenge, which, you know, many males won't be able to handle, and that's the fact. So it's a great point in surfing.
It's so true, and it continues to build on the history of women who have always handled that stuff in the past.
Yeah.
Like a Keala Kenley.
Keala,
Like those names that have come
she's
before,
a wild one, isn't
who
she?
have just been incredibly powerful in those waves and showcasing that women are capable of it, and that they have those waves that they have the opportunity to grow and to become even that much better in.
Another great example is Bethany Hamilton.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, when you look at her having one arm and being able to ride those type of waves is something that no male can do. And the pipe master, Robbie Page, you know, won the pipe masters. I was having a chat to him in Hawaii a week ago, and he just flat out said she is the best surfer in the world. Bethany Hamilton is the best surfer in the world. I'd like to see any Kelly Slater go do it. Anyone try and go and do that with one arm, you know. So there's some very powerful women that we've got the joy of having in our sport.
Havana Cabrero up and riding on her forehand, so she was holding on to priority for a while. The Puerto Rican looking for a 3.14 to get herself that advancing position in the main round. Havana's got a silver medalist in her corner, an Olympic silver medalist in Kanoa Igarashi being her partner. He's been down here, obviously spending time with his team for Japan, supporting them, but also I've noticed, you know, behind the scenes that he's been kind of tagging along, having those conversations with the Puerto Rican team, specifically with Havana prior to her heats if he's not happening to compete around the same time. So that's a cool, you know, of those dynamics that we have coming together for quite a few surfers in the draw this week, those partnerships where they're both competing at a high level. That's a great dynamic happening between Havana and Kanoa.
And I saw the same thing. I saw him with the Puerto Rican team just outside our booth watching the surfs preparing. So great to have, you know, she's got all the coaching staff and the team with her, but she also has in her partner someone who's extremely experienced, one of the greatest surfers in the world. Oh, here we go.
Taina, just on an absolute tear right now. She's already got a 12-point heat total, going 12 o'clock on each of those backhand re-entries to start off with. Looking for a finishing maneuver. She'll kick out as that wave fizzles away. And this woman is impressing me so much.
Me too.
Given the context of seeing her progression through the years and kind of seeing her get some of those call-ups to wild cards for events as that top Brazilian surfer before a Tatiana or a Luana Silva came into the conversation to actually technically represent the nation with that patch on their arm.
Yep.
Taina, what she's displaying in her surfing right now this week, this is world-class level surfing.
Oh, yeah, and that was the best wave of the heat so far. It's going to be a giant score in my mind. It was, those two turns were massive. We know the judges love that approach. The way she drove out of the bottom up into the top of the wave, into the lip, was fantastic. 7.67 from the judges. They agreed, could have even been higher, Nelly, in my mind. That was fantastic surfing, consolidates the lead, and it is a real strong battle for second place right now.
Let's take another look at this one, Barton.
Came from behind the section. Nice one to snap. This is the money turn. Look at the lip there. Beautiful timing. Straight up vertical. Whipped it out of the top powerfully and finished and got the completion. Didn't need anything else. There was no need to be desperate and try and wiggle your way to something more than that, because that was that was top level, high performance small wave surfing, and the judges went near excellent.
There it is, a 7.67 for the Brazilian, sitting on one of the highest heat totals for the women's field today, into that 14-point range, close to the 15 points. That does leave a combination situation requirement now for Maya Mitaja from Mexico. She would be chasing 2 fresh scores to get herself the leading position. And second place really is still wide open, Barton, as we take a look at the requirements being a 3 and a 4 on third and fourth place.
Wide open for second place. Where's the priority? The local has the priority. She's got 40 seconds. The one behind it might be a chance. The first one didn't stand up. This is a much bigger wave. She's paddling now. She sees the opportunity. The crowd would be going wild. There'd be nerves on the beach from the local crowd as we see the Italian.
The Italian up and riding, finding herself into those little sections to be able to lock that board into the pocket. She's chasing a 4.16, which given the context of the heat is actually quite a high score. And Havana up and riding. This will be just before the buzzer sounds with 10 seconds remaining. And she's got just a 3.14 requirement on the board. Putting a lot of work into this all the way through to the inside. Feeling like hopefully she's gotten there.
It's a pressure cooker of a situation, the ISA
Games. For a
Games.
couple of women. For Havana, for Daniela. Both of them having that opportunity on the finish, as we can see the crowds just surrounding down at the beach. Everyone you can tell that it's a little bit tense even on the shoreline in the support group right now.
Oh, absolutely, because they don't know. No, none of us know. The judges are considering the scores, and there is the local hitting the beach. You can see the Puerto Rican flag on the rail of her board. Beautiful little pintail. And sometimes they're really good in small waves, get high performance up in the lip. We see some scores.
Scores have come through for Havana Cabrero. Unfortunately, it's not enough. It's a 2.83. She would have needed a 3.14 to take the advancing position.
So close.
So she stays in third. And in fourth, Daniela Boldini will stay there, although she did improve on her situation overall with a 3.4. She then lessened her requirement, but still would have needed a second score to make it into that second place position. Now the bonus is that Tatiana Hickel has just surfed such an incredible heat. Brazil, we're going to get another post heat from them in just a moment. Mexico's Maya follows through into that main round 4. And for Puerto Rico and Italy, the story is not over yet. They have the Repêchage rounds still to battle through.
Absolutely. Can't wait for this next one too. On paper, this is a heat of the day maybe.
Well, another incredible heat coming up next. Sola Gary, Anat Lelior, Carissa Moore, and Caroline Marks when we return.
After finishing high school, we need to do the service in the military in order to serve your country. The Army is a full-time job. It usually goes from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. The Army gives you a lot of different programs. And I got the athlete program that they help me to do what I need to do to be my best in surfing, such as give me my time in a day to do my training and of course do my surfing and be well rested. And it's a daily thing. Usually my day is really packed, and I really need to be precise with my time.
Straight back into it, and Anat having a paddle. She's unable to get into that one, so it's going to be Caroline Marks. Finds herself the opportunity to just open up on the rail for that opening turn, little check off the top, and drives through as she comes down the line to finish. She'll be feeling happy to take off on a left on her forehand, as the goofy footer in the lineup is competing against Carissa Moore, the Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo 2020 and 5-time world champion, alongside Anat Lelior from Israel and Sola Gary of Puerto Rico. Anat Lelior and Caroline Marks, both Olympians from Tokyo 2020, and of course Caroline Marks now the reigning world champion from the Women's World Tour. So a lot of big names out in the lineup as we take a look at Sola Gary in her opening wave of the heat.
Really nice first turn, gets the closeout turn and the completion. That was a nice way to start. Here we go. She had the inside position. First turn, beautiful first turn. Amazing, a little catch of the rail there. Small, things slow down, but she gets the final turn in as well. That was a great opening ride. Fantastic 2 turns. We see the replay here of Caroline's nice first snap back to the pocket. Whitewater on the face, so she's just riding along, waiting for it to stand up to give her something better. A little snap there, little float there, a lot of little work, small, tiny little chips away at that knee-high wave through the inside. For me, it felt like Sola Gary's wave was more the recipe of what the judges like, big face, big turns. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Sol get the better of that opening exchange over the world champ, but we'll see.
We will see as the scores start to come down. While we wait for that, let's go down to the beach quickly to catch up with Taina Hickel after a great week.
Yeah, great heat, no doubt. Un inicio rápido, Taina, big congratulations. How important was it for you to be able to get a 6 off the bat? ¿Qué tan importante era para você empezar com nota boa?
Muito feliz em ter começado a bateria bem. É sempre bom começar bem a bateria. Todos os atletas com certeza almejam isso e logo no começo ali entrou a esquerda para mim. Eu consegui pegar ela, fazer uma nota legal e voltar, construir mais um pouco e no final ali achar o 767, ampliar um pouco mais a vantagem. E tô bem feliz com o meu surf, bem feliz com o time brasileiro aí avançando também. A gente está tendo um ótimo tempo aqui em Porto Rico, está sendo bem legal para todos e eu tô bem feliz de poder estar aí.
Yeah, getting a 6 was an optimum start, and getting a base going and obviously developing the heat afterwards, getting my backup score towards the end was integral to my development throughout the heat. But the week has been incredible for Team Brazil here in Puerto Rico. She's been enjoying her time. Talk to me about Brazil as a surfing nation overall. Do you think that surfing is really the sport of Brazil right now? Você acredita que o surf é o deporte brasileiro agora?
Com certeza, o surf, na verdade o Brasil sempre teve a fama de ter o país do futebol, né? Mas agora a gente também é o país do surf e principalmente agora a gente também está se tornando o país do surf feminino que está vindo aí. Eu fui a campeã brasileira profissional de 2023, estou aqui representando isso, então amarradona mesmo. Bora time Brasil, vamos pra cima e é isso aí. Ihu! Quero mandar um abraço aí para a Guarda do Embaú, a minha família e eu amo vocês e vamos com tudo. Isa!
Yeah, without a doubt, she says the most important thing is really developing female surfing within Brazil too. She was national champion last year, really the Brazilian champion too, but that's where they've seen the most development and growth over the last few years. Muito parabéns, Taina, parabéns.
Obrigada. Ihu, muchas gracias.
Great to hear from Taina. That was an exciting interview after a really well-served heat, great structure to it, and she just built on those score lines.
Yeah,
she needed.
I didn't understand too much of it. I know a little part of Portuguese, but I just loved every bit of it because it was delivered with such stoke, you know, and congrats to her on a great win.
A Nat into that first section, throws it up into the whitewater for the second off that lip line, and she's sitting in a combination situation, as is Carissa Moore, sitting with first priority next to her name because Sola Gary already has an 8-point ride from that opener, that 2-turn combination. She then dropped a 317, which she's already replaced with a 5.60 to be sitting in that leading position. Caroline Marks opened up with a 6.17 and now has dropped a 7-point ride to back it up. They're sitting in very strong first and second place positions, with a knot on a 4.83 for her last wave, and Carissa Moore just a quick kick in and out gives her a 0.5, and she is sitting in a combination situation.
Yeah, the stuff. Oh, here we go. Here's the 5-time champ.
Now looking to wipe that combo off the board, and looking fiery as she finished off on the inside of that wave. Fast, quick on her feet.
Not only the 5-time champ, but the Olympic gold medalist. And sharing the side of a building with the great Duke Kahanamoku.
I was
in
just
Honolulu.
picturing that as you started to say.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, isn't it? You go and you see that mural up on that wall, and it must just feel incredible for her to be recognised alongside the Duke. One of the greatest sportsmen of all time, and our founding father, essentially, of the sport of surfing.
Taking a look at some replays here, a knot with her 483.
Good energy, powerful. You see how quickly she, threw that board into the lip. Here's Carissa's really lovely first turn, big snap. There's only that one in it. Threw some good spray, a little foam climb off the whitewater for good measure. Waiting on that score, 4.83 for a Nat for those 2 turns. That'd give her some confidence on the backhand.
Now up and riding again, chasing an excellent score to get herself out of the current situation. And she'll just kick out of that wave quickly, noting that it's not going to give her very much to work with. Priority sitting with our heat leader, Sol Aguirre, out of Peru. She is from Los Órganos, which is in the north of Peru, and has been surfing those left-hand point breaks for her entire life. She loves where she comes from. Caroline Marks now up behind the section, and she'll come out.
Yeah, no wonder the backhand looks so good.
Similar to Luca Messinas, finds himself on a left-hander, and it is just like,
Good
made for
night.
each other.
Yeah, that's right.
Couple of Peruvians. We've got a Peruvian world champion in the commentary booth just next to us on the Spanish side, Sofia Milanovic. Cheering on.
Sol uses the priority there, doesn't improve on what she's already had. So I suppose you would consider that the first mistake from her of the heat. Getting the 8 to start is a dream. Backing it up with the 3 was a nice move, just to, you get to an average of 12 points that way. And then she, went for the 5.6 and built again. So it's been a great performance. And really, with the sort of random nature of the reef at the moment and the way waves are breaking all over the place, priority not so important really.
Carissa Moore now up and riding. She dropped a 6-point ride for her opening wave. There was a little tail slide into the finish of that turn.
Wow, 6 points for one turn. I think that's the highest single turn score that we've seen maybe in the heats that we've commentated.
Yeah, exactly.
So a lot of appreciation for the champ's power there. Big score for one turn. Thinking, but then you compare it to perhaps the 617 of Caroline's, which really didn't have much in it at all. A lot of little way, a lot of little jabs here and jabs there. No big blow, proper punch to the wave. Carissa definitely gave that wave one big punch. So you can see how those two scores might relate. Different ways to a 6, but equal.
But equal scores in the end. Carissa now chasing a 7.17 to take herself through to the next main round heat. 10 minutes on the clock, and there's just been so much activity out there for the opening half of this heat. Really the opening 6 minutes maybe. Saw some absolute fireworks as we see Sol now up and riding again, loving the left-handers, feeling comfortable, like she's at home. Slightly warmer here than what she'd be used to competing in or surfing in back in Peru, but really enjoying her time. Sitting on an 8-point ride. We haven't seen a lot of actual excellent scores thrown down in competition yet.
No, that's right. Even though we've seen some incredible surfing, the judges maintaining some space. Anat cuts back.
And we'll just kind of lose her there in the drone, but that wave just dissipates anyways.
Wasn't what she wanted. Caroline's got the first priority, Carissa the second priority. And Anat and Sol need to be conscious and focused on using that priority to build on that base they've already got. They're against two incredible competitors, two champions, world champions, and you can get the start and then you start getting pegged slowly and back slowly by the champs, and it can really bring some pressure. And I feel for Sol, the focus in the wave selection and making sure that next wave is better than that 5.6 and build and put some pressure on your opponents is important, because if you start catching waves that don't build, your opponents will sense the fear. They'll sense the fact that you're scrambling, you're a bit rattled, and they're used to that. They know what to do in that situation to an opponent.
Now, just had a look through our stats at isasurf.org. While you're following along with heats and scores and situation updates, there is actually a tab that you can click on there that gives you the stats of highest waves, as we see Sol with a quick kick in and out, highest waves for men's and women's categories, highest heat totals as well. And I was thinking, there's been maybe 5 excellent waves on the women's field or something so far. There's actually been 12 in total. Fantastic. And I forget, Martin, that because we've got double podiums running, we actually miss a lot of the action ourselves.
Yes, we do.
There's plenty of incredible surfing that has been going down this week that we haven't even had the time to be able to kind of concentrate on because of all the action that we've been following with, between the different podiums and all that's been going down. As we take a look now at Caroline setting herself up with a beautiful bit of speed down the line into that first section, now wraps it around for a turn, snap into the pocket, feeling good.
I shouldn't laugh, but that was the champ doing their thing, wasn't it?
There's so much just flow, rhythm, speed, fun. She was smiling on that wave most of the way.
Well, because she knows she's going into the lead. That was incredible wave selection. She waited and that's what the best competitors have the ability to do. Once they've created their base, they have the ability to sit, wait and improve. That's something that Sol hasn't been really able to do on her start that she created, and she needs to. Look at the size of this wave. Beautiful pump there, another pump See the fins coming out of the water, just waiting for the obvious section to hit. There was no rush because she could see down the line that there was a whole lot of action coming her way. Horizontal sort of turn there. Not a lot of points in that first turn. The wave has a lot of points in it on its own. And when you're on a great wave, you really need to surf in a fashion that gets the points out of the wave and not risk anything so you blow it and leave those points in the water. Nice vertical re-entry here. So really to date she surfed within herself, but she surfed to take and get the maximum potential out of the wave without risking anything. And that's some competitive smarts right there. She cuts off and you can see she enjoyed that as much as we did.
Score still to drop. We've also got a score to come through now for Anat as we take a look at this just in real time. The speed surfing, power flow, all those little elements of the judging criteria that are all encompassing. So score to come now for Anat. We've got all scores in for the rest of the field as we take another look here at the replay. This is the score that we're waiting for, Barton. So first big wrap to start. Woohoo!
And see, she was on less quality wave, so she had to put the surfing tempo up to another level to get the scores out of it. Beautiful turn from the Israeli.
Chris has now got a couple sixes on the board. Up and riding, chasing a 7.04 as she sends it up into the pocket for the third or fourth time down the line. So she's also picking a wave that she can do more with.
Yeah, great wave selection
single
again.
maneuvers so far. Anat quickly to her feet again. And we're waiting for her last score. So we've got scores to come for three of our four competitors. Sol has had a couple more opportunities past that 5-point ride. All throwaway scores to her score line.
So a 6.61 for Caroline the Ask. She goes into the leads, my call. Then a 7.04 for Carissa. I feel like she might get that almost. And Sol Aguirre has ridden 4 waves since her 5.6 and not been able to improve on the base she created. And that's where the door has stayed open for these champs, these more experienced competitors who know how to wear you down. And there's an 8.03 for Caroline, takes her into the lead. Let's see what Carissa drops here. And will Sol go to third after such an incredible start? But there's some lessons in this for her for sure, and for all of us. When you're against those great surfers, it's important to get that priority and be near them and continue to be competitive. Sol had such a start that she felt a little on easy street and moved away and started doing her own thing. You've got to stay competitive with those around you and try and apply some pressure to them, because Carissa and Caroline, it's hard to make them feel pressure.
It is very hard to make them feel pressure. That 8.03 of Caroline would be the 13th excellent score on the women's field so far now. For both Sol and for Caroline, these are their first excellent scores they're bringing into competition this week. Both have had some higher scores, but not quite to that 8-point ride. So they're sitting in that, top pack of names on our stat sheet, which is always fun to see. Carissa is now chasing an even bigger requirement of the 7.48 to get herself into that top 2 position. She's got those couple of 6s. We are waiting on a last score for her, and a last score now for Anat, who is sitting with a requirement of an 8.77 to gain herself some kind of favor within this heat.
Loving the power in Anat surfing. The stance has got a little more width, and the bend in the knee, she gets really low into those turns. Let's break this one down because our judges are still thinking about it. So the start's a little slower, just a couple of snaps. This is where the important points start to come. That first turn was beautiful. Last turn was maybe it was a little early, or a little sort of had a little wild edge to it, and looked like she lost a little bit of control for a moment there, but still, it was a beautiful wave, and the judges are still considering, because they recognise the importance and the impact this score will or could have.
All right, so the last 2 scores of Anat have dropped in. A 2.83 for her last wave, but the one before was what we were waiting on, and it's come through as a 7-point ride.
Nice.
So that sets her up in a great position with a high score on the board. She's now chasing a 6.61, still sitting in 4th to take herself into the 2nd place position, but it's now in the 6s. It's no longer a near 9 of an 8.77. Carissa's waiting on a score, and it's a 6.83, so it's shy of her requirement.
Just fell short. Sol Aguirre holding on to second place.
You could see Carissa's face that as she received that information from the tower, looking back like, okay.
I didn't get it. She thought she got it. I thought she got it.
Kind of,
Yeah.
You could tell in her eyes, not super happy with that moment, wanting to get herself into that advancing top 2 position to avoid the repechage rounds.
And finally, Sol's come back to the other 3, and that is a good move. When you're leading, and even if you've got priority, you want to be around them. If you just leave the space and you're out of you're not in their face, you're not giving them anything to think about. I'm so happy that she's back and she's gone to sit right near Carissa Moore, because she's got to keep the 5-time world champ off a wave for 1 minute and 15 seconds. It might sound easy, but it's not. It's easy if Mother Nature doesn't send anything through. But if it does, Carissa doesn't make too many mistakes. So great positioning. And you imagine, see where Sol is underneath her. Carissa has to make the decision to paddle first. And so that gives Sol time to go, well, is this really good? Is she trying to sell me it? Is she baiting me? And so great positioning, being on the inside and having time to block Carissa and make a decision after Carissa's already indicated what hers is going to be.
45 seconds on the clock. Sol Aguirre and Anat Lelior. Israel and Peru right now need these heat wins in order to keep themselves in the conversation for Olympic qualification. Caroline Marks just cruising down the line. She's already put down 15 points to her heat total.
She's
going to put
in.
a little bit of a power into that final maneuver. Caroline and Carissa, they've already got Olympic qualification from the CT last year. And now Sol is looking to hold herself in that conversation.
She held her off there.
Forward.
Yeah, she held her off there. Here, the champ's got a chance. 5 seconds on the clock. Will she catch it?
She's in. She's up and riding. She's up before the buzzer. She needs a 6.78 into that first tail slide. Pushes the tail all the way around into that second one. Ditches the fins. Makes that look very easy from surfing. It's a smaller size wave. She did some complicated, bit of variety with her turns there. Where's it going to go, though? It needs to be basically a 7-point ride.
Feels like a flat 5 to me, to be honest. The first turn wasn't that great. The surfing itself was fantastic. How's that flaring tail whip at the on the last turn? But really, that section was nothing of consequence. I don't think she gets it. I think Sol Aguirre is going to hang on for Peru, and that was a valiant effort. Anytime you beat Carissa Moore, you've done something really right. But at the same time, there were some lessons there because she had that lead from way early. And I feel like if the heat went for another 5 or 10, Carissa might have got her. Just great heat, exciting,
incredible. And for Sol Aguirre to open in this heat, this stacked of a heat, 3 Olympians that she's up against, and to drop an 8-point ride on her opening wave, incredible.
Yeah.
To then back it up to do the job that she needed to do to actually make it through in that second place position. We are still awaiting those official results. There's a score to drop for Carissa Moore for that last wave. But again, she's needing a 6.78 to get the advancing position. Anat Lelior also has a score. Sorry, Anat's scores are all in. And our heat leader for Caroline as well is in. So all scores are officially now locked in. Carissa gets a 4.77, pretty much on what you call Barton. And she will be falling into the repechage round alongside Anat Lelior. Coming up next, Bahine Fierro, the Tahitian, gets to compete at home for the Paris Olympics. She's coming up next.
I'm 23 years old and I'm from Tahiti representing France. The Ahupo is a very special place to my heart. It's a very particular wave because you can't train any other waves than that one if you want to get better. So you have to go to the Olympic qualification, and that's probably one of my biggest focus for now.
Bahine Fierro officially qualifies for Paris 2024 in El Salvador and has punched her ticket to compete at her home break of Chopo.
To have Bahine qualify at her hometown, I don't know if you could hold the Olympics at Chopes without her there.
It's enough to make me want to cry, to be honest. She has been through an enormous amount of emotional ups and downs, following this dream, chasing this dream, see her come out the other side of all of that, succeed, book her place. But that is epic, mate.
I'm an Olympian now, and I just want to put all my effort in and leave it all in the ocean and just, not have any regrets and just surf my heart out and try my best out there. Hard work does pay off at some point, and this point right now is like the best ever, and I'm really looking forward to, putting the time in over there and figure out how I can win that gold medal.
Gold medal favorite, Vahini Fierro, right there. Got the nod. Earned her slot into the Olympics in El Salvador. And speaking of that, Sol Aguirre coming through. Taking out surfing's golden girl, Carissa Moore, as well as Anatla Lior. What a heat. The young Peruvian there. Caroline Marks, I mean, just near perfection on every wave she surfed. And more of that to come as we get to round 3, heat 7. Vahini Fierro, Brisa Hennessy, Joanne Defay, and Tyler Wright. This will be fun. 2 surfers representing France. Got a surfer representing Costa Rica, and Tyler Wright, of course, one of the Irukandjis from Team Australia. Chris Cote here with Otto Flores. You know what? I'm not even going to say it because you all already know it. What a heat we have out there. I mean, this is a super heat.
Well, you know that.
I guess I said it.
That's a final right there in itself. We saw some incredible surfing in that prior heat. Sol really busting out with that 8-point ride, and yeah, that was another stacked heat. Have world champions in this heat. We have defending world tour wins, and you know, one of the surfers that I really admire to see every time I get a chance to be around her, Brisa Hennessy, surfing for Costa Rica. She's in blue in this heat. I'm a really good fan of her surfing. I love her personality, and I heard she's a great cook. So, you know, it's all round right there. And Chris, these heats are stacked. Like, so much good talent, international talent, and pretty much with Vahine, the future of surfing. And like we saw on that little short, I don't think there would be an Olympic without a person like Vahine, you know, at Chopo.
Yeah, no, definitely already a favorite. We're under a year to go, or just a couple months to go. Paris 2024. Before we get there, the gauntlet of Puerto Rico has to be run through. Tyler Wright, so far so good, about 5 turns on a tiny little wave, and right behind her, Brisa Hennessy. What a start.
Yeah, she banks it off the top on that one, hits that oncoming whitewater. You could see the experience on the surfer representing Costa Rica right here, just squaring it off right there, a little tail free, hits that oncoming section, and this is going to be a banger till the last seconds of the heat.
Yeah, a limitless opportunity for these 4 surfers in the water. They're all so good in any type of conditions. Joanne Defay, I mean, her resume speaks for itself. Title contender every year. She's been on the championship tour. She's had a lot of success here in ISA competition as well. 15:15 on the clock. Judges have something to chew on now. While they do that, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar with Caroline Marks.
That's right. Defending world champion and former gold medalist in the junior division. Caroline, congratulations. 15.03 total. Great heat. Sol opened up with an 8-point ride, but you were able to overcome that and get the heat win afterwards.
Yeah, no, that seemed like a really high-scoring heat. I only came down and watched like the heat like 2 heats before, but it seemed like everyone got waves in that heat, and yeah, it was pretty high-scoring. So yeah, to hear someone drop an 8 in the beginning, you're like, all right, definitely going to be like a high-scoring heat, but it's a really fun challenge, and yeah, it was fun out there. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Florida, so I was enjoying it.
Well, the challenge of having to surf 3 different spots in the event so far, I believe this is your first time surfing at this location in particular.
Yeah, every heat I've had, it's been a new venue, and it's been my first time out there, so it's kind of a fun challenge on the mind, like kind of tells you like, you know, if you just maybe watch it, and I don't know, it's kind of, yeah, a fun challenge because I'm used to, like, I always usually practice a lot, so it's been a little bit of a different approach, but it's been working out, so that's cool.
You're an Olympian now for a second time. When you got the news that you were an Olympian for Tokyo 2020, in which way did it impact your life?
Yeah, I mean, the Olympics was definitely a really, really big goal for me this year. You know, it happens every 4 years, and the last Olympics was one of the coolest experiences of my life. But yeah, to represent your country and just to be with Team USA it's been such an honor, and it's such an incredible feeling. So I just feel really proud, and yeah, to make the women's USA teams really hard too. It's so competitive, so it just feels that much better because it's really hard to make. And yeah, it's a massive honor to be going back to Tahiti. I'm really excited.
I know your family's watching. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, hi everyone at home. Love you guys, miss you guys a lot, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you.
She's a champion in and out of the water. Sweetheart of a person, tenacious competitor, and right there, I mean, she made that look easy. And she was going up against some of the toughest competition you're likely to face ever in surfing. And what a performance.
Oh, she got that 8-point ride with a smile on her face. Seems like she was cruising and gliding. And talking about cruising and gliding, Vahina Fierro really impressed with her smaller wave surfing yesterday. I got to see her surfing backside. We got to see her surf Margara and get some optimal scores. And I bet you she spends a lot of time on the beach breaks in Tahiti and Papara and all those breaks around. And it's going to be a very well-rounded surfing for her future, a very bright future.
Last wave she got during that interview, I mean, tricky wave to read, but I feel like she couldn't have surfed this wave any better. This was amazing.
Yeah, she really found those little pockets, those little curves, really put the board on rail when it needed to go. Nice little snap right there, finishing with a bit of an accent. And yeah, look at this, man. She just finds that curve, hits it right where it needs to be. I love this turn, transition right there in the middle of the wave, and put her in the perfect spot just to finish off right here with that little fast snap.
Yeah, that wave had a 3 on it, and she most likely got close to a 5 or 6. And this is Brisa Hennessy's. This is the highest single wave score of this heat by far, 817. Otto, why was this wave so impactful in the eyes of the judges?
I think the wave quality actually, it looked like a little overhead wave, and she actually impacted the wave strategically and perfectly where it needed to be hit. That first turn was flawless, and just close it up on that oncoming section. 817, I think it was right on the money.
And Vahina Fierro, on the strength of her perfect read of that little wave, gets her a 5.23 and a second place standing for now. But watch out, Joanne Defay has a 5.67 already. Always fun to think about the boards that these surfers are riding. And right now, it looks like even though that wave probably not going to stay in her scoreline for a while, you can just tell a surfboard under her feet is a gem. As we see Vahina Fierro now on her backhand. So again, adapting, quick reaction times. When you're paddling for one of these waves, you see it right there. Quick look right, quick look left. Let's go left with Brisa Hennessy. She comes around this big section, jams it in that closeout white water. A little bit late to the hit there, of course, making the most of what that wave was giving her. So sit on a 3 for a backup for Brisa Hennessy. That might be right there. Well, now she's sitting on a 3.6 for a backup. So I think just a tad bit better than her previous wave, but still the 817 gives her a lot of freedom, a luxury now to sit and wait and potentially just pick off the best, biggest set waves to give herself a huge heat total. Right now already in the double digits, 11.77. Brisa Hennessy's looking sharp.
She is. Her surfing is looking mature. It's up to her to catch that one wave that will allow her to get those scoring points. We see Vahina now with that backside wave, 617. Really, really nice wave. As we could see there, Sky Brown getting ready for her next heat. Who do we got coming up, Chris?
Oh, man. Lucia Machado, Sarah Baum, Zishi Yang, and Sky Brown. There's Sky right there. I mean, that's the future of progression in our world right now. Sky
Both
Brown,
of those
Erin
girls.
Brooks. They've spent more time in the air than most people have.
Yeah, it's really cool to see them hanging out, probably talking about what the future of surfing holds. And with Sky Brown, we see a possibility of a person that could qualify in 2 different sports. How do you decide where to go? Skate park in Paris or Chopo in Tahiti? Like, those are good problems to have, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, she is incredibly special talent. And the way she carries herself is... it's just, really, really cool as well. She's a great ambassador for both surfing and skateboarding. So we see Brisa now flying down the line. Trying to hang on that second turn. She goes down. 9 minutes to go. Brisa still in the lead. Vahina Fierro hanging tough in second place.
Yeah, I do have to say, Chris, that the waves look like they've had more scoring potential now. It seems like maybe the high tide has filled up the bank a little bit, the reef a little bit. And we've seen those excellent scores filter through. Brisa opening up with that 817, a couple of 8s on the last heat. And just really, I think that, looking at the surfers, they're really noticing that wide little peak as we see the surfer representing China, I believe.
Zishi Yang, one of my new favorite surfers. Love the way she gets out there and just goes into attack mode. Yeah, flying the flag for Team China. I would say the most improved team of the bunch over the past couple of years. And what a fun surfer to watch. She's really unpredictable, and she will charge into any section that comes her way. So expect big things coming up for Xixi Yang, preparing for what is no doubt going to be a very entertaining heat. But right now, we're still in the thick of round 3, heat 7. Mahina Fierro sliding the fins out there, coming around this section. A little bit longer of a board, I feel like, for Mahina Fierro, but she makes it really look nice. She's flying down the line. Plenty of speed, no worries. A little wild on that wave, though.
Yeah,
which is fine. I like it. It's entertaining, but the judges like to see a little bit more control.
Yeah, she looked like she had a little bit of a wobble there, as we see the surfer from Spain getting ready for next heat as well. And yeah, I think, Chris, I'm really impressed at seeing these guys and gals using these longer boards, but I really do think that when they get a wave together, it accentuates the surfing. I think the whales are back to visiting us. And Chris, on another note, a little bit off topic, like, how beautiful is this? Like, I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. Like, it's almost like they came to watch the comp.
I mean, that's right out in front of the contest area.
Wow.
That's a special moment. The blue whale?
A blue whale, yeah.
Largest whale species on the planet, or in the ocean, I should say.
And look at that, going
right there.
straight to us. How beautiful is that? Yesterday we had a chance when we were driving home. There was 10 of them right in there. So we got to give a big up to Jay and all the production for bringing those beautiful images. We're seeing Puerto Rico in their best colors, and I do have to say the boys are doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much for making Puerto Rico look as beautiful as it is.
Every image looks like a postcard. I'm sold. Place rules. 6 minutes to go here. We go from pleasure to business real quick. You see Tyler Wright. She's been relatively quiet so far, sitting on a 4 and a 1.77. That's going to change here. Bam! Tyler Wright activating her powers. Couple big turns through that mid inside section, and right behind her, Jean DeFay picks up right where Tyler Wright left off, throwing some big snaps down the line. Little claim right there shows her excitement level. So now the judges have something to think about. Tyler Wright needed a 7.4. Jean DeFay needed a 5.74. Mahina Fierro is in a precarious second place position. Now, I would think that even though Brisa has that 8.17, she's not quite safe yet. Her backup score is just a 3.60. So if she can lock in something, I would say 5, 6, maybe 7. That'll be a pretty much a lock. But of course, you're going up against Jean DeFay, Tyler Wright, Mahina Fierro. These surfers are capable of 8s all day.
Oh my God. And you know what they have identified? They obviously know that little wide peak, the one that's long and can give you the more maneuvers, they're just getting away from the pack. They don't want to be near the girls that have priority, separating themselves, and that could be a dangerous feat. These girls have plenty of experience. You know, Tyler has a world title under her belt and knows exactly what she needs to win a heat. And I dare to say that last wave was really long. It had a lot of opportunity for maneuvers, so we'll have to see what the judges award her as she's trying to look for a right. And I think the strategy for Joanne and Tyler to stay away from the priority girls and pick up those wide ones could pay off in the end.
You know, historically speaking, we've seen Tyler Wright backed up into a corner, and she will fight her way right back out. Scores still waiting to come through for Tyler Wright's last wave. 3 minutes, 55 seconds ago. The time is just flying by.
Yeah, this heat just went by so quick, Chris, and I think it's just because there's been multiple waves. So, as you said, we're still waiting for that last to Tyler Wright. There you go.
She's looking at anything.
Yeah, she got a 5.60 for that, bettering her situation. Still in the 4th place, needing a 6.06. So Tyler Wright getting closer to having to move and get strategic. All the girls now Looks like they heard me. They're all tight together. And Chris, talk to us a bit about the tactical thing. We've noticed that, you know, when the heats are winding down, a lot of these surfers identify the person that threatens them the most and pretty much go chasing after them.
Yeah, right now you'd think that Brisa Hennessy would say most worried about Joanne Defay. You know, she might be thinking, since Vahine Fierro is in that second priority spot, only needing a 5.49, she's pretty much in a dangerous position as Tyler Wright, with fourth priority, finds a little wedge here, waiting for this wave to perk up on the inside. It gives her one good section there. Meanwhile, Brisa Hennessy showing her control. Picked off a nice wave there. Good turn on the outside. Vahine Fierro, who has been hanging in there in second place, has recently dropped to third. Was that a 5.49? I don't know what she did on the outside, but it just didn't feel like it had that energetic finish that the judges are looking for to give you that buzzer-beating wave.
Yeah, I think she kicked out because she didn't feel that it had the opportunity. We have to see the beginning of that wave. Now holding second priority, and I think that's what she did. She saw the crowd. She looked at the opportunity. She knew she could get second priority, and I think she just capitalized on that. Nice last wave there for Tyler Wright. We're going to have to see what the judges awarded. Worked it kind of a smaller wave, as we see on screen. Again, Vahine trying to better that second score and move into that second place position. And very interesting feat here by our surfer in second place representing France right now, showing her experience and talent. And I have to say, that was an exclamation mark right there. She wants to get rid of those identical scores. She's got 2 5.83s on the board, and that just shows experience and patience. As we see a little priority right here, and Brisa working this one. Nice little turn off the top, gets an opportunity. Let's see if this inside pays off. Goes vertical again, and I have to say, Chris, Brisa, really intelligent, keeps herself busy, keeps herself in the conversation, even though she's on top.
Yeah, and that right there, you know, we were talking all about the tactics. That was really the first kind of tactical play. It looked like we were in for a surf-off for the last minute. Always fun to see the crowd spread out a little bit and just go, okay, no paddle battles here. Let's ride waves. Great heat so far with 42 seconds left. Now we wait for the judges to lock in 3 numbers that could flip this entire heat. Does Joanne Defay do enough to stay in second place? Here she goes again with 30 seconds left. Let's get around this section. Gets on the open face. Nice little layback tail slide there. 22 seconds left.
Well, Chris, it looks like that last wave before this one, 6.20, paid off. Nice little 2 banks off the top, good left. A little bit bigger than her usual wave, so she felt confident about that and kind of solidifying that second place. You could see by her body language, she got the job done. She's ready to go in, and yeah, making it hard for Vahine and Tyler. I think they might be relegated to that repechage round.
Yeah, some spinning red numbers on our score sheet here telling us the judges are still locking in a few scores, but at the moment it feels like Brisa Hennessy is an absolute lock. What a performance from the Costa Rican sensation. 8.17 and a 5.20. She might have even added a higher score than that 5.20 on her last wave, but a commanding win. She got the lead early on the strength of the 8.17, hung on to it throughout that heat. Joanne Defay had to fight for it. She got herself a 6.20 and a 5.83. Vahine Fierro, she was right there in the mix, sitting on that 6.17 as her opener. She could not get a big enough backup score to overcome the French surfer, Joanne Defay. The score comes through for Blue. Yeah, she's done it again. Brisa Hennessy, 6.07, adding to her heat total. A huge momentum-building performance for your surfer in blue, representing the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. Vahine Fierro will have another shot via the repechage round. And Tyler Wright, same story there. In 4th place, she will be relegated to the elimination bracket of this event. No easy feat surfing your way through the repo rounds back into the main stage. You have to wait all the way to finals day to see if you're going to be able to compete again for a ISA medal.
Yeah, very interesting. Still long road ahead So we'll have to see what comes of it.
Can't wait to see what happens next. One more heat of the day. It's going to be a biggie. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. This next heat is definitely one to watch.
Being an era where surfing's becoming so global, you know, it's so cool to see all these different unique faces, unique people, you know, and then seeing a country like, for example, like China. They, you know, it's not their first year at the ISA, but it's been, you know, a couple of years now. But to see how strong they are and to see how good the surfers are improving, they're not only participating, but they're now a threat to look out for.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. It's called the International Surfing Association for a reason. Over 50 nations competing here in Puerto Rico. This illustrious event brings out the best of the best. And this heat, well, more of that statement echoed here with Lucia Machado, Sarah Baum, Sishi Yang, and Sky Brown. Great Britain, China, South Africa, and Spain represented in the water. Here in the booth, Chris Cote from the USA, Puerto Rico's finest, Otto Flores, one of Puerto Rico's finest. I mean, you're among the best of the best. There's a lot of awesome Boricua people down here at this event especially. And right now we're watching the rising star in the surfing world, Sishi Yang, representing Team China.
Well, we saw that little short in the commercial break, and Sishi really showing her talent here on the coast of Puerto Rico and just showing consistency. You know, obviously she's been looking at the lineup and picking the eyes out of it, and great opening wave for the surfer from China. And I do have to say, lots of good surfers that I can call my peers here. Puerto Rico's definitely been a nice place to be born.
Must be nice. 17-18 left here in round 3, heat 8. This will be the last heat of the day here for the women's main event. We have been putting Repêchage men and women out here as well at the El Pico podium. You can see all the results here at isasurf.org. These surfers are making their way back into the takeoff zone. And you have a quick paddle here. Sishi Yang again. Her backhand. Stellar. Nicely placed backside turn right there. Nice patience through that bottom turn. The wave kind of let her down, but she's still at it. Throwing that board up into the lip. Adding to her number on that wave. Sky Brown up and out real quick. 16.5 to go. We've got a sideline interview with the one and only Mitchell Salazar.
That is right. Brisa Hennessy from Costa Rica. Muchas felicidades. A massive heat total, but an 8-1-7. The start of the year for yourself. 2 semifinals on the CT, and at least in the main round 4 here. What's changed in 2024, Brisa?
I think all it takes is a little bit of belief in yourself. I think for the first real time, I really am enjoying, I think, the process and kind of taking a step back. I think the 6 months, really taught me a lot about, how lucky I am and how much I want to compete and do this for a living. So I'm just in such a good place of gratitude, I think.
Speaking of gratitude and how lucky you are, your mom's right here, your dad's in Fiji. How important has it been for yourself to have them in your corner ever since you started doing the qualifying series, now as an Olympian and on the championship tour?
It's everything. You only see the surfers, but behind them are this huge village, and it really does take the right support crew and family and friends and everything to lift you up, not only for the wins, but the times that are hard. I think they see you behind closed doors, and they see everything that's kind of behind the scenes, and it hasn't always been sunshine and rainbows. There has to be a little rain, and I'm just grateful there was rainbows today.
You're an awesome person, Brisa. Algo que le quiera decir a la gente de Costa Rica.
Sí, estoy muy feliz, primero de estar acá con todo mi equipo y familia. Me siento mucho amor y muy feliz y gratitud por representar mi hermoso país de Costa Rica. Y si tiene miedo, compré pero.
Gracias, Brisa.
I gotta take some speech classes from her, and I love the last line. If you're scared, get yourself a dog.
Brisa Hennessy is an inspiration in so many ways. I mean, she inspires me to go. I want to surf like Brisa Hennessy. That last heat, I mean, she really was a shining star in a really stacked lineup of talent, and she rose above. That was a convincing heat victory. Brisa Hennessy is off to an incredible start here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Would not be surprised to see medals in her future. 14 minutes to go here. Xixi Yang in the lead with 3.97 and a 3.83. Lucia Machado representing Team Spain. She's got a 4.53. That's the highest single wave score so far. We saw Sarah Baum during the interview on her backhand, throwing some water around. Still early days. Sky Brown just sitting on a 0.50. Basically, she stood up and pulled out. It was a real quick ride, but she's out the back with priority. I think for Sky Brown, you know, obviously the raw talent, right? The natural ability that she's been, you know, born with and trains very hard to keep up with. The one thing, you know, when you think of her and think of the other surfers she has in this heat right now is, yes, she's competed quite often on her surfboard, but she doesn't have near the experience, you know, of a Lucia Machado or a Sarah Baum. So this is going to be a big, pretty quick learning curve for her. But if you know anything about Sky Brown, you know that she is so good at whatever she puts her mind to that, again, I would not be surprised if she makes it well into finals day and potentially earns her spot on the podium here at the ISA World Surfing Games. She's just that good at surfing, skating. Anything Sky Brown does at a high level.
Yeah, she's representing Great Britain in this case, and I do have to say I agree with you. It's the hours that you spend in a jersey. It's that repetitive, competitive career that really sharpens it. And Lucia Machado, Sarah Boom definitely have those hours under their belt. And, you know, Xixi Yang now getting into that conversation as well, having plenty of heats, being part of that rising country that is China and surfing. And China has definitely put a lot into the Surfing Federation, as we see live action right here. Nice little turn off the top right there. Bottoms and out, kicks out. And
look at those fundamentals.
From when China started to where they are now, it's leaps and bounds. I mean, these young surfers are surfing quick, with style, great equipment. And I do have to say, come a couple of years, we're going to see some champions coming out of China.
I mean, what a discovery already. Xixi Yang. Just that first bottom turn, you know, under duress. There was a lot of chunks and chops coming up the face. Did not affect her at all. I mean, I think of Adriana de Souza as owner of probably one of the best bottom turns in the business. And to me, Xixi Yang had that look. Clean line, down off the bottom, straight up. That's going to be a big score. There's Erin Brooks just supporting her friend out in the lineup, Sky Brown. Of course, Erin Brooks, part of that Power Pack Team Canada. And she has been the talk of the town in terms of potential qualification. But unfortunately for Erin Brooks, she's going to have to rely on the rest of her team to raise up those point levels and get a high finish.
Yeah, bowing out early for Erin Brooks.
That's a shocker.
That's a shocker.
That's a shocker, you know, right
there.
there.
We're used to seeing her in finals day and winning the competition. So she put a lot of time in here. You know, the Canadian team came multiple times to Puerto Rico just to test the grounds, as we could see Jose and Jordy representing South Africa and backing up their teammate Sarah Boom out in the water, who has a 4.50 and a 3.93. 10 minutes in the water, and South Africa looking pretty solid on the feminine side there, Chris.
Oh, no doubt. And it's great to see, you know, superstars of our sport. No prima donna attitudes on Team South Africa. They have been here since dawn, supporting each other. And that's just another unique and awesome element of ISA competition. You know, it really is a team building experience when you come to an ISA event. And I love that we see superstars who, if they were at a different contest, more likely than not, they wouldn't be hanging out down at the beach all day long in Grom mode, supporting each other. But of course, the ISA, it brings out something different with a lot of these surfers. Here we go, Sarah Baum, activating on her backhand. Didn't like the looks of that one. She's out. She's sitting on a 4.5 and a 3.93. A lot of mid-range scorers right now, but I feel like at any moment, somebody is going to lock into one of these waves that just provides that perfect bowling section. One big turn could be all the difference. And there's one right there from Lucia Machado. Surfing through injury. Pretty clear that that back knee taped up nice and tight. Didn't look like it's affecting her too much, but I feel like, you know, when you get into a heat with so much on the line, a lot of times your grit takes over and you surf right through the pain.
Yeah, it's almost like you activate, huh? That adrenaline, that other level of sportsmanship just like clicks on, and definitely didn't look like she was looking hurt at all. As we see our Chinese surfer banking that one right off the top. I see a little bit of Julian Wilson too in that bottom turn, just really squaring it off, hands open, and just really signaling where that board's going to go. And for those who don't know, bottom turns are the essential piece of surfing. A good bottom turn, nice speed equals a really good turn. And I do have to say, a lot of bottom turn photos are my favorite.
No doubt. 8:16 to go. You're looking at an Olympic qualifier from Team South Africa, Sarah Baum. Let's learn a little bit more about this amazing surfer.
Qualifiers for the Paris 2024 Olympics have been announced.
Sarah, come here. Jordi, come here. I think you guys should be getting ready to go to French school because I'm going to see you next year in Tahiti.
Thank you so much. I've been feeling a lot of pressure the last week, so it's just been like an emotional roller coaster, and just breathing, just trying to focus on myself and trust the process, and yeah, here we are.
Well, trusting the process worked. Sarah Baum, Olympic qualifier. Meanwhile, Sky Brown having a little bit of trouble right there, just a little late on the drop. She goes down, and you can see now that she's in fourth priority, it almost looks like she's taking your note that you've been saying, Otto. Go wide, try to find one of those left-handers. Xi Yang has had a bunch of them in this heat. She's had five waves ridden, currently in the lead with a 5.5 and a 3.97. Sarah Baum would need a 4.90. Sky Brown most likely needing a combination of scores equaling up to and beyond an 8.9.
Yeah, and Cheeky super consistent, 5.50, 3.97, still a low scoring heat. So if somebody does capture one of those nice waves, we saw 8-point rides on the last couple of heats, and it's a matter of time till one of these competitors can capitalize. As we see Sky Brown here picking the eyes off of this one, nice little tail slide right there. Unfortunately comes undone, and Lucia Machado racing down this left. Nice little tail drift right there, and just looking to better those mid-range scores. And yeah, you know how heats fluctuate. You know, they go up and down. This heat seems to get the lower side of the scale.
We'll see what happens next. Xi Yang out the back along with Sarah Baum. Sarah Baum in that top priority spot. She's been pretty uncontested. Any wave that she looks at, seems like she's ridden so far, and only really made one mistake on that last wave, falling on her opening snap. Damage done so far. That 5.5, highest single wave so far. 5.5 left.
Wow, Chris, this day's gone by pretty fast, huh?
Yeah, we're at 1:30 local time here in Puerto Rico. Last heat of the day. Props to the technical staff as well. Eric Kramer and the crew that makes the call and puts together the schedule. I mean, it's spot on so far. We've really got the best out of the window. Yesterday we ran, 6 hours?
6 hours
Today
of surfing.
around the same.
Yeah.
Picking the best part of the day for sure.
And
it gives the rest of the competition time to practice, time to warm up here in the afternoon.
Yeah, and looking at the forecast ahead, it seems like, from now on, we're going to see waves improving all the way to Sunday. So I think they're taking their time. They're looking at the heat draw. They're also looking at how much time we have in the competition. And then between a collective of people, they'll pick the eyes out of it and throw the surfers at the perfect time, at the right time. There's plenty of time for us to assess the situation. And yeah, so far so good. We've been kind of hitting the spot every single day. Contestable surfing, and unfortunately, there's some upsets, but we've seen great surfing throughout these 5 days.
Absolutely. Team South Africa trying to just mentally will their surfer a wave. See now, Lucia Machado up and out real quick. Priority is with Sarah Baum. Out the back, she's been waiting patiently for the last 5 or 6 minutes. Her low score is a 393. I feel like given the opportunity, one good section and she can eliminate that score from her line. Putting distance between herself and surfer in green.
Yeah, as you can see on her screen, she is paddling east, looking for one of those long waves that we've been seeing throughout the day. Obviously waiting for that better wave to come in. She's got a couple of good scores, but she knows to get into that second place position now, she's going to need one of those excellent rides. So she's definitely patrolling the area. She's got priority, nerves of steel, patience. Let's see if these 3 minutes are going to grant her that possibility.
Bigger set rolls through, but all those waves didn't really have much pocket to work with. So Otto, if as expected the waves jump up a couple feet and the wind stays the same as it is today, will the waves be like this, just a little bit bigger, or do they hit different parts of the reef when the size gets a little bit up there?
So that's a very, very good question. There's a cloud break right behind Rastrial, and it's really cool because it'll break the wave a little bit. And, no matter how big the swell is, obviously if it's not a huge swell, even with conditions like this, it kind of tapers the wave and kind of there's this it's not a reef form, but the waves hit an outer reef like a cloud break reef, and it kind of forms how the wave comes in. A couple of weekends ago, we had a competition here for the Puerto Rican Surfing Federation. The swell was very similar as what we're going to see, and super clean conditions, super contestable. And what's really cool about it, Rastrial, is that left, the bigger it gets, the more it opens up. We saw on the earlier days when we were running Margara that this place was on fire. It kind of creates like this sectiony, super cool little left, kind of macaroni wind chop. But yeah, I saw surfers in the free surf just going ballistic. And yeah, I can't wait to see if we do get that little bit of a pump in the swell, how these surfers are going to just let loose.
Set rolling through here with 1 minute 24 seconds to go. Sky Brown in the white, visiting Team Great Britain right now, just a little bit lost at sea. Well, very lost at sea, and that happens to the best of the best. You know, we've seen some of the biggest names in surfing bow out of this contest, and that includes Caitlin Simmers, Aaron Brooks, etc. So Sky Brown, in her favor, this is a main event round, so she will have another shot in the Repêchage rounds. Sarah Baum may have missed an opportunity. We saw her go for a pretty big snap, and she went down. So still leaning on that 393 as her low score, and now she's got Xixi Yang and Lucia Machado all over her, and they both have higher priority than Sarah, so it's going to be really tough for her to catch a wave in the next 35 seconds.
Well, definitely tactics coming into play. That was a really hard missed opportunity for her, as we see Lucia. Nice little cut back right there, and anything all but a strategic move to keep Sarah Boom off the wave, as we see Sky Brown.
That's more like it.
That's more like it. That's more what we're used to see. And Yeah, tactics come to play at the dying minutes of the heat. And Chris, I think Lucia and Ziki were right to be on top of Sarah Boom, because with 1 second remaining, I think it's pretty much over.
So at the end of yet another international superheat, Team China, represented in a huge way by Xixi Yang, a rising star in the sport of surfing, gets a convincing victory. Second place will go to Licia Machado from Team Spain. Sarah Baum just edged out in third place. Sky Brown, not much went her way till the very end, where she did provide a nice little backside snap. But trust us when we say a lot more to come from Sky Brown. She is now relegated to the repêchage round, where no one is safe. That's where surfers start to get eliminated. But a huge day behind us. A lot of highlights to go through for sure. A memorable day of surfing. And we on our way to making history here in Puerto Rico. 6 slots for men, 7 for women, for the upcoming Olympic Games Paris 2024, right around the corner. Congrats to Xixi Yang. Team China has to be excited about this young talent. And something that's had us excited all day long: the waves, the performances, the tricks, the maneuvers, the turns, the power surfing we saw from both men and women on our main podium, as well as the repêchage rounds. You'd be shocked to find out some of the names that are out of this contest. Of course, you can see all the results at isasurf.org. So Chris Cote, Otto Flores. Otto, that day, when we showed up this morning, looked a little bit mixed up out in the water. Some concern with the surfers, but the first heat set the tempo, and we saw huge numbers throughout the entire day.
Yeah, it was amazing to see the talent rise today. We saw a lot of really good waves. We're going to see some great action in the highlight reel. And, 6 days under our belt coming into play, and it's only but exciting for what's to come. So really excited to see what unfolds here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico.
Well, the swell is on the rise and the stakes are high to get you excited for what's to come tomorrow morning, first thing here in Puerto Rico. Here's a highlight package, some of the greatest hits of the day. You've been watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2024. Check this out, and we'll see you first thing tomorrow morning.